What if Lily Potter wasn't an innocent martyr, but Voldemort's exiled top general? When Harry discovers his mother built the Dark Mark itself, he must choose between inheriting her army or destroying everything she created. Like, subscribe, and let's begin.
Chapter 1. The baptism of ash. The first thing Harry understood was that the fang had gone too deep. It had entered his arm just below the elbow, passing through robes, skin, and muscle with the terrible ease of a needle through cloth. For half a second, there was only pressure. Then the venom arrived. It did not feel like poison. Poison, Harry thought wildly, should have been cold. It should have crept through his veins slowly, numbing him inch by inch. This was nothing like that. This was fire. It raced from the wound to his shoulder before he could pull the fang free. It poured across his chest and down his spine. His fingers clenched around the basilisk's broken tooth, but he could no longer feel the stone beneath his knees. The chamber of secrets tilted around him. The enormous serpent crashed somewhere behind him, its blinded head striking the floor with enough force to shake dust from the carved pillars. Its long body convulsed, scales scraping across stone. Black blood spread beneath the sword buried in the roof of its mouth. Harry barely heard it. Tom Riddle stood several feet away, pale and almost solid now, watching with an expression of quiet satisfaction. "You are dying, Harry Potter." Harry tried to answer. Nothing came out. The venom was already in his lungs. Each breath became smaller than the last. His heartbeat stumbled, recovered, then stumbled again. At the foot of Salazar Slytherin's statue, Ginny Weasley lay motionless beside the open diary. Her face was white. Her chest did not move. Tom glanced down at her and smiled. "She's nearly gone." Harry's fingers tightened around the fang. He could not feel them, but he saw them move. That was enough. He dragged himself forward. The distance between him and the diary could not have been more than a few feet. It felt longer than the corridors of Hogwarts. His knees slipped beneath him. His injured arm refused to bear his weight, and the basilisk fangs scraped against the stone. Tom's expression shifted. "What are you doing?" Harry pulled himself another inch. Blackness gathered around the edges of his vision. Somewhere above him, Fawkes cried. The sound cut through the chamber more sharply than the basilisk's scream had. It was not the gentle music Harry had heard in Dumbledore's office. There was no comfort in it now. It was a cry of warning, grief, and command all at once. Harry reached the diary. Tom lunged toward him, but his half-formed hands passed through Harry's shoulders. "You cannot save her." Harry raised the fang. The motion required everything left inside him. His arm came down. The basilisk fang pierced the diary's center. Ink burst from the pages like blood from a wound. Tom Riddle screamed. The sound filled the chamber, louder than stone, louder than thunder, louder than Harry's failing heart. Cracks of white light tore through Tom's body. His face twisted, no longer handsome or calm, and for one instant Harry saw something behind it, something scaled, ancient, and terrified. Then the memory of Tom Riddle shattered. The diary collapsed beneath Harry's hand. The chamber fell silent. Harry remained upright for perhaps 1 second. Then his heartbeat stopped. He did not fall into darkness. Darkness would have been kinder. Harry fell backward through light. He saw the chamber, but from somewhere above himself. He saw his own body crumpled beside the ruined diary. He saw Ginny lying several feet away. He saw the basilisk's enormous corpse twitch once before becoming still. He saw Fawkes descend. The phoenix landed beside his body and lowered its head toward the wound in his arm. A tear slipped from one bright eye. It struck Harry's skin. The moment it touched the venom, the world caught fire. Not the chamber, not Harry's robes, Harry himself. The flame began inside the wound. Gold light threaded through the blackened veins in his arm. It traveled upward, following the same path as the basilisk venom. Wherever the venom had spread, the light followed. The two forces met inside his chest. Death and life, venom and tears, neither yielded. The venom tried to still him. The phoenix's magic tried to restore him. The collision should have destroyed them both. Instead, they locked together. Harry felt something fasten around his soul. There was no sound of chains, but he heard them. There were no hands, but he felt them close. The gold flame wrapped around the darkness the basilisk had placed within him, and around something else, something that had been hiding inside Harry for nearly 12 years. A fragment, a splinter that did not belong. It recoiled from the flame. For one terrible instant, Harry felt another presence inside himself awaken. It was small, mutilated, and furious. It pushed against the fire as though trying to escape. The phoenix flame did not release it. It closed around everything: venom, tears, Harry's soul. And the dark splinter buried beside it. Fawkes screamed. Harry screamed with him, though his body remained silent on the chamber floor. Then the fire consumed his heart. The second thing Harry understood was that he was dead. He did not know how he knew. There had been no voice announcing it. No doorway had opened. No robed figure waited to guide him onward. There was simply an absence where his heartbeat had been. His lungs were empty. His body had become a distant object, something he could see without inhabiting. Pain no longer traveled through his nerves because his nerves no longer carried anything. Harry had spent much of his childhood imagining death without admitting it. Sometimes, locked in the cupboard under the stairs, he had wondered whether his parents had known when they were about to die. He had wondered whether they had been frightened, whether it had hurt, whether they had been together afterward. He had never expected death to feel so unfinished. There was no peace. There was only a vast pressure pulling him away from the chamber. Ahead of him, far beyond sight, something waited. It was not a person, it was a direction. Harry began to move toward it, then the chain around his soul tightened. He stopped. The invisible pressure pulled harder. The chain held. Harry felt himself stretched between two laws. One insisted that he had died. The other refused to allow him to remain dead. The basilisk venom whispered through the bond like a command. End. The phoenix fire answered. Return. End. Return. End. Return. The words struck one another until they ceased to sound like words. They became a rhythm, a heartbeat without a heart. Fawkes cried again. This time Harry understood that the phoenix was not calling to him from the chamber. The sound came from inside the fire. Harry was dragged backward. There was no gentle waking, no slow breath. His body ignited. Gold flame burst across his chest and limbs, consuming his robes without destroying them. His skin darkened, cracked, and broke apart at the edges. Fine gray ash lifted from his hands and face. For an instant, there was less of him. Then the fire reversed. Ash rushed inward, cracks sealed. A heart formed around a spark and slammed once against his ribs. Harry gasped. Air tore into his lungs, his back arched from the floor as his body remembered how to live. The first beat of his restored heart sent pain through every part of him at once. He screamed. Fawkes stumbled backward, wings opening. Harry rolled onto his side and coughed until his vision filled with sparks. His injured arm struck the ground. There was no wound. The robes remained torn where the fang had entered, but the skin beneath them was smooth, not scarred, not even reddened. A thin layer of ash covered the floor around him. Harry stared at it. His mind could not place what had happened. He remembered the fang. He remembered stabbing the diary. He remembered his heart stopping. After that, his memories became light, screaming, and a feeling of being pulled somewhere he had not been allowed to go. He touched his chest. His heart was beating too quickly, but it was beating. No, Harry whispered. He checked his injured arm again. The fang lay beside the diary, wet with black ink and basilisk venom. Harry looked at Fawkes. The phoenix stood perfectly still. For the first time since Harry had met him, Fawkes looked afraid. "You healed me," Harry said. His voice sounded small in the vast chamber. Fawkes tilted his head. "That was it, wasn't it? Phoenix tears heal." Fawkes did not move. Harry wanted the bird to sing. He wanted the phoenix to spread his wings, lift them from the chamber, and make the impossible thing simple. Instead, Fawkes stared at the ash. A weak sound came from behind Harry. "Harry, Ginny." He turned so quickly that the chamber spun around him. Ginny Weasley's eyes fluttered open. She drew a shaking breath and looked from Harry to the ruined diary. "Harry," she repeated. "It was me. Tom made me." "It's all right." Harry crawled toward her. His limbs felt newly made and badly fitted. His hands trembled as he helped Ginny sit upright. She began to cry. I wrote in it. He knew everything. He made me open the chamber. I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was doing. I know. He'll send me away. No, he won't. Percy will tell Mum and Dad. Professor Dumbledore will, Ginny." She looked at him. Harry forced himself to smile. "You're alive." The words silenced her. Harry did not know why they came out with so much weight. He had told himself the same thing only moments earlier, but now the words sounded different. "You're alive." As though life were an object easily misplaced, as though he had dropped his own and somehow found it again. Ginny wiped her face with the sleeve of her robes. Her gaze lowered to Harry's arm. "You were bitten." "I'm fine. I saw it. Fawkes healed me. There was so much blood." Harry glanced down. There should have been blood on the stone. Instead, there was ash. He shifted his knee, scattering it. Ginny saw. "What's that?" "The diary." He answered too quickly. Ginny looked unconvinced, but she was exhausted and frightened enough not to question him. Harry picked up the ruined diary. The cover was scorched around the hole left by the fang. Black liquid continued to leak from its pages, but Tom Riddle was gone. Fawkes walked toward them and lowered his tail feathers. Harry helped Ginny stand, her legs nearly folded beneath her. He caught her with both arms, surprised by his own strength. A moment earlier, he had barely been able to breathe. Now there was no weakness in his muscles at all, only heat. It lived beneath his skin, not fever, something patient, something awake. Harry tried to ignore it. He took hold of Fawkes's tail. Ginny wrapped an arm around him. The phoenix launched them upward. As the chamber fell away beneath them, Harry looked down one final time. The basilisk lay dead before the statue of Salazar Slytherin. The ruined diary rested in a pool of ink. And beside it, where Harry's body had stopped and started again, a perfect outline had been burned into the stone, not blackened, not scorched, cleaned. The accumulated dirt of 1,000 years had vanished in the shape of a boy. Around the outline lay a ring of ash. Professor Dumbledore listened without interrupting. Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Professor McGonagall sat in the headmaster's office while Fawkes rested on his golden perch. Ginny had told them everything, or almost everything. She told them about the diary, Tom Riddle, the roosters, the messages on the walls, and the long periods of time she could not remember. She told them that Harry had killed the basilisk and destroyed the diary. She told them that Fawkes had healed the bite. Harry said nothing about his heart stopping. He did not mention the ash. He did not know how. The memory had already begun to feel impossible. Every time he tried to examine it, his thoughts slid away from the moment between his last heartbeat and the first spark. He remembered being somewhere else. He remembered that he had not been alone inside himself. That part frightened him more than dying. Dumbledore's eyes moved from Ginny to Harry. "You have both endured more than any student should." Ginny twisted her hands in her lap. "Am I going to be expelled?" "No." Dumbledore's answer was immediate. Ginny stared at him. "Older and wiser wizards than you have been deceived by Lord Voldemort." Harry felt the heat beneath his skin react to the name. A pulse of warmth passed across his chest. Fawkes shifted on his perch. Dumbledore noticed. His gaze sharpened. "Harry," he said, "may I see your arm?" Harry hesitated. Ron leaned forward. "The bite's completely gone. I saw the hole in his robes, but underneath it there's nothing." Harry pushed up his sleeve. Dumbledore stood and crossed the office. He did not touch the skin immediately. His fingers hovered above the place where the fang had entered. "Do you feel any pain?" "No." "Numbness?" "No." "Cold?" Harry almost said no again. Then he realized what Dumbledore had actually asked. "I feel warm." "How warm?" Harry searched for an answer. "Like I've been standing near a fireplace." Dumbledore placed 2 fingers against Harry's wrist. The moment he made contact, Fawkes cried. The sound was brief but piercing. Dumbledore pulled his hand back. A faint red mark crossed his fingertips. Professor McGonagall rose. "Albus, I am unharmed. You've been burned." Dumbledore looked at Harry's arm again. Harry's stomach twisted. "I didn't do anything." "I know." Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but something had changed in his face, not fear, recognition without understanding. That was worse. He turned toward Fawkes. The phoenix watched Harry. "What happened in the chamber after the venom entered your body?" Dumbledore asked. Fawkes cried. "And then," Tom said I was dying. Ron's face went pale. Harry kept his eyes on Dumbledore. I stabbed the diary. Then Fawkes cried again and healed me. Did you lose consciousness? I think so. How long? I don't know. Ginny spoke quietly. You weren't breathing. Everyone turned toward her. She stared at the carpet. I woke up before Harry came over to me, only for a moment. He was lying beside the diary. Harry's hands closed around the arms of his chair. Ginny continued. Fawkes was beside him. There was fire all over Harry, but his robes weren't burning. I thought I was still dreaming. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. Phoenix flame? Perhaps. Dumbledore returned to his desk, but he did not sit. Phoenixes possess many gifts, he said. Some are well understood, others are not. Ron looked toward Fawkes. They burst into flames and come back, don't they? The office became very quiet. Harry felt the hidden heat inside him stir. That's not what happened, he said. No one answered. I'm not a phoenix. Of course not. Dumbledore said. Harry disliked how carefully he said it. You said the tears healed me. They did. Then that's all. It may be. Harry pushed his sleeve down. The fabric covered the place where the fang had killed him. But you don't think it is. Dumbledore's expression softened. There are times, Harry, when giving a frightening possibility a name grants it more power than it deserves. Tonight, we have facts enough to concern ourselves with. You were poisoned. Fawkes intervened. You survived. Survived. The word felt wrong. Harry had survived Voldemort as a baby. He had survived the troll, the forbidden forest, Quirrell, and the flying car. Surviving meant reaching the edge of death and turning back. Harry had not turned back. He had crossed something. Something had dragged him home. Dumbledore walked around the desk. Madame Pomfrey will examine you. Afterward you will rest. Harry almost laughed. Rest seemed impossible, but Ginny was watching him and Ron looked close to being sick, so Harry nodded. As they left the office, Fawkes began to sing. The melody followed Harry down the spiral staircase. It should have comforted him. Instead, Harry heard a second rhythm beneath it. End, return, end, return. Madame Pomfrey could find nothing wrong with him. This annoyed her greatly. She ran the tip of her wand over Harry's arm, chest, throat, and forehead. Each time the wand passed above his heart, the light at its tip changed from blue to gold. That is not a standard reaction, she muttered. Is it dangerous? Everything is dangerous when no one has written a proper book about it. She tried 3 diagnostic spells. The first produced a shower of harmless sparks. The second caused every candle in the hospital wing to flare at once. The third made the glass of water beside Harry's bed begin to steam. Madame Pomfrey stopped experimenting after that. Harry spent the night beneath thin, white blankets, listening to the other occupants of the hospital wing breathe. Hermione lay several beds away, still petrified. The Mandrake restorative draft would be ready soon. Everyone said so. Harry had never doubted it before. Now he watched her motionless face and understood how easily soon could become never. His body refused to sleep. Heat gathered in his bones whenever he closed his eyes. He saw flashes of the chamber, the fang entering his arm, Tom screaming. Ash rising from his own hands. Near midnight, Harry slipped out of bed. He crossed the hospital wing barefoot and stopped beside Hermione. Her hand lay stiffly on top of the blanket. Harry reached toward it. He stopped before touching her. Dumbledore's burned fingertips appeared in his memory. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. Hermione did not move, for not finding you sooner. The words sounded foolish. She had been petrified before Harry even knew the chamber had been opened by a basilisk. Still, guilt sat heavily inside him. He wondered whether death would have felt different for Hermione, whether she would have moved toward that distant place and been allowed to continue, whether everyone else would. The thought came quietly. It terrified him more than the basilisk had. Harry returned to bed and watched moonlight move across the floor. Just before dawn, exhaustion finally pulled him under. He dreamed of Godric's Hollow. He stood before the ruined cottage, though he had never seen it and did not know what it looked like. Snow covered the roof. A broken gate swung in the wind. Inside, a woman screamed. Green light filled the windows. Then the cottage burned, not with ordinary fire, but with golden flame. Harry ran toward it. Every step carried him farther away. Fawkes cried somewhere beyond the house. When Harry looked down, his hands were made of ash. He woke with a gasp. The sheets around him were warm. A black mark shaped like his palm had appeared on the metal bed frame. The school returned to life in stages. The Mandrake draft was finished. Hermione woke furious that she had missed so much. Justin Finch-Fletchley, nearly headless Nick, Colin Creevey, and Mrs. Norris recovered as well. Hagrid returned from Azkaban to cheers that rattled the plates in the Great Hall. Exams were cancelled. Professor Lockhart disappeared into St. Mungo's with a smile too empty to recognize anyone. Everyone wanted the year to end happily. Harry tried to let it. He laughed when Ron complained about Hermione reading despite the cancelled exams. He joined the feast. He watched Ginny sit between Fred and George while their mother hugged her so tightly that she nearly vanished. He even smiled when Dobby became free. But happiness now carried a shadow. Whenever someone laughed, Harry heard how the sound would end. Whenever he looked at Ron, Hermione, or Ginny, he imagined them lying as still as they had in the chamber or hospital wing. He told himself it was only fear. He had faced Voldemort again. Anyone would feel strange afterward. On the final afternoon before the Hogwarts Express departed, Colin Creevey found them near the entrance hall. His camera hung around his neck. "Harry, can I take a photograph?" Harry nearly refused. Then Colin looked at Ginny. His enthusiasm faltered. "I mean all of you, after everything." Ron groaned. Hermione straightened her robes. Ginny glanced at Harry. "One photograph," she said. They stood outside beneath a sky washed clean by summer rain. Ron took the left side, tall and awkward. Hermione stood beside him, one hand still holding a book. Ginny moved to Harry's right. Harry stood in the center. "Closer together," Colin instructed. Ron muttered something about photographs being evidence for future blackmail, but he stepped nearer. Ginny's shoulder touched Harry's arm. Hermione smiled. Colin raised the camera. At that exact moment, Fawkes cried from somewhere high in the castle. Harry looked toward the sound. The camera flashed. For an instant, golden light filled his vision. Heat rushed from his chest to his fingertips. Colin yelped. Smoke curled from the camera. "Sorry," Harry said. "I don't think you did anything." Colin opened the back carefully. The film should have been ruined. Instead, one developed photograph slid into his hand. That was impossible even by magical standards. Photographs had to be processed in a potion before they moved. Colin stared at it. The four figures inside were still. Then Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. Harry turned toward the distant cry of a phoenix. The movement repeated. Around the photograph's edges ran a thin border of gray ash. Colin rubbed it with his thumb. The ash did not smear. "That's brilliant," he breathed. He handed it to Harry. The photograph was warm. Harry looked at the four people inside. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, himself, all alive, all young, all together. "You should keep it," Colin said. Harry slipped the photograph into the inner pocket of his robes. The warmth settled against his chest. None of them understood why it would never burn. The train journey home passed beneath bright summer clouds. Ron and Hermione argued about whether a memory stored in an enchanted diary was technically alive. Ginny remained quieter than usual, but joined them when the conversation turned to Lockhart's disastrous attempt to heal Harry's arm earlier that year. Harry sat beside the window. Fields rolled past. Villages appeared and vanished. Everything seemed temporary now. At King's Cross, Mrs. Weasley gathered them together. She kissed Ron, hugged Hermione, and held Harry by the shoulders. "You're coming to stay with us this summer," she said. No arguments. Harry looked toward Uncle Vernon, who waited beyond the barrier with a face like a storm cloud. "I'll try." Mrs. Weasley's eyes narrowed. "You'll do more than try." For the first time in days, Harry smiled without forcing it. Ginny stood behind her mother. Their eyes met. She glanced at Harry's arm. He knew what she was remembering. The fang, the ash, the impossible fire. Harry gave the smallest shake of his head. "Not here. Not yet." Ginny nodded. Uncle Vernon seized Harry's trunk and complained about the owl before they had even reached the car. The drive to Privet Drive was filled with threats, rules, and angry questions about why Harry's school had failed to teach him anything useful. Harry hardly listened. He pressed one hand against the inner pocket of his robes. The photograph remained warm. That night, locked in his bedroom, Harry placed it on the desk. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny moved within the frame. Photograph Harry repeatedly turned toward a sound no one else could hear. The real Harry studied his reflection. He touched his arm. No scar marked the bite. He placed 2 fingers against his throat and counted the beats of his pulse. 1, 2, 3, alive. He waited until he reached 100, then he began again. Outside, Privet Drive settled into silence. Cars stopped passing. Lights went out one house at a time. Harry kept counting. At some point after midnight, the candle beside him burned down to its base. The flame should have extinguished. Instead, it bent toward Harry. The tiny point of light stretched across the desk, reaching for his hand. Harry pulled away. The flame followed. No, it rose higher. Gold replaced orange. The bedroom filled with the scent of rain, smoke, and something ancient. Harry stood so quickly that the chair struck the wall. The flame vanished. In the sudden darkness, Fawkes cried, not outside, not in the sky, inside Harry's chest. His heart stopped for one beat, only one. In that space, Harry felt the chain around his soul. Then his heart struck again. The candle reignited. Harry remained beside the desk until morning, staring at the flame. He told no one. For the rest of his life, he would remember that as his first mistake, not entering the chamber. Not trusting the diary, not hiding the truth from Dumbledore. His first mistake was believing that because he had returned from death once, death had released him. It had not. Death had simply lost the right to keep him. And somewhere beneath Harry's heartbeat, Phoenix Fire waited for the next time it would have to prove it. Chapter 2. The first burning day, the passage beneath the one-eyed, which smelled of wet stone, old dust, and secrets. Harry had loved it the first time he entered. Now, crawling through the narrow tunnel with the Marauder's map clenched between his teeth, he wondered whether Fred and George had deliberately neglected to mention how much of the journey required mud. The tunnel sloped upward before dropping without warning. Harry caught himself against the wall, smearing dirt across his sleeve. "Brilliant," he muttered. The map's yellowing parchment gave off just enough light to see the uneven ground ahead. Hogsmeade waited at the other end, so did Ron and Hermione. They had left that morning with apologetic expressions and repeated promises to bring him sweets from Honeydukes. Harry had watched them disappear through the gates with everyone else who possessed a signed permission form. Professor McGonagall had refused to accept Harry's form because Uncle Vernon had not signed it. Uncle Vernon would sooner have signed permission for Harry to join a traveling circus than visit a magical village. Then Fred and George had given Harry the map. The secret passage had seemed like a gift. It had seemed safe. The map showed no one else inside the tunnel. Filch was pacing near the Great Hall. Professor Snape was in the dungeons. Dumbledore's name remained motionless in the headmaster's office. Harry crawled onward. For the first time in months, he felt almost normal. The strange heat beneath his skin had faded after leaving Privet Drive. Candles no longer bent toward him. His bed frame had not scorched again. The nightmares of the chamber came less often. Dumbledore had asked Harry to visit his office 3 times since the beginning of term. Each conversation had been polite, gentle, and useless. Did Harry still feel unusually warm sometimes? Had he experienced any more unexplained magical events? No. Did he remember anything new about what happened after the basilisk venom stopped his heart? Nothing he could explain. Dumbledore never accused him of lying. That made it worse. Harry had become skilled at avoiding Fawkes's eyes. The Phoenix always watched him as though waiting for something. Nothing happened. Weeks passed. Lessons resumed. Sirius Black dominated every conversation. Dementors guarded the school grounds. Gryffindor argued about Quidditch. Hermione attended so many classes that Harry suspected she had discovered how to be in 2 places at once. Life continued. The chamber began to feel like a nightmare that had ended. Harry reached a wider section of the passage and stood, stretching his back. Above him, something groaned. He froze. Dust drifted from the ceiling. "Hello." The tunnel answered with a long scrape. Harry lifted the map. No names appeared nearby. The stone groaned again. He should have turned back. Later, Hermione would tell him that. Ron would insist he would have continued too. Ginny would say nothing. Harry took one step forward. The floor collapsed. There was no warning beyond a sharp crack beneath his shoe. Harry dropped through darkness. His shoulder struck the wall. The map flew from his hand. He reached for his wand, but his fingers closed on empty air. He fell perhaps 12 feet. It felt much farther. His back hit the lower passage first. Pain exploded through his body. Before he could draw breath, the ceiling followed him. The slab came down across his chest. Harry heard his ribs break. There was no time to scream. Air left his lungs in one violent rush. Stone pinned his right arm and both legs. His glasses had vanished. The world became blurred darkness interrupted by pale dust. He tried to inhale. His chest did not move. Panic arrived immediately. Harry pushed against the slab with his free hand. It did not shift. He tried again. His fingers scraped uselessly against stone. Help! The sound emerged as a breathless whisper. No one knew he was there. Fred and George knew about the passage, but they believed Harry was already in Hogsmeade. Ron and Hermione expected him near Honeydukes. The map had fallen somewhere beyond his reach. Harry tried to shout again. Something wet entered his mouth. He coughed. Pain tore across his chest. The coughing made the pressure worse. Spots of light appeared in the darkness. His body demanded air his crushed lungs could not take. Harry reached for his wand. The pocket inside his robes was empty. He remembered pulling it before the fall. It had to be nearby. It might as well have been in London. The slab pressed deeper as rubble settled above it. Harry closed his eyes. No, not here, not like this. He thought of the chamber, the fang, the heartbeat that had stopped. The fire that had forced it to begin again, that had been Fawkes. It had to have been. Phoenix tears healed wounds. The flame had been some strange consequence of the venom. Dumbledore had found nothing permanent. Harry had survived once. That did not mean his body convulsed. The movement accomplished nothing. He could no longer feel his legs. Harry attempted one final breath. A fraction of air entered his lungs. It was not enough. His heartbeat hammered against the stone, frantic and uneven. One beat, another, a pause. Then 3 quick beats together. The edges of Harry's vision darkened. He thought of Ron waiting in Hogsmeade. Hermione would be furious. They would think he had changed his mind. They might return before dinner. Maybe they would find the map. Maybe his heart stopped. Death recognized him. Harry knew that before he knew anything else. There was no surprise this time, no confusion. The pressure beyond the world found him instantly and pulled. The tunnel vanished. The stone vanished. Pain vanished last. Harry felt his broken body below him, an abandoned shape beneath the earth. He could sense its crushed bones, its empty lungs, the blood slowing in its veins, but he was no longer inside it. Ahead waited the same distant direction he had felt in the chamber. It seemed closer now. Warmer. Not Phoenix warmth, something quieter, a place where nothing hurt because nothing could be lost. Harry moved toward it. The chain tightened. He had forgotten about the chain. It encircled his soul with neither weight nor shape, fastening him to the body beneath the stones. Harry resisted. He did not want to return. The thought came before shame could stop it. He was tired. He had died beneath Hogwarts because an adult refused to sign a form. He had died alone while his friends bought sweets. He had spent 12 years surviving things that should never have happened to a child. There was peace ahead. Perhaps his parents were there. The pull from beyond strengthened. The chain began to stretch. For one impossible moment, Harry thought it might break. Then the basilisk venom stirred within his soul. End. The command passed through him, cold and absolute. The phoenix fire answered. Return. Harry felt it ignite. No, there was no voice in death, but the refusal shook through him. The fire spread along the chain. No, wait, it reached his memories. Harry suddenly understood. The flame required fuel. It could rebuild flesh from ash. It could restart blood and breath. It could undo the physical fact of death, but nothing could be created from nothing. The fire opened him like a book. Memories surrounded Harry in fragments of light, the cupboard beneath the stairs. A birthday cake crushed beneath Hagrid's coat. The first sight of Hogwarts, Hermione lying petrified, Ginny waking in the chamber. Ron sitting opposite him on the Hogwarts Express, his mouth full of sweets. The fire moved through them. Harry tried to hold everything at once. He had no hands, no body, no wand, only will. The flame selected a memory. Harry felt it begin to burn a train compartment, sunlight across red seats. A thin boy with red hair asking whether he could sit down because everywhere else was full. No, Harry seized the memory. The fire did not stop. He saw Ron introduce himself. He saw the dirt on Ron's nose. He saw Scabbers asleep in his lap. Chocolate frog cards lay scattered between them. The flame touched the edges. The memory curled like paper. No. Harry tried to offer something else. Take the cupboard. Take one of Vernon's punishments. Take the sound of Dudley laughing. Take every meal he had gone without. The fire ignored him. The memory of Ron's first smile blackened. The train compartment disappeared. The chains snapped tight. Fawkes cried. Harry fell back into his body. Stone became flame. Deep beneath Hogwarts, where sunlight had never reached, golden fire erupted between the fallen rocks. It did not spread outward, it spread through. The slab crushing Harry's chest glowed from within. Cracks of gold raced across its surface. The rock did not explode or melt. It became ash. The same thing happened to Harry. His dead body burned without smoke. Skin, bone, blood, and broken organs collapsed into a shape of fine gray powder beneath the rubble. The school robes followed, yet the Gryffindor crest remained visible within the ash for one impossible instant. Then the fire drew inward. The stones above him shifted as the slab ceased to exist. Ash rose from the tunnel floor. It gathered around a single spark. A spine formed first, then ribs, lungs unfolded behind them, new and empty. A heart appeared within the cage of bone. It beat once. Blood rushed outward, carrying flame through newly formed veins. Muscle covered bone. Skin covered muscle. Hair returned in a dark tangle. Torn robes rewove themselves around the body they remembered. Harry opened his eyes. He screamed before he breathed. The sound tore through the tunnel. Air flooded his lungs so quickly that he choked. He curled onto his side, clutching his chest. His ribs were whole. They still remembered breaking. Each breath arrived with the phantom sensation of stone crushing him. His legs twitched as feeling returned. His fingers dug into the ash beneath him. Harry vomited dust and saliva onto the ground. Fawkes's cry echoed through the passage. This time it did not sound like a warning. It sounded like a bell. Something had happened, something final. Harry forced himself onto his hands and knees. The tunnel was dark, but he could see a golden glow pulsing beneath his skin in time with his heart. It faded after several seconds. His glasses lay nearby, miraculously unbroken. His wand rested beneath a small pile of rubble. The Marauder's map had landed face down beyond the collapsed section. Harry reached for it. His hand passed through a mound of warm ash. He stopped. The slab that had killed him was gone, not shattered. Gone. Only its outline remained among the surrounding stones. Harry looked down at himself. His clothes were undamaged except for gray dust along the sleeves. He knew he had died. There could be no argument now. Fawkes had not been there. No phoenix tears had fallen. No one had cast a healing spell. Harry had been crushed beneath stone, and death had refused to keep him. He picked up the map with shaking hands. The parchment had changed. A scorch mark spread across the section, showing the passage beneath the one-eyed witch. In the center stood a small label, Harry Potter. The ink flickered gold. For one heartbeat, a second word appeared beneath his name, departed. Then it vanished. Harry folded the map. He needed Ron. The thought came instinctively. Ron would believe him. Ron had believed him when Harry stopped. When what? He knew Ron Weasley, his best friend. He knew Ron had red hair, 5 older brothers, 1 younger sister, a fear of spiders, and a habit of sacrificing his own safety before he had time to think. Harry remembered the troll. He remembered the giant chessboard. He remembered following spiders into the forbidden forest. He remembered Ron trying to curse Malfoy and vomiting slugs instead. But when Harry searched for the first time they had met, there was nothing. He could recall entering the compartment on the Hogwarts Express. He remembered sitting alone. Then he remembered arriving at Hogwarts with Ron beside him. The space between those moments was empty. Harry pressed both hands against his head. No, he searched harder. The attempt produced pain behind his eyes. He knew they had shared sweets. Ron had told him about the wizarding world. Harry had learned about chocolate frog cards. He possessed the facts. The memory itself was gone. Harry could not see Ron's face. He could not hear his voice. He could not remember the moment his first friend had chosen to sit beside him. The fire had taken it. Ron and Hermione were waiting beneath the trapdoor in Honeydukes. Hermione looked furious. Ron looked worried. "You were supposed to be here an hour ago," Hermione said as Harry climbed from the passage. "Do you have any idea what could have happened if a teacher had found—" She stopped. Harry's face must have shown something. Ron stepped closer. "What happened?" Harry looked at him. He knew Ron. He loved Ron, but the beginning of that love had become a story someone else had told him. "When did we meet?" Ron blinked. "What? The first time? On the train?" Hermione's anger disappeared. Ron gave a nervous laugh. "You know when? Tell me, Harry. Tell me exactly." Ron glanced at Hermione. "First year, on the Express, you were sitting alone and Lee Jordan was showing everyone his tarantula, so everywhere else was full." Harry waited. Ron continued more slowly. "I asked if I could sit with you. You said yes. What did we talk about?" "Loads of things." "What did you say first?" Ron's forehead tightened. "I don't know. Something about your scar, probably. Why?" Harry tried to picture it. Nothing returned. "I died." Neither of them spoke. Hermione's face became very still. "What did you say?" The passage collapsed. Harry's voice shook despite his effort to control it. "A stone fell on me. I couldn't breathe. My heart stopped." Ron stared. "That's not funny. I know. You're standing here. I came back." Hermione reached for him. Harry flinched away. Her hands stopped in the air. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "Dumbledore burned his fingers when he touched me after the chamber." "That was months ago," Hermione said. "It happened again." "What happened again?" "The fire." Harry opened his fist. Ash covered his palm. Ron looked toward the open trapdoor. "How did you get out?" "The stone burned." "You burned it?" "No." Harry struggled to keep breathing evenly. "I burned. Everything did. I was dead and then there was fire and it brought me back." Hermione shook her head. "That isn't possible." "I know. Phoenix tears can heal fatal injuries, but Fawkes wasn't there. Even a phoenix can only regenerate its own body. There's no recorded case of, it took something." Hermione stopped. Harry pointed at Ron. "I know who he is. I remember everything we've done. But I don't remember meeting him." Ron's expression changed. The disbelief vanished. "What do you mean, you don't remember?" "I mean it's gone." Harry's voice cracked. "I remember getting on the train. I remember arriving at Hogwarts. I don't remember you sitting down. I don't remember sharing sweets. I don't remember any of it." Ron stared at him as though Harry had struck him. Hermione took out her wand. "We're going back." "What about Hogsmeade?" "Now, Harry. I can't let McGonagall know about the passage." Hermione looked ready to hex him. "You died." Her voice rose sharply enough that someone in the shop above them laughed, perhaps mistaking it for ordinary childhood outrage. "You were crushed to death beneath the school, came back through an unknown form of fire magic, and lost part of your memory. I do not care about your Hogsmeade permission form." Ron climbed into the passage. "I'll go first." Harry followed. This time the tunnel did not feel like a secret. It felt like a grave. Dumbledore was waiting when they reached his office. Harry never discovered how Hermione had arranged it so quickly. Professor McGonagall stood beside the desk. Madame Pomfrey waited with her medical bag. Fawkes perched above them, rigid and silent. Ginny sat in a chair near the fire. Harry stopped in the doorway. "Why is Ginny here?" "I asked her to come," Dumbledore said. "She witnessed part of what occurred in the chamber." Ginny looked at Harry's ash-covered robes. It happened again. It was not a question. Harry sat beside her. Dumbledore listened while Hermione explained. Harry corrected her only twice. Once when she said he had been unconscious, and once when she suggested the falling stone might not have killed him immediately. "I was dead," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "I believe you." The answer frightened Harry more than doubt would have. Madame Pomfrey examined him. As before, every spell reacted strangely. A diagnostic charm produced an image of Harry's heart surrounded by a ring of gold flame. A bone-checking spell showed no fractures but continued displaying the ghostly outlines of broken ribs. His body is healed. Madame Pomfrey said, "Completely." "But," Professor McGonagall asked, "the magic believes the injuries still occurred." Dumbledore turned to Harry. "The body has forgotten the damage. The soul has not." Harry looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix lowered his head. "Why did it take my memory?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He crossed to a cabinet and removed a shallow stone basin. The pensive. "May I?" Harry knew what he was asking. He nodded. Dumbledore touched his wand to Harry's temple. The sensation was strange but not painful. A silver thread emerged from Harry's head and settled inside the basin. Dumbledore examined it. The memory showed the train platform, Harry boarding an empty compartment, then a jump. Harry and Ron left the train together, dressed in school robes. The missing section was not dark. It did not exist. The memory closed around the gap as though it had never contained anything. Dumbledore drew another strand. The chamber appeared within the basin. Harry fell beside the diary. Fawkes cried. Goldfire erupted. For an instant, the flames illuminated countless fragments floating around Harry's body. Dumbledore leaned closer. "What are those?" Ron asked. "Memories," Hermione whispered. The fire moved through them without consuming anything. Dumbledore ended the vision. "The first return had fuel readily available," he said. Harry felt cold despite the warmth beneath his skin. The basilisk venom and Fawkes's tears. Two immense magical forces remained in active opposition. Their collision created enough energy to reconstruct what death had damaged. Dumbledore looked toward the Phoenix, but the conflict did not end when your body healed. "The chain," Harry whispered. Dumbledore's eyes returned to him. "You felt one around me when I died," Harry swallowed. "It wouldn't let me go." Dumbledore sat behind his desk. The binding appears to preserve itself. On the first occasion, it fed upon the magic that created it. On the second, that original power was no longer freely available. "So it took a memory," Hermione said, "to rebuild Harry's body, yes." Ron stood abruptly. "Then get rid of it." "Ron," Hermione said. "No, if it's eating his memories, remove it." Dumbledore's face tightened. "If I knew how, I would already have begun." "Phoenix magic can be undone," Ron insisted. "Everything can." Fawkes gave a low note. Dumbledore looked older when he answered. "This is not merely Phoenix magic. Basilisk venom destroys magical bonds at their deepest level. Phoenix tears reverse fatal corruption. Inside Harry, those forces have reached an equilibrium neither was designed to sustain." Ginny's fingers closed around the arms of her chair. "Will he die again?" Everyone looked at Harry. Dumbledore did not offer comfort. "Yes." The word settled over the room. "If circumstances kill him," Dumbledore continued, "his body will die as any other body would." "And then he burns," Harry said. "It appears so. How many times? I do not know. How much will it take? I do not know." Harry stood. Heat moved beneath his skin. The fire in Dumbledore's office bent toward him. "What will I lose next? I do not know." Every candle flared. Professor McGonagall stepped forward. "Potter, I could forget Hogwarts." The flames climbed higher. "I could forget magic. I could forget Ron or Hermione or Ginny." "You remember Ron." Hermione said carefully, "I remember facts." Harry turned to her. "I know what happened after we met, but the first time he sat beside me is gone. It feels like someone cut a piece out of my life." The fire roared in the hearth. Fawkes spread his wings and sang. The music pressed against Harry's anger. Slowly, the flames lowered. Dumbledore approached him. "A phoenix does not return without continuity," he said. "What does that mean?" Fawkes does not remember each life perfectly, yet certain things survive every burning day. Harry looked at the phoenix. "Burning Day? It is an old name. Phoenix keepers used it for the day on which a phoenix reaches the end of one body and begins another." "I'm not a phoenix." "No," Dumbledore said, "but the term may be useful." Harry hated it immediately. Giving the horror a name made it sound organized, normal. Dumbledore opened a drawer and removed several small objects. a tarnished silver ring, a red feather encased in glass, and a strip of parchment covered in unfamiliar writing. Phoenixes anchor themselves, he explained, not consciously as humans understand consciousness. Their song, nesting place, bonds, and repeated patterns preserve the center of what they are. Hermione leaned forward. You think Harry can do the same? I think he must try. How? Harry asked. Memories connected to strong emotional or magical anchors may resist the fire. The photograph you carried from the chamber remains unchanged, despite the force that damaged Colin Creevy's camera. Harry removed the photograph from inside his robes. He had carried it every day since summer. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Harry moved within the frame. The ash border remained warm. Dumbledore held his hand above it without touching. This object was created at the moment your altered magic first interacted with something outside your body. It is bound to you. So it won't burn, Ginny asked. I suspect it cannot. Harry looked at the people inside. What about the memories? Objects alone are insufficient, Dumbledore said. An anchor requires intention. You must choose what the object means before the next burning day and reinforce that meaning regularly. Ron frowned. You mean he has to revise his own life? In a sense. Hermione already understood. He must attach memories to fixed points, the photograph for us, Hogwarts for his education, specific places, words, objects, perhaps repeated actions. Will that stop the fire taking anything? Harry asked. No, Dumbledore's honesty never wavered. It may protect what you cannot bear to lose. The cost will still be paid elsewhere. Silence followed. There was no victory hidden inside the answer. Harry could defend certain parts of himself only by leaving others exposed. Every return would demand a sacrifice. He might choose his friends and lose the sound of music. He might preserve Hogwarts and forget the taste of food. He could anchor courage and lose kindness. The possibilities were endless. Ginny reached for the photograph. May I? Harry handed it to her. She studied the moving figures. We were all happy. Ron looked over her shoulder. I looked ridiculous. You always look ridiculous, Hermione said. Ron almost smiled. Ginny returned the photograph to Harry. Use this for us. Harry looked at the three of them. Hermione's eyes were bright with restrained fear. Ron seemed angry at the entire structure of death. Ginny looked pale, but she did not look away. What happens when it isn't enough? Harry asked. No one answered. What if I die so many times that the photograph can't hold everything? Hermione stood. Then we remind you. What if I forget your names? We tell you again. What if I don't believe you? Ron moved beside Hermione. Then I'll tell you every embarrassing thing you've ever done until something sounds familiar. Ginny rose last. And if that doesn't work, we begin again. Harry's throat tightened. They spoke as though they would always be there. As though the future were a difficult school term they could solve together. Harry understood something they did not. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were mortal. Even if no curse touched them, time would. The binding protected Harry alone. One day there might be no one left to tell him who he had been. Harry held the photograph against his chest. The figures inside continued their small loop. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. Harry turned toward the cry of a phoenix. I'll come back, he said. Ron frowned. You already did. Harry shook his head. He looked at each of them. The words arrived without planning, shaped by fear rather than magic. However much the fire takes, I will come back to you. The photograph grew hot. Golden light moved around its ash-gray border. Fawkes cried. The sound passed through the office, through the castle, and through the chain wrapped around Harry's soul. The promise settled inside it. Not protection, not immunity, an anchor. Hermione placed her hand over Harry's. Ron added his. After a moment, Ginny did the same. The photograph burned between their palms without harming any of them. Dumbledore watched in silence. He would later record that moment in a private book, hidden behind 12 separate enchantments. He would name the event an intentional soul anchor and spend the rest of his life searching for a way to safely strengthen it. Harry would use simpler words. It was a promise. The school covered the collapsed passage before morning. Professor McGonagall gave Harry 3 weeks of detention for leaving the grounds without permission. She assigned the punishment with wet eyes and a voice sharp enough to cut glass. Fred and George never joked about the one-eyed witch again. Dumbledore sealed the ash from the tunnel inside a crystal vial. Harry began keeping records. Hermione designed the system. One journal contained important facts: names, dates, places, relationships. Another contained memories written in Harry's own words. The third was reserved for things he feared losing most. He wrote about his parents. He wrote about Hagrid telling him he was a wizard. He wrote about Hogwarts appearing across the lake. He tried to write about meeting Ron. The page remained blank. Ron eventually sat beside him and described the entire train journey. He told Harry about the sweets, Scabbers, the spell that had failed, Hermione entering the compartment, and Draco Malfoy offering friendship. Harry wrote every word. The account was accurate. It was not a memory. That loss remained. It was the first grave immortality dug inside him. Weeks later, Harry returned to the hidden passage with Dumbledore. The fallen section had been repaired. The outline of Harry's body remained burned into the floor. No cleaning spell removed it. Dumbledore offered to conceal it beneath new stone. Harry refused. He stood within the outline and listened. For several minutes there was only silence. Then, faintly, from somewhere no corridor could reach, Fawkes cried. Harry took out the photograph. "However much the fire takes," he whispered, "I will come back to you." The promise warmed in his hand. He did not yet understand how many times he would repeat it. He did not understand that one day the names inside the photograph would be spoken in languages not yet born. He did not know that the tunnel around him would collapse, be rebuilt, collapse again, and eventually vanish with the castle itself. He knew only three things. He had died twice. The next death would take something. And death, now that it understood what he was, would never approach him gently again. Chapter 3. The Wandless Flame. The first spell Harry lost was one he had never properly learned. Professor Lupin stood in the center of the staff room with one hand resting on the lid of a rattling wardrobe. The boggart inside struck the wood hard enough to make Neville jump. Most of the third-year class laughed nervously. Harry did not. The wardrobe shook again. Something inside scraped against the door. "Remember," Professor Lupin said, looking around the semicircle of students, "the charm that defeats a boggart is simple, but it requires concentration. The incantation is ridiculous. The more important part is forcing the creature into a form you find amusing." Neville went first. The wardrobe opened. Professor Snape emerged wearing black robes and an expression of cold disgust. Neville's wand trembled, but he managed the spell. A moment later, the boggart wore his grandmother's dress, hat, and handbag. Laughter filled the room. The boggart retreated. One by one, the students stepped forward. A spider lost its legs. A mummy tripped over its own bandages. A banshee lost her voice. Harry watched the wardrobe approach him. He already knew what would emerge. Not Voldemort, not a basilisk, not even the crushed passage beneath Hogwarts. The wardrobe opened. Cold entered the room. The laughter stopped. A tall, hooded figure glided from the darkness. Its robes appeared to have spent years submerged in deep water. One scabbed hand emerged from beneath the sleeve. Harry heard a woman screaming, his mother. He had heard her voice for the first time aboard the Hogwarts Express when the Dementors searched for Sirius Black. Every time one drew near, the final moments of Lily Potter's life tore through Harry's mind. Not a memory, something inherited from the night she died. The boggart Dementor moved closer. Harry raised his wand. "Rid!" The word vanished, not from his memory, from the magic. His wand became hot between his fingers. The holly wood resisted him as though the spell were being forced through a channel too narrow to contain it. The Dementor lowered its hood. Harry saw no face, only darkness. His mother screamed again. A second voice joined her, his own, not the infant crying in Godric's Hollow. The scream came from the hidden passage beneath Hogwarts, where stone had crushed his chest and phoenix fire had rebuilt him from ash. Harry's hand tightened. He tried the incantation again. "Riddick." The wand jerked sideways. Golden fire erupted from its tip. Students shouted. The flame did not strike the boggart. It surrounded it. A ring of gold closed around the false Dementor, and for one instant the room filled with the sound of wings. The boggart convulsed. Its black robes collapsed inward. The creature became a small pile of ash on the floor. Professor Lupin stepped between Harry and the other students. "Lower your wand." Harry was already trying. The wand refused. Golden light moved beneath the wood like blood through a vein. "Harry," Professor Lupin's voice remained calm. "Look at me." Harry dragged his eyes away from the ash. The screaming stopped. The light inside his wand faded. He lowered it. Professor Lupin examined the pile on the floor. He touched it with his own wand. The ash trembled and gathered itself. A moment later, the boggart became a moon, then a cockroach, before Lupin forced it back into the wardrobe. The door slammed. No one laughed. Seamus stared at Harry. "What spell was that?" Harry looked down at his wand. "I don't know." By dinner, half of Hogwarts had decided that Harry had invented a new curse. By bedtime, the curse had become capable of burning souls. By breakfast, according to Dean Thomas, Harry had reduced an entire Dementor to ash, and Professor Lupin had modified everyone's memories to hide it. Hermione responded to the rumors by carrying 6 books to the Gryffindor table. "That makes no sense," she said. Ron tore a piece of toast in half. The part about Lupin modifying everyone's memories, or the part where Harry destroyed a Dementor? All of it. Hermione opened the first book. A boggart assumes a form. It does not become the thing itself. Even if Harry had destroyed the form, the boggart should have survived. "It did survive," Harry said. "Professor Lupin put it back in the wardrobe. That is not the point. It usually is when something survives being set on fire." Hermione ignored Ron. The spell did not behave like ordinary flame. There was no heat damage to the room. "It felt hot to me," Harry said. Ron glanced at him. "How hot?" Harry placed his hand over the inside pocket containing the photograph. The 4 figures moved safely within its ash-preserved border, like the chamber. Ron stopped eating. Hermione closed the book. They no longer discussed the binding in public. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor Lupin knew part of the truth. Ginny knew almost all of it. Fred and George understood that Harry had nearly died in their secret passage, but had been told nothing about the fire. Everyone else believed Fawkes had healed the basilisk bite. Harry wanted it to remain that way. The idea of Draco Malfoy learning that Harry could return from death was unpleasant. The idea of Sirius Black learning was worse. At the beginning of term, the Ministry had informed the school that Sirius wanted to kill Harry. Dementors now guarded every entrance to Hogwarts. Every time Harry saw one, the chain around his soul seemed to tighten. Not because the creatures could kill him, because he did not know what would happen if one consumed his soul. There might be nothing left for the fire to retrieve. Harry had asked Dumbledore, the headmaster had not known. That had become the most frightening phrase in Harry's life. "I don't know." Dumbledore did not know how many memories each return would consume. He did not know whether the cost would remain limited to memories. He did not know whether a Dementor's kiss could end Harry permanently. He did not know why Harry's ordinary magic was changing. Now Hermione pushed the books aside. "You need to see Professor Dumbledore." "I know. Today." "I said I know." Ron lowered his voice. "Has your wand done anything else?" Harry hesitated. Hermione noticed. "What?" "Lumos doesn't work properly anymore. That is one of the simplest spells in existence." "I know." "What happens?" Harry glanced along the table. No one appeared to be listening. "When I say the incantation, nothing happens. When I stop trying, the wand lights by itself." Ron frowned. "That sounds useful." "It lights when it wants to." "That sounds less useful." "And yesterday," Harry continued, "I tried to use a drying charm on my robes." Hermione waited. The water started boiling. Ron winced. "While you were wearing them?" "Yes, definitely less useful." Harry looked toward the teacher's table. Dumbledore's chair was empty. Fawkes had not appeared since summer. Harry had begun to miss him despite himself. The Phoenix was the only living creature that might understand what had happened in the chamber. Fawkes was also the creature whose tears had helped cause it. Harry did not know whether to ask for guidance or blame him. Dumbledore transformed an unused classroom on the 7th floor into a testing chamber. The desks were removed, protective runes covered the walls. A table stood in the center beside several candles, a cracked teacup, a bowl of soil, and an injured potted plant. Professor Lupin joined them. So did Professor Flitwick, who was told only that Harry had experienced an unusual alteration in magical expression after exposure to basilisk venom. Flitwick began with basic spells. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather trembled. Harry repeated the incantation. The feather rose half an inch and caught fire. Harry dropped his wand. The flame disappeared. The feather floated to the floor unharmed. Professor Flitwick adjusted his spectacles. Again, they tried a summoning charm. Harry had not learned it formally, but Flitwick demonstrated the wand movement and explained the principle. Harry focused on the cracked teacup. A Kyo cup. The cup did not move. The candle beside it flew into Harry's hand. Its flame bent around his fingers without burning him. Professor Lupin leaned forward. "Did you want the candle?" "No. Did you think about it?" "I thought the room was cold." Dumbledore made a note. They moved to defensive magic. Harry produced a shield charm on his 3rd attempt, but the transparent barrier appeared as a curved wall of golden light. Professor Lupin struck it with a weak stunning spell. The shield absorbed the red light, then it released a pulse of heat powerful enough to shove everyone backward. Harry ended the spell immediately. "I didn't mean to do that." "We know," Lupin said. Professor Flitwick looked from the scorched floor to Dumbledore. "This is not wand work." "Not entirely," Dumbledore replied. "Then what is the wand doing?" "Translating." Flitwick stared at Harry, poorly. Harry retrieved his wand. The holly felt uncomfortable in his hand. It had once seemed like an extension of his arm. Ollivander had said that the wand had chosen him. Harry had felt the truth of it from the first sparks in the shop. Now the wand felt like a door that no longer fit its frame. Dumbledore placed the injured plant before him. One final exercise. Several of the plant's leaves had turned brown. A broken stem hung over the edge of the pot. Harry understood immediately. "No," Dumbledore's expression remained gentle. "I will not ask you to attempt anything you do not choose. You want to see if I can heal it?" "Yes." "I can't." "You have not tried." Harry looked at the plant. A dangerous hope entered the room. He could see it on Professor Lupin's face. Phoenix tears healed wounds. Phoenix fire rebuilt the body. If some fragment of that power lived inside Harry, perhaps he could use it for others. Perhaps immortality did not have to be an entirely selfish curse. Harry thought of Hermione petrified in the hospital wing, Cedric Diggory after a difficult Quidditch match, bleeding from the mouth, Ginny unconscious beside the diary, his mother on the floor of Godric's Hollow. He placed 2 fingers against the broken stem. The heat beneath his skin stirred. Harry did not use his wand. He imagined the plant whole. Golden light passed from his fingers into the stem. The brown leaves straightened. Professor Flitwick inhaled sharply. For 1 second, the plant became green. Then every leaf turned gray. The stem crumbled. The soil inside the pot became warm ash. Harry pulled his hand away. No one spoke. The hope vanished. He had not healed it. He had burned away the damage by burning away everything else. Dumbledore covered the pot with a cloth. "I am sorry." Harry stared at the ash. Could Fawkes have saved it? Perhaps. "But I can't." "No, so whatever I am, it only works on me." Dumbledore did not correct him. Harry left the classroom before anyone could stop him. He found Ginny in the owlery. She sat beneath an open window with a roll of parchment on her knees. Pigwidgeon bounced beside her, attempting to steal the ribbon from her hair. Ginny looked up as Harry entered. "You look awful." "Thanks. You're welcome." Harry sat against the opposite wall. Owls rustled above them. Far below, the ground stretched toward the forbidden forest. Dementors moved like stains near the boundary. Ginny followed his gaze. "What happened?" Harry told her about the plant. She listened without interruption. When he finished, she removed the photograph from Harry's hand. He had not realized he was holding it. "You do that when you're frightened," she said. "What?" "Check whether it's still there." Harry looked at his empty hand. "I tried to heal something." "You're not a healer. Fawkes is." "You're not Fawkes." "Everyone keeps saying that." "Because you keep expecting to be." Harry frowned. Ginny set the photograph between them. Inside, her younger self laughed while Ron and Hermione argued. "You survived because of Phoenix magic," she said. "That doesn't mean everything a Phoenix can do belongs to you." "Then what does?" "I don't know." Harry almost laughed. Ginny rolled her eyes. "I'm 12. I'm allowed not to know things." The laugh escaped him despite himself. It felt good. Then Ginny's expression became serious. "You told me once that Tom showed you things from his memory. In the diary. He made them look real." Harry nodded. "Sometimes I still remember things that happened to him as if they happened to me." Harry turned toward her. She rarely spoke about the diary. "I know they aren't mine." Ginny continued. "But knowing doesn't make them disappear." "What do you do?" "I tell myself what belongs to me." She touched the photograph. "My family, Hogwarts, the people who came for me." Harry understood. An anchor did not erase the wrong memories, it marked the right ones. Ginny returned the photograph. "You're Harry," she said. "Not a phoenix, not a weapon, not whatever Professor Dumbledore writes in those little books when he thinks no one notices." Harry smiled faintly. "What if I forget that? Then come back and ask me." The promise inside the photograph warmed. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." Harry looked at Ginny. "What if you aren't here?" The question escaped before he could stop it. Ginny's smile faded. She was 12 years old. Death should not have been part of the space between them. "I'm here now," she said. For the moment, it was enough. Harry learned the Patronus charm during a winter of nightmares. Professor Lupin taught him in private using a boggart contained inside a packing case. The first attempts failed. Harry spoke the incantation correctly. His wand movements were precise. He chose strong memories. Leaving Privet Drive with Hagrid, Gryffindor winning the House Cup, Ron and Hermione waiting for him after the chamber. Silver mist emerged, but the wand grew hotter with each attempt. "Do not force it," Lupin advised. "How am I supposed to cast it without forcing it?" "Magic is not always an act of domination." Harry thought that sounded like something Dumbledore would say. The boggart Dementor glided toward him. His mother screamed. Harry raised the wand. Expecto Patronum! Golden fire erupted. It took the shape of a bird before collapsing into sparks. Professor Lupin ended the lesson. The next week, Harry tried again. This time, he did not think of a happy memory. He thought of the photograph, not the object itself. What it meant. Ron choosing to remain his friend even when Harry could not remember how the friendship began. Hermione building journals so the fire could not steal him unnoticed. Ginny telling him that he belonged to himself. The promise surfaced. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." Harry lifted his wand. He did not speak. Light burst from the tip. A stag charged across the classroom. It was not silver. Its antlers burned gold. The Patronus struck the boggart and drove it into the packing case. The room filled with warmth and the sound of distant wings. Professor Lupin stared at it. Harry stared too. He had never seen the stag before, yet he knew it. The shape belonged to something older than the phoenix binding, something inherited, something human. "My father," Harry whispered. Lupin's eyes shone. "Yes." The stag looked back at Harry. Fire ran beneath its translucent skin, but its shape remained unmistakable. It was not a phoenix. Harry lowered his wand. For the first time since the chamber, the fire had obeyed without replacing what he intended. It had spoken in his voice. At the end of Harry's 3rd year, the Dementors surrounded him beside the lake. There were too many. 100 black forms descended toward Harry, Hermione, and the unconscious man Harry had believed was his parents' murderer, Sirius Black, his godfather. The truth had arrived too late and all at once. Peter Pettigrew was alive, Sirius was innocent. Professor Lupin was a werewolf, and the Dementors intended to consume Sirius before anyone could prove it. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum! Nothing came. Cold entered him. His mother screamed. The chain around Harry's soul tightened. A Dementor lowered itself toward his face. The creature's hood opened. Harry felt something pulling at him, not his breath, not his life, but the part of him that the phoenix fire guarded. The chain strained. For one instant, Harry sensed the fire recoil. This was not death. There would be no body to rebuild, no ash, no return. Terror broke through him. Harry thought of the photograph, the promise. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Sirius, whom he had only just found, he would not let this thing take the person who had promised to give him a home. The wand fell from Harry's hand. He reached toward the Dementor with his empty palm. No, the word contained no incantation. Golden light erupted from his chest. The stag emerged whole. It struck the Dementor and threw it backward. Its antlers expanded across the darkness, driving the creatures away from Sirius and Hermione. The Patronus ran across the lake. Every hoofbeat left a ring of gold upon the water. Hundreds of Dementors fled. Harry remained standing after they were gone. His wand lay in the grass. Professor Lupin had once told him that a wand focused magic. Harry's magic no longer seemed interested in being focused. It wanted only to be obeyed. During the summer, Dumbledore sent Harry a book with no title. The pages were made from a material thinner than parchment and darker than paper. The writing changed depending on the angle from which Harry viewed it. Most of the text was in Latin. Hermione translated it in sections through a series of carefully disguised letters. The book concerned phoenixes, not their care, breeding, or known abilities, their capture. Harry read it beneath the blankets at Privet Drive while Uncle Vernon snored across the hall. The author claimed that phoenixes could not be killed permanently, but they could be interrupted. A phoenix's rebirth depended on three things: the remains of its previous body, the song connecting one life to the next, and an unbroken bond to the place or person it considered home. Separate those elements, and the cycle weakened. Bind the ash inside a vessel that admitted neither sunlight nor sound, and the phoenix could be trapped between death and return. The author called the method the Ashen Interdict. Harry read the passage 4 times. In the margin, Dumbledore had written a single sentence: "There is no evidence this was ever successfully attempted." Harry knew Dumbledore well enough to understand the unspoken addition. There was no evidence it had failed either. The final section had been torn from the book. Only half a line remained. A soul touched by phoenix flame may be confined through its true name, willingly given blood, and the rest was missing. Harry wrote to Dumbledore immediately. The reply came the next morning: "I am searching for the remaining pages. Until we understand more, tell no one, especially no one who may seek to test the limits of your condition." Harry hid the book beneath a loose floorboard. For the first time, he understood that death was no longer the worst thing an enemy could do to him. His 4th year began with the dark mark above a burning campsite. It continued with the Triwizard Tournament. When the Goblet of Fire produced Harry's name, the Great Hall erupted. Ron believed Harry had entered himself. Half the school wore badges insulting him. Reporters followed him through corridors. The tasks were dangerous enough to kill older students. Harry considered telling Dumbledore. He refused. Then he learned that the magical contract would punish withdrawal. No one could explain how. Harry imagined the chain around his soul tightening. He competed. Not because he believed he could return if a dragon killed him, because he was afraid of finding out what the contract might do to the binding. In the first task, Harry used the summoning charm to call his broom and outflew the Hungarian horntail. When dragon fire reached him, golden light flashed across his skin, but it did not make him invulnerable. The flames caught his shoulder and burned through his robes. Madame Pomfrey treated the wound normally. It healed normally. Harry was relieved. The fire inside him did not erase every injury. It waited for death. In the second task, Gillyweed allowed him to breathe underwater. His strange magic did not. When he tried to free the hostages with wandless flame, the ropes around them began to blacken while the captives remained bound. Harry stopped immediately and used a sharp stone instead. He saved Ron. He also brought Gabrielle de Lacquer to the surface because no one else had reached her. The binding protected no one but Harry. He never forgot that. By the time Harry entered the maze for the final task, he had stopped expecting the fire to make anything easier. It never did. Cedric Diggory reached the cup beside him. For a moment, neither boy moved. They were bruised, exhausted, and covered in dirt from the maze. "You take it," Cedric said. "You saved me from Crumb. You told me about the dragons. They argued until Harry suggested they take it together. It seemed fair. They each gripped one handle. The world twisted. Harry's feet struck hard ground. The maze was gone. A graveyard surrounded them. Cedric raised his wand. "Where are we?" Harry's scar split with pain. A small figure approached through the mist, carrying something wrapped in robes. The heat beneath Harry's skin vanished, not faded, vanished. The fire had sensed something and hidden. "Cedric," Harry said, "get back to the cup." A cold voice emerged from the bundle. "Kill the spare." Green light crossed the graveyard. Cedric fell. No fire followed. No golden ash. No second breath. One moment, Cedric Diggory was standing beside Harry. The next, he was a body on the ground. The binding did nothing. Harry knew it would not. Knowing did not soften the horror. Wormtail stunned him and dragged him toward a marble headstone. Ropes emerged from the grave and bound Harry from throat to ankle. The stone behind him bore the name Tom Riddle. Harry struggled. The magic tightened. Wormtail placed a cauldron before the grave, bone of the father, flesh of the servant. Then he approached Harry with a knife. Blood of the enemy. Wormtail whispered, "Forcibly taken." Harry remembered the torn page. A soul touched by phoenix flame may be confined through its true name, willingly given blood, and his fear sharpened. "Don't." Wormtail cut Harry's arm. Blood fell into the cauldron. The potion turned white. Lord Voldemort rose. He was thin, pale, and inhuman, with red eyes and a face shaped by magic that had forgotten mercy. The Death Eaters arrived. Voldemort spoke to them. He punished them. He explained how he had survived. Then he turned to Harry. "I confess," Voldemort said, "that I have wondered about you." Harry's ropes vanished. Voldemort returned his wand. "You survived me as an infant. You survived my diary. You carry protections even Dumbledore does not fully comprehend." Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort knew something, perhaps not everything, enough. "Bo!" Harry refused. Voldemort forced him. The Death Eaters laughed. Then the duel began. Harry's wand did not want spells. It wanted flame. He forced it anyway. He blocked curses. He ran between headstones. He used stone, darkness, and Voldemort's arrogance to remain alive. None of it was enough. Voldemort was faster, more experienced. Entirely in control. A curse tore Harry's wand from his hand. Harry reached for it. Voldemort raised his own. "Let us discover what death left unfinished." Harry saw Cedric's body. He saw the photograph. He heard the promise. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." Avada Kedavra. Green light struck Harry in the chest. Death found him for the third time. The graveyard disappeared. Pain vanished. The distant direction opened before him. The chain tightened. The phoenix fire rose. Harry knew what came next. No. Memories surrounded him. The fire searched. Harry reached for the anchors, the photograph, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Hogwarts, Sirius. The promise held. The flames moved around them. Then they found something unguarded. A woman's voice, not her scream, something softer. A memory Harry had never known he possessed, his mother singing. Perhaps it came from infancy. Perhaps the Dementors had pulled it close enough for him to hear. There were no words he could understand, only warmth, arms around him, and Lily Potter's voice humming beside his ear. Harry seized it. The fire continued. "No, take something else." The melody began to fade. He tried to sing it. He had no mouth. The final note burned away. Fawkes cried. Harry returned. His body erupted into golden flame before Voldemort's eyes. The Death Eaters staggered back. Harry collapsed into ash. For one heartbeat, the graveyard became silent. Voldemort stared at the empty robes. Then the ash rose, bone formed, blood followed. Harry returned on his knees, gasping, his hand pressed over a chest that remembered the killing curse. The Death Eaters screamed. Voldemort did not. His red eyes widened, then narrowed, not fear, understanding. "Not protected," he whispered. Harry reached for his wand. Voldemort stepped closer. Bound. Their wands met. Gold and green collided. The connection locked. Priori incantatum forced echoes from Voldemort's wand. Cedric appeared, an old man, Bertha Jorkins, James Potter. Then Lily. Harry saw his mother. She spoke to him. He understood the words. But he could not remember the sound of her voice before that moment. The fire had taken the only piece that belonged to him alone. The echo of Lily told him when to run. The spirits surrounded Voldemort. Harry broke the connection, seized Cedric's body, and reached the portkey. Voldemort cast another curse. It missed by inches. Harry touched the cup. The graveyard vanished. As the portkey pulled him away, Voldemort's voice followed. "Every cycle can be broken, Harry." Harry returned to Hogwarts carrying Cedric Diggory's body. He repeated the promise in his mind. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." He had come back. Cedric had not. People crowded around them. Someone screamed. Dumbledore reached Harry first. The headmaster saw the ash on Harry's robes. He saw the second wand burn across Harry's chest. He saw Cedric. Dumbledore understood. Harry gripped his sleeve. "He knows." "Who?" "Voldemort." The name sent panic through the crowd. Harry forced the words out. "He saw me burn." Dumbledore's face became still. "He took my blood." The stillness broke. For the first time, Harry saw genuine fear in Albus Dumbledore's eyes. Not because Voldemort had returned. Dumbledore had expected that. Not because Harry had died. That possibility had never left them. Dumbledore was afraid because the most dangerous wizard alive had learned that Harry's soul followed a cycle. And somewhere in a book with missing pages, there existed a method for stopping it. That night, Fawkes sang in the headmaster's office. Harry sat beneath the phoenix with the photograph in his hands. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were alive within the frame. Cedric was not among them. Harry tried to remember his mother's song. There was only silence. The third grave inside him had no headstone. Only the knowledge that once, before he could form words, Lily Potter had held him and sung. The memory of being loved remained. The sound was gone. Harry pressed the photograph against his chest and repeated the promise. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you," Fawkes cried. Far away, in a house hidden from every map, Voldemort began searching for a torn page. Chapter 4. The War of Mortal Men. Voldemort's return did not begin with armies. It began with denial. Cedric Diggory's body was sent home beneath a white sheet. The Ministry of Magic called his death a tragic accident. Cornelius Fudge stood in Dumbledore's office, pale with anger, and demanded that Harry retract everything he had said about the graveyard. Harry sat beside Fawkes's perch, with one hand wrapped around the ash-bordered photograph. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Harry moved endlessly within the frame, all four alive. Cedric had not been in the photograph. Cedric would never move again. "You were exhausted," Fudge said. "Confused, traumatized by the tournament." "I watched Voldemort return." Fudge flinched at the name. "You saw a masked wizard." "I saw Peter Pettigrew put him into the cauldron. Sirius Black's accomplice." "Sirius is innocent." "That matter has already been decided." Harry stood. The candle flames bent toward him. Dumbledore quietly stepped between Harry and the minister. Fudge noticed the movement. His gaze dropped to Harry's chest, where the killing curse had left no scar. "You also claim," Fudge said slowly, "that you know who murdered you." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore had forbidden him from revealing the binding. Too many people already knew that something impossible had occurred in the graveyard. The Death Eaters had seen Harry fall beneath the killing curse. They had seen his body burn, but the Ministry did not know. Fudge suspected only that Dumbledore and Harry had invented something outrageous. That disbelief was one of the few protections Harry still possessed. Fudge turned to Dumbledore. "You expect me to announce that a dead man has returned because a 14-year-old claims he saw it?" "I expect you to investigate the disappearance of Bertha Jorkins," Dumbledore replied. "I expect you to question the escaped prisoner Igor Karkaroff, search the Riddle estate, and examine the wand that killed Cedric Diggory." "You have no wand." "The spell that murdered him was recorded by the cup." Fudge stared. Dumbledore had transformed the Triwizard Cup into evidence before the Ministry could remove it. The portkey enchantment retained the magical signature of every spell cast nearby. Voldemort's curse was there. So was Harry's death. The imprint of the killing curse striking him appeared as a clean line of green magic. The imprint of Harry's return appeared as a burst of gold that none of the Ministry's experts could identify. Fudge had ordered the record sealed. He feared what the evidence meant more than he feared Voldemort. "You are attempting to destabilize the government," Fudge said. "No," Harry replied. "Voldemort is." Fudge left without believing him. By the following week, the Daily Prophet had begun describing Harry as disturbed. By the following month, it called Dumbledore dangerous. Voldemort remained hidden. He did not need to attack. Fear was already doing his work. The complete page of the Phoenix book arrived 3 days before Harry returned to Privet Drive. Dumbledore summoned Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny to his office. Sirius attended through the Flu network, his face floating among the green flames. Professor Lupin stood beside him. On Dumbledore's desk lay the damaged book Harry had received the previous summer. Beside it rested a newly recovered strip of black parchment. The torn sentence was complete. "A soul touched by Phoenix flame may be confined through its true name, willingly given blood, ash from a completed cycle, and silence unbroken between death and return." Hermione read it twice. Ron understood first. He already has the ash. Harry's fingers tightened around the photograph. After the graveyard, Dumbledore's people had searched the site. The cauldron remained. Several headstones had been damaged. Cedric's blood stained the ground. Harry's ash did not. Voldemort had collected it before Harry escaped. "He also has my blood," Harry said. "Blood taken by force?" Hermione replied, "The text says willingly given." Sirius's face hardened within the fire. "Then Harry never gives blood to anyone again." "That is neither practical nor sufficient," Dumbledore said. "Intent is rarely as simple as ownership. Blood given in an act of rescue, loyalty, or sacrifice may retain that quality even if it is later stolen." Ginny looked toward Harry, meaning Voldemort could create a situation where Harry chooses to give it. "Yes." "And the true name?" Ron asked. "Everyone knows Harry's name." "Knowledge is not enough," Dumbledore replied. "The name must be affirmed by the soul it identifies." Harry frowned. "I have to say it within the binding circle and with the intention of naming yourself." "That sounds easy to avoid, so long as you know the trap exists." Sirius leaned closer to the flames, and silence. Dumbledore glanced toward Fawkes. "The return is not merely fire. It is a call and response. The binding ignites and something answers it." "Fawkes," Harry said, not Fawkes alone. Dumbledore placed his hand above the photograph. "Your promise has become part of the call. The people and places you have anchored answer from within your soul. Fawkes's cry gives that answer shape." Harry remembered every death, the distant peace, the tightening chain, the cry that pulled him back. If nothing answers, you remain between states. Dead? Not entirely. Alive? No, Sirius swore. Hermione stared at the page. How long could the confinement last? The text claims indefinitely. The words stripped the warmth from the room. Death had frightened Harry before the chamber. Afterward, he had learned to fear what death took from him. Now he imagined something worse, an endless second without breath, body, pain, or peace. Unable to continue, unable to return, Voldemort could trap him there and leave him forgotten. The binding would not save him. It would become the cage. "We destroy the book," Sirius said. "This copy is not the danger," Dumbledore replied. "Then find every other copy." "I intend to." "That isn't enough." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It is not." Harry looked at the photograph. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. "Photograph." Harry turned toward the sound of a phoenix. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." For the first time, the promise felt uncertain. During Harry's 5th year, Voldemort attacked through absence. People disappeared. Families found dark marks hanging above empty houses. Azkaban's Dementors grew restless. The Ministry continued to deny everything. At Hogwarts, Dolores Umbridge forbade students from practicing defensive magic. She called practical training unnecessary, and insisted that the Ministry had the situation under control. Harry knew better. So did Hermione. Dumbledore's army began in the room of requirement with 12 students and grew to more than 20. Harry taught shield charms, disarming spells, and patronesses. He did not teach the fire. He could not. His own wand magic continued to deteriorate whenever his emotions grew too strong. Simple spells still worked, but only if he remained calm. Fear brought heat. Anger brought flame. Grief caused candles to extinguish and relight in gold. When Neville struggled with the disarming charm, Harry stood beside him for nearly an hour. When Ginny produced a Patronus shaped like a horse, Harry smiled so widely that every torch in the room flared. When Ron successfully blocked Hermione's stunning spell, the ash-bordered photograph warmed against Harry's chest. These were the things Harry anchored, not battles, not pain, people learning to protect one another. Because Harry's survival could save only Harry, the army could save everyone else. Voldemort understood this before Harry did. He sent Harry visions, a corridor lined with doors, a dark room beneath the Ministry, Sirius screaming. Harry's connection to Voldemort had strengthened after the graveyard. The fragment inside Harry's soul moved whenever Voldemort was angry, and the phoenix fire tightened around it like a fist. Dumbledore withdrew from Harry rather than risk Voldemort seeing through him. Harry understood the reason. Understanding did not make the abandonment hurt less. Then Sirius appeared in Harry's mind, bound and tortured inside the Department of Mysteries. Harry went to rescue him. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna followed. The vision was false. The Death Eaters were real. They surrounded the students beneath shelves of prophecies. Lucius Malfoy demanded the glass orb bearing Harry's name. The battle that followed was not won because Harry could not die. It was survived because Hermione shattered shelves between the Death Eaters. Ginny's reductor curse opened an escape route. Neville refused to abandon anyone. Luna distracted 2 masked attackers. And Ron, confused by enchanted brains wrapping around his arms, still managed to warn Harry before a curse struck his back. The Order of the Phoenix arrived. Sirius arrived with them. For several impossible minutes, Harry believed they had won. Then Bellatrix Lestrange's curse struck Sirius in the chest. He fell backward through the veil. There was no fire, no ash, no return. Harry ran toward him. Lupin caught him around the chest. "He'll come back." The words tore from Harry before he understood what he was saying. The veil moved gently. Sirius did not emerge. "He'll come back," Harry repeated. Lupin held tighter. "Sirius!" Fawkes did not cry. The promise did not warm. The archway remained empty. Harry had known the binding was his alone. Knowledge failed him again. He had thought that understanding mortality would prepare him to witness it. It did not. Sirius was gone. Harry's fire rose. He broke free from Lupin and pursued Bellatrix through the Ministry atrium. Golden flames surrounded his hands. Statues cracked as he passed. He wanted to burn her from the world. Voldemort appeared before he could. The Dark Lord did not attack immediately. His red eyes moved over Harry's face with interest. "You grieve as though you have not learned." Harry raised his wand. "Learned what?" "That death is only unbearable when it applies to others." Voldemort invaded Harry's mind. The pain drove Harry to his knees. He felt Voldemort search for the binding, pushing through memory after memory. The chamber, the tunnel, the graveyard, Sirius offering Harry a home. Voldemort lingered there. Harry felt his attention sharpen. Love was voluntary. Love gave blood willingly. Love supplied true names. Love made people step inside traps. Voldemort understood the final ingredient. Harry resisted by thinking of Sirius, not the death, the laughter, a kitchen in Grimmauld Place. Sirius throwing a piece of bread at Ron. Sirius calling Hermione terrifying after she organized the Order's library. Sirius promising Harry that one day they would live somewhere without portraits that screamed. Grief flooded the connection. Voldemort recoiled. Dumbledore arrived. The duel between them transformed the Ministry atrium into a storm of glass, water, fire, and living stone. Harry could not intervene. He was powerful enough to burn a boggart, powerful enough to drive off Dementors. He was not powerful enough to stand between Voldemort and Dumbledore. That truth saved his life. He helped Neville move the injured students instead. He shielded Ginny from falling debris. He dragged Ron behind the shattered fountain. The war belonged to mortal people. They bled. They broke bones. They carried one another. Dumbledore forced Voldemort into the open long enough for Ministry officials to see him. Then Voldemort vanished. Fudge could no longer deny the truth. The war officially began on the night Harry lost Sirius. Dumbledore discovered the Horcruxes during Harry's 6th year. He showed Harry the damaged ring that had cursed his hand. He explained that Voldemort had divided his soul. The diary had been one fragment, the ring another. Others remained. Harry listened beside the pensive as memories revealed a frightened orphan becoming a brilliant student, then a murderer, then something less human than the fear he wished to escape. "What happens when all of them are destroyed?" Harry asked. "Voldemort becomes mortal. Then we kill him?" Dumbledore looked at him. Harry understood. "There's one inside me." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "The night Voldemort murdered your parents, a fragment of his unstable soul broke away and attached itself to the only living soul in the house. The Phoenix fire preserved it." "Yes." Harry thought of the chamber, the dark splinter recoiling as gold flame closed around everything. "How do we remove it?" "The simplest method would be to destroy its vessel, my body. Yes, and then I return, perhaps, taking it with me again. That is the danger." Dumbledore opened the Phoenix book. The Ashen interdict separates call from answer. Used completely, it could imprison you. Used incompletely, it could trap the fragment. Dumbledore nodded. Harry stared at the page. "You want to use Voldemort's weapon?" "I want to understand whether it can be turned against the piece of him inside you." "What would it require?" "Your true name, freely given blood, ash from a prior cycle." "And silence?" "Silence around the foreign soul, not yours." Harry looked toward Fawkes. The Phoenix sang softly. "If it fails, you may remain dead." Dumbledore did not soften the answer. Harry appreciated that. "Then we don't try until the other Horcruxes are gone." "Agreed." They spent the year searching. The locket in the seaside cave nearly killed Dumbledore. Harry forced the poisoned potion down the headmaster's throat because Dumbledore had ordered him to continue, even while begging him to stop. Harry hated himself for obeying. When Inferi dragged Harry into the Black Lake, panic nearly caused him to release the Phoenix fire. He stopped himself. The fire would have burned the bodies around him. It might have destroyed the cave. It would not have cured Dumbledore. Harry used his wand instead. Dumbledore saved them both with a ring of ordinary flame brighter than anything Harry could command. They returned to Hogwarts with a false Horcrux. Death Eaters had entered the castle. Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore atop the astronomy tower. Harry watched from beneath Dumbledore's body-bind curse as Severus Snape raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light struck Dumbledore. The headmaster fell. Harry waited for fire. There was none. He waited for Fawkes' cry to call Dumbledore back. Instead, the Phoenix's lament traveled across the grounds. Students woke. Portraits wept. Every flame inside Hogwarts bent toward the tower. Dumbledore did not return. Harry's anger burned so fiercely that the stones beneath him glowed. He chased Snape across the grounds. He cast curse after curse. Snape blocked them all. "You dare use my own spells against me?" Harry abandoned incantations. Fire erupted from his hand. Snape's expression changed. For one instant, Harry could have released it. He imagined Snape burning. He imagined ash. Then he remembered the plant. His fire did not punish. It erased. Harry lowered his hand. Snape escaped. Harry despised himself for letting him go. Later, he would understand that restraint had preserved the only man still carrying Dumbledore's plan. At the funeral, Harry stood beside Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. The photograph rested against his heart. He tried to memorize Dumbledore's face, the crooked nose, the half-moon spectacles, the lines around his eyes. He did not know why the need felt urgent. The final year of the war was fought in fragments. Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not return to Hogwarts. They hunted Horcruxes. They stole the real locket from the Ministry. Ron destroyed it with the sword of Gryffindor after returning to the friends he had briefly abandoned. Hermione survived torture at Malfoy Manor because Dobby came for them. Dobby died on the beach. Harry dug the grave by hand. No magic. No fire. Stone soil grief. They broke into Gringotts and escaped on the back of a dragon. They returned to Hogwarts when Harry sensed that another Horcrux waited there. The castle was no longer the home he remembered. Carrows had turned classrooms into punishment chambers. Students carried scars. Neville led the resistance from the room of requirement. Professor McGonagall stood against Snape. The school rose house by house, ghost by ghost, portrait by portrait. Dumbledore's army became an army in truth. Voldemort surrounded the castle. He offered mercy if Harry surrendered. No one believed him. The diadem was destroyed in cursed fire. Nagini remained, so did the fragment inside Harry. Snape died in the shrieking shack. Harry reached him too late. As Snape's memories poured silver from his eyes, Harry understood that Dumbledore's death had been arranged. He understood the final plan. He understood that Voldemort himself had to strike the fragment inside Harry. But Dumbledore had not known whether Harry would return without preserving it. The incomplete interdict had never been tested. Harry entered the Forbidden Forest alone, not because he intended to use death as a tactic, not because returning was guaranteed. He went because the foreign soul inside him endangered everyone. He went because no one else could carry it. The photograph rested against his chest. Harry removed it before stepping into the clearing. He held it one final time. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. Harry turned toward Fawkes' cry. "However much the fire takes," he whispered, "I will come back to you." He hid the photograph beneath the roots of an oak. Then he walked forward. Voldemort waited with the Death Eaters. Hagrid stood bound among them. Nagini floated inside an enchanted sphere. No black glass vessel appeared. No runes surrounded Harry. Perhaps Voldemort had failed to complete the interdict. Perhaps Harry's blood in Voldemort's body would anchor him to life. Perhaps Dumbledore's plan would work. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. "Harry Potter," he said. "The boy who lived." Harry looked at him. "I'm Harry James Potter." The words left his mouth before he understood why Voldemort smiled. The ground ignited with black symbols. Harry's heart stopped, not from a curse but from recognition. He had named himself inside the circle. Roots snapped around his ankles. A silver blade appeared beside Hagrid's throat. Voldemort had never expected Harry to arrive without love. He had built the trap around it. "Blood," Voldemort said. Hagrid struggled against the ropes. "Don't do it, Harry." The blade pressed closer. Harry looked at Hagrid, the man who had carried him from Godric's Hollow, the man who had told him he was a wizard, the man who had brought him his first birthday cake. Harry understood the choice. He could refuse. Voldemort would kill Hagrid. Then he would choose someone else, Ginny, Ron, Hermione. Anyone Harry loved could complete the ritual. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor across his palm. Blood fell onto the runes, willingly given. The circle closed. Death Eaters carried a black glass vessel from the trees. Inside it lay gray ash taken from the graveyard. Voldemort had all four elements. True name, blood, ash, silence. The air disappeared. Harry could still hear Voldemort speak, but the sound came through magic rather than the world. "No phoenix will call you home." The killing curse struck him. Harry entered death. The chain tightened. The fire rose. No cry answered. The distant peace waited ahead. Harry could not move toward it. He could not return. Black glass surrounded his soul. The ash from his previous body held the shape of his identity like a mold. His name burned across the seal. His blood fixed him willingly to the prison. Silence pressed from every direction. The fire tried to open his memories. Nothing moved. There would be no cost, no rebirth, no ending. Harry remained inside a single moment. He did not know how much time passed. Seconds had no meaning without heartbeat or breath. Perhaps Voldemort left the forest. Perhaps Hogwarts fell. Perhaps Ron and Hermione died. Perhaps Ginny screamed his name outside a prison that permitted no sound. Harry repeated the promise. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." Silence swallowed it. He repeated it again and again and again. The words began to lose meaning. Harry held the image of the photograph. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, their names remained. The faces began to blur. Harry panicked. He had not expected erosion inside the prison. The fire was not burning memories. Time was. A soul held without experience could not remain unchanged forever. Voldemort had not merely stopped Harry's return. He had built a place where Harry would eventually forget that returning mattered. Harry repeated the promise again. Someone answered. Not Fawkes, Hermione, not her voice, but the memory of her voice. Then we remind you, Ron followed. I'll tell you every embarrassing thing you've ever done. Ginny came last. And if that doesn't work, we begin again. The black glass trembled. Outside the prison, the war continued. Voldemort carried Harry's sealed ash into Hogwarts. He displayed the black vessel before the defenders. Harry Potter is dead. The words crossed the grounds through amplified magic. Hagrid carried Harry's empty robes. The sight broke something in the crowd. Ginny screamed. Ron held her back. Hermione did not look at the robes. She looked at the vessel in Voldemort's hand. Black glass, ash, runes of true naming, silence wards carved around the base. Dumbledore had made them study the interdict, not because he expected Harry to win against it, because he expected them to understand what Harry could not destroy from inside. Hermione leaned toward Ron. 4 pylons. He followed her gaze. Dark stone pillars stood around the courtyard, each covered in runes. The silence was not contained within the vessel. It was sustained externally. "Can you break them?" she asked. Ron looked toward the giants, Death Eaters, and burning entrance hall between them and the first pylon. "No." Neville stepped beside him. "Good thing it isn't just us." The battle resumed, not at Harry's command, not because an immortal savior returned, because mortal people chose to fight after believing he was gone. Professor McGonagall animated every suit of armor in Hogwarts. Kingsley Shacklebolt rallied the remaining Order members. Professor Sprout released weaponized plants from the greenhouses. Slughorn returned with reinforcements from Hogsmeade. House elves flooded from the kitchens. Centaurs fired arrows from the edge of the grounds. Grawp struck a giant from the bridge. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny moved toward the pylons. Luna and Seamus covered them. Dean guided injured students into the castle. Fred and George fought side by side until an explosion separated them. Percy dragged Fred from the rubble. Molly Weasley stood between Bellatrix and Ginny. Everywhere Voldemort looked, people continued without Harry. That was the weakness he had never understood. He believed symbols created loyalty. Harry had created relationships. The first pylon fell beneath Hermione's blasting curse. A crack appeared in the black vessel. Inside the silence, Harry heard a distant breath. The second pylon was guarded by Dolohov. Ron could not defeat him alone. Professor Flitwick joined the duel. Together they drove Dolohov back long enough for Ron to strike the stone with the sword of Gryffindor. The pylon split. Harry heard the castle, not words, movement, life. The third pylon stood beside Nagini. Neville approached with the sword. Voldemort turned. A curse struck Neville and knocked him to the ground. The sorting hat fell over his face and ignited. Neville rose from the fire holding the sword. He cut through Nagini's sphere. The blade fell. The final external Horcrux died. Inside Harry's prison, the foreign soul fragment screamed. The phoenix fire tightened around it. The fourth pylon stood at Voldemort's feet. Ginny ran toward it. Bellatrix intercepted her. Molly Weasley stepped between them. The duel drove Ginny aside. She hit the ground near the roots of an oak torn from the forest during the battle. Something warm pressed against her hand. The photograph. Harry had hidden it before entering the clearing. Hagrid had carried the robes back along the same path, and the roots had been dragged with them. Ginny seized the photograph. The ash border ignited. Within the frame, her younger self laughed. Photograph Harry turned toward a sound. Ginny understood. The silence required no answer to reach Harry. The photograph was already part of him. She held it against the fourth pylon. "However much the fire takes," she shouted, "come back to us." The photograph released a phoenix cry. It was not Fawkes' voice alone. It contained Ron shouting Harry's name from the chessboard, Hermione calling to him beneath the trapdoor, Ginny waking in the chamber, Sirius laughing in Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore speaking beside the pensive. Every anchored voice entered the silence together. The fourth pylon shattered. The black vessel burst. Harry burned. The fire had waited too long. It erupted through the prison and consumed the foreign soul fragment first. Voldemort's piece tried to cling to Harry's chain. The phoenix flame rejected it. For the first time since Godric's Hollow, Harry's soul belonged only to Harry. The fragment collapsed into nothing. Then the fire reached Harry's memories. The prolonged confinement required more fuel than any previous return. Harry protected the photograph. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, he protected Hogwarts, Sirius, his parents, the promise. The flame searched elsewhere. It found Dumbledore. Harry tried to hold him, half-moon spectacles, blue eyes, crooked nose, a face beneath the astronomy tower. The fire took the shape first. Dumbledore's features blurred. Harry held the voice, the lessons, the mistakes, the kindness, the secrets. He preserved everything except the face. Fawkes cried. Harry returned. Golden flame rose from the broken vessel. Ash gathered. Bone, blood, breath, and skin rebuilt themselves upon the flagstones. Harry opened his eyes. The battle continued around him. He remembered Dumbledore. He remembered loving him. He could not remember what he looked like. Harry reached for his wand. It lay several feet away beside the shattered glass. Voldemort stared at him. For the first time his face showed fear. Not because Harry had returned, because Nagini was dead. Because every Horcrux was gone, because the Elder Wand trembled in his hand. Harry struggled to stand. His legs nearly failed. The return had not made him stronger. He was exhausted, unarmed, and surrounded by enemies. Ron reached him first and pulled him upright. Hermione placed Harry's wand in his hand. Ginny pressed the photograph against his chest. Neville stood between Harry and the nearest Death Eater, the sword of Gryffindor shaking in his grip. The defenders closed around them, a coalition, not an audience. Voldemort raised the Elder Wand. "You cannot defeat me." Harry looked at the wand. He remembered Draco disarming Dumbledore. He remembered taking Draco's wand at Malfoy Manor. He remembered Ollivander explaining allegiance. Dumbledore had given Harry information. Draco had given him leverage without knowing it. Everyone around Harry had provided the time to use both. "I don't have to overpower you," Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "The Elder Wand belongs to Draco Malfoy." Draco stood among the surviving students. Several people turned toward him. Harry continued, "And I took his wand." Voldemort's grip tightened. "Lies. You killed Snape for nothing." Rage overcame caution. Voldemort aimed at Harry. Several defenders raised their wands. Harry lifted one hand. "Don't." This part was his, not because he could return. Because the wand's allegiance had to be tested. Because the information belonged to him. Because another person stepping between them might die permanently. Voldemort cast. "Avada Kedavra?" Harry answered with the first spell he had learned to trust. Expelliarmus, green met red. For one heartbeat, gold fire moved through Harry's spell. The Elder Wand recognized its master. Voldemort's curse rebounded. It struck him in the chest. No Horcrux caught his soul. No phoenix fire answered. No chain pulled tight. Tom Riddle fell. He died as a mortal man. The silence after Voldemort's death lasted only seconds. Then the great hall filled with sound. Crying, shouting, names called across broken tables, the living searching for the living. Harry did not celebrate. He helped carry the injured. He sat beside Fred while George held his brother's hand, and Madame Pomfrey repaired the damage to his ribs. He found Hagrid near the entrance hall and let the half-giant crush him in an embrace. He stood with Ron and Hermione before Lupin and Tonks. Neither moved. Their son would grow up without them. Harry had survived for the fourth time. The victory did not feel like his. That was correct. Neville had destroyed Nagini. Hermione had recognized the prison. Ron had broken the second pylon. Ginny had carried the promise through the silence. Snape had delivered Dumbledore's plan. Dobby had rescued them. The dead had created openings the living used. Harry's condition had allowed him to carry the final Horcrux into the forest. It had not won the war. People had. At dawn, Harry entered the headmaster's office. The portraits were awake. One frame near the center showed an old man sleeping in a high-backed chair. Harry stopped before it. The plaque read, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry knew the name. He knew the voice. He knew the office, the pensive, the Phoenix book, the lessons, the omissions, and the final plan. He did not recognize the face. Grief arrived for a second time. The portrait opened its eyes. Harry's knees nearly failed. He sat in the chair beneath Fawkes's empty perch. Your Dumbledore, the portrait's expression broke. Yes, I remember you. I know. I just can't see you. The painted Dumbledore removed his spectacles and looked down at them. The fire took my face. Harry nodded. I tried to hold it. You held what mattered. That isn't for you to decide. No, Dumbledore said quietly. It is not. Harry removed the photograph. It had survived the destruction of the interdict without a mark. Within the frame, 4 young people stood beneath a summer sky. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Harry. They were waiting for him downstairs, alive, for now. Harry pressed the photograph to his chest. However much the fire takes. He whispered, I will come back to you. Fawkes cried somewhere beyond the open window. For years, that sound had meant horror. Now it sounded like duty. The Dark Lord was dead. The war was over. Harry Potter was 17 years old. He would remain 17 long after everyone celebrating below had become dust. Chapter 5. The unchanging boy. The first gray hair belonged to Ron. Hermione found it during a ministry dinner 11 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. Ron had been halfway through an argument about the quality of the roast potatoes when Hermione leaned across the table and plucked something from above his ear. Oh, you have a gray hair. Ron stopped chewing. No, I don't. Hermione held it between 2 fingers. Ginny laughed so hard that wine nearly came out of her nose. Harry smiled with them. For several minutes, the discovery became the most important event in the room. Ron accused Hermione of planting the hair. Hermione reminded him that both his parents had begun graying early. Ginny suggested that Auror paperwork had finally frightened the color out of him. George, seated farther down the table, raised his glass. To Ron, he announced, the first Weasley of our generation to become respectable. Everyone laughed again. Ron threw a bread roll at him. The dinner continued. Harry kept looking at the silver strand lying beside Hermione's plate. It was small enough to lose between breaths. He had seen people age before. Vernon's mustache had grayed during Harry's childhood. McGonagall had looked older after the war. Molly and Arthur carried more lines around their eyes each Christmas, but Ron was different. Ron belonged to the photograph. Inside its ash-bordered frame, he was 13 forever. His hair remained bright red. His face remained narrow. He leaned toward Hermione, received the same irritated shove, and began the movement again. The real Ron sat across from Harry with broader shoulders, a healing curse scar along his jaw, and one gray hair that had arrived without permission. Harry touched his own temple. Black hair. The same black hair he had worn into the Forbidden Forest. He glanced toward the darkened window. His reflection looked 17. Harry had lived 28 years. He still looked 17. After the war, everyone expected Harry to become something important. The ministry offered him positions before Hogwarts had finished burying its dead. The Daily Prophet called him the savior of the wizarding world. Strangers sent marriage proposals, requests for money, demands for endorsements, and packages containing locks of hair they claimed belonged to famous people. One woman sent him a jar labeled, "Ashes of your third cousin, please bring him back." Harry returned it unopened. He had tried to explain publicly that he could not resurrect anyone. No one believed him because no one knew the full truth. The official version of the Battle of Hogwarts claimed that Voldemort's killing curse had failed because of wand allegiance and sacrificial protection. It said nothing about the Black Vessel, the broken pylons, or the boy who had rebuilt himself from ash. Hundreds had seen Harry return. Most assumed it was a singular miracle. Harry allowed them to think so. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, McGonagall, and a small number of surviving Order members knew otherwise. They protected the secret fiercely. Harry returned to Hogwarts for one final year. He sat his exams. He failed history of magic because he fell asleep during a question about goblin taxation. He passed defense against the dark arts without using the phoenix flame. That mattered to him more than the score. When the year ended, Harry joined the Auror office with Ron. He did not become an Auror because he could survive curses. He became one because he understood what happened when governments refused to recognize danger. He promised Hermione he would not take unnecessary risks. He promised Ginny he would not mistake returning for protection. He promised Ron that if Ron ever tried to follow him into a burning day, Harry would come back specifically to kill him. Ron said that seemed contradictory. Harry said he would find a way. For a few years, ordinary life almost worked. Harry and Ginny married at the Burrow. They chose a small ceremony. The guest list became large anyway because Molly Weasley did not understand the meaning of small. George charmed the wedding cake to insult anyone who tried to cut it incorrectly. Neville brought flowers from the Hogwarts greenhouses. Luna arrived in robes covered with tiny living stars. Ron forgot the rings. Hermione had predicted this and carried duplicates. Harry stood beneath an arch of white blossoms while Ginny walked toward him. She was 21. Harry looked 17. No one commented, not then. People often appeared younger or older than they were. Magic complicated things. Stress changed faces. Some witches aged slowly. Some wizards used charms to hide lines. Harry believed the difference would correct itself. He believed his body had paused because the war had demanded too much from it. He believed time would eventually resume. Ginny reached him. She placed her hands in his. "You're checking," she whispered. Harry realized his other hand had moved toward the inner pocket of his dress robes. The photograph rested there. "I'm nervous. I noticed. What if something happens?" "We're at the Burrow. Something is definitely going to happen." Behind them, George's enchanted cake shouted that Percy was cutting it like a ministry employee. The guests laughed. Ginny squeezed Harry's fingers. "I'm here now." The words carried them back to the owlery. Harry smiled. For that day, now was enough. Their first home was a cottage outside Ottery St. Catchpole. It had 3 bedrooms, although they used only one. They did not speak about children at first. The subject waited quietly between them. Harry did not know whether the binding could be inherited. He did not know whether basilisk venom and phoenix fire had altered him deeply enough to affect a child. He did not know whether he could watch a son or daughter grow old while he remained unchanged. Ginny said they had time. They did. That was the problem. Harry had too much. Ginny became a professional Quidditch player. Harry attended every match he could. He sat with Ron and Hermione, wearing enormous scarves and pretending not to notice when spectators stared at him rather than the pitch. Ginny flew like she had been born above the ground. When she scored, Harry forgot the fire. When she crashed, his heart stopped for reasons that had nothing to do with magic. She always stood again. For a while. Ron left the Auror office after several years and joined George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He claimed that fighting dark wizards had become less dangerous than managing the shop. Hermione remained at the ministry. She moved through departments with a combination of intelligence, exhaustion, and ruthless organization. She helped reform laws concerning house elves, werewolves, muggleborns, and magical beings the ministry had ignored for centuries. Harry attended hearings when she needed public pressure. He avoided them when she needed people to listen to evidence rather than stare at his scar. They learned how to use what Harry represented without letting the symbol consume him. That balance lasted nearly a decade. Then the photographs began, not Colin's photograph, that remained unchanged, new photographs. At 25, Ginny's face had sharpened. She had a small scar beneath her chin from a match against the Holyhead Harpies' oldest rivals. At 27, Ron grew a beard for 6 months. Hermione hated it. He kept it for 5 months longer because she hated it. At 30, Hermione developed a faint line between her eyebrows. Harry remained 17. In every picture, he looked like someone's younger brother. At ministry events, strangers began mistaking Ginny for his older sister. The first time she laughed. The third time she did not. Harry visited St. Mungo's on his 31st birthday. He did not tell anyone until Hermione found the appointment letter. You were going alone. I didn't want everyone making it serious. It is serious. It might not be. Hermione looked at him over the top of the parchment. You have not physically aged in 14 years. Some wizards age slowly. You still have the same dental records. Harry frowned. How do you know that? I asked Madame Pomfrey. You asked about my teeth. I asked about everything. Ron lowered the newspaper. She has diagrams. I do not have diagrams. You absolutely have diagrams. Hermione ignored him. A team of healers examined Harry for 9 hours. They measured bone density, cellular age, magical circulation, and something called temporal adhesion. The final healer was an elderly witch named Miriam Strout. She had treated Neville's parents for decades and possessed the unsettling habit of speaking only after she had decided exactly how much truth a person could bear. Harry sat opposite her. Ginny held his hand. Hermione and Ron waited behind them. Healer Strout placed 2 images on the desk. The first showed Harry's body. The second showed a complex golden pattern surrounding it. Your body is not frozen, she said. Harry looked at the images. It hasn't changed. It changes constantly. Cells divide, hair grows, injuries heal, food becomes energy. Your body lives normally from moment to moment. Then why don't I age? Because it returns to a pattern. She pointed toward the golden structure. This is not an aura, it is closer to an instruction. Hermione leaned over Harry's shoulder. A template. Yes. The body Harry had after the chamber. Healer Strout shook her head. The body he had after the graveyard. Harry's fingers went cold. Why then? The first rebirth established the bond. The second proved it independent of the phoenix. The killing curse in the graveyard appears to have fixed the cycle into its mature form. 17. Harry had been almost 15 in the graveyard. He had turned 17 before the final war. Why do I look like I did in the forest? Because the body continued developing until it reached magical adulthood. At 17, the template stabilized. Ron stared at the image, so he stuck. Ginny's hand tightened around Harry's. Healer Strout did not use the word. Yes. Can it be changed? Hermione asked. Perhaps through destroying the binding. That would kill him, Ginny said, possibly. Permanently, possibly. Harry hated the word more than I don't know. Possibly meant hope without a promise. Possibly could ruin a lifetime. Does the template heal illness? Hermione asked. It resets physical damage only when death activates the cycle. Mr. Potter can still become ill. He can still suffer injury. His body simply does not accumulate the gradual failures we associate with aging. Can he have children? Ginny asked. Harry looked at her. They had never asked so directly. Healer Strout studied the golden pattern. Physically, I see no reason he could not. And magically, I cannot say what might be inherited. The room became silent. Harry saw a child burning. He saw a small body reduced to ash. He saw himself standing beside a grave that time would not allow him to join. Ginny must have seen something in his face. We don't need to decide now, she said. Harry nodded. They both understood that they had already begun deciding. Fawkes returned on the night. Harry accepted that he would not age. The phoenix appeared on the cottage windowsill without flame or warning. Ginny was asleep upstairs. Harry sat at the kitchen table with the medical images spread before him. Fawkes tapped the glass. Harry opened the window. The phoenix entered and landed beside the photograph. You knew. Fawkes tilted his head. You knew from the chamber. The bird's feathers glowed softly. Harry wanted to be angry. He wanted to ask why Fawkes had cried over him, why the tears had mixed with the venom, why the fire had chained him to a life without an ending. But Fawkes had been trying to save him. The binding had not been a choice. It had been an accident born from mercy. Harry understood that. Understanding did not make mercy painless. Will I ever look older? Fawkes sang one low note. Harry did not know what it meant. The phoenix looked toward the staircase. Ginny stood there in her dressing gown. She had heard enough. She came down and sat beside Harry. Fawkes stepped onto the table between them. Ginny touched one golden feather. You can't blame him, she said. I'm trying not to. You're terrible at it. I know. Fawkes pecked Harry's hand. Harry almost smiled. The phoenix began to sing. Images moved through the music. A nest beneath an ancient tree, a burst of flame. A small, featherless creature rising from ash, then a larger phoenix. Then another burning day, different bodies, the same song. Harry understood something. Phoenixes did not age because they did not travel through time as humans did. They moved in circles. Birth, flame, ash, return. Harry's body had entered the same circle. His mind remained on a straight road. He would remember every year while his face repeated 17. The song ended. Harry placed his hand over the photograph. "I don't want to become you." Fawkes did not seem offended. Ginny rested her head against Harry's shoulder. "You won't. How do you know? You complain too much." Harry laughed. Fawkes gave a note that sounded suspiciously similar. At 35, Harry left the Auror office. He had become too recognizable and too difficult to deploy. Dark wizards reacted to him in one of two ways. Some surrendered immediately. Others became determined to test whether the boy who lived could die again. Harry hated both. His existence changed every operation. Criminals took hostages to control him. Reporters followed raids. Younger Aurors took risks because they believed Harry would save them. He could not. During his final mission, an inexperienced Auror named Elias Ward entered a cursed building against orders. Harry followed to retrieve him. The structure collapsed. Harry reached Elias before the roof came down. He shielded the younger man with his body. The defensive spell held long enough for the others to pull Elias free. A beam pierced Harry's side. He survived. No burning day. He spent 3 weeks in St. Mungo's. Elias visited every morning. "I thought you couldn't die," the young Auror confessed. Harry looked at the bandages around his waist. "I can die, but you come back." Sometimes the word was a lie. Harry expected the fire would always call him now unless sealed. But Elias needed uncertainty more than truth. "So why did you leave?" Harry asked. "I knew you were behind me." Harry closed his eyes. That was the problem. Immortality did not only isolate him, it made mortal people careless. Harry resigned before his wounds finished healing. He began teaching defensive magic instead, not at Hogwarts. Everywhere, he traveled to small communities, ministry offices, and schools abroad. He taught people how to identify curses, protect homes, build emergency portkeys, and cooperate during attacks. He refused titles. People gave them anyway. The Undying Auror, the Ashen Hero, the Phoenix Bound. Harry hated all of them. Ginny called him Harry. Ron called him an idiot. Hermione called him whenever a new law required someone famous to sit silently behind her during a speech. For a while, this was enough. The 5th burning day came 18 years after Voldemort's fall. It happened at a memorial service. A group calling itself the Children of the Serpent attacked the gathering outside the rebuilt ministry. They were too young to remember Voldemort. They worshipped the war as an idea. Harry had seen that before. People who never survived horror often mistook it for strength. The attackers released a curse into the crowd. It moved like green smoke, seeking anyone marked by Old Order magic. Harry recognized the spell too late. The memorial was crowded with families. He did not walk into the curse because he expected to return. He moved because Ginny stood in its path. Harry shoved her aside. The smoke entered his mouth. His lungs closed. He fell before drawing his wand. Ginny caught him. Ron and Hermione raised shields around the crowd. Aurors closed on the attackers. Neville dragged children behind a stone monument. Harry died in his wife's arms. The world vanished. The distant peace opened. The chain tightened. The fire rose. Harry reached for his anchors. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, the photograph, Hogwarts, his parents serious. Dumbledore without a face. The fire moved around them. It searched for fuel. Harry tried to offer the attack, take the faces of the people who had killed him, take the pain. The fire never accepted instructions. It found a summer afternoon. Harry was 12. The burrow stood beneath a bright sky. Molly had hung washing between 2 trees. Fred and George were charming garden gnomes to sing. Ron was complaining that the chickens hated him. Ginny sat beneath an apple tree, reading. Harry remembered the smell of grass, the warmth of sunlight. The feeling of being somewhere no one wanted him gone. The fire touched it. Harry tried to hold the day. He protected the burrow, Molly, Arthur, Ron, Ginny. The memory divided. The fire took the sensation, not the events, the belonging. Harry watched the afternoon remain while the feeling inside it disappeared. He knew he had been happy there. He could no longer feel why. Fawkes cried. Harry burned. His body collapsed into ash across Ginny's lap. She did not scream. She had spent 18 years preparing herself for this moment. Preparation failed. Harry, the ash rose. Ginny repeated the promise. However much the fire takes, come back to me. Bones formed. A heart struck once. Harry returned gasping beneath the memorial statue. His first sight was Ginny's face. She was 36. Fine lines had appeared beside her eyes. Gray touched one strand of red hair near her temple. She looked older than she had that morning. Harry looked 17. Ginny held him so tightly that he could not breathe. For several minutes, neither cared. The attackers were imprisoned. The memorial was repaired. The public celebrated Harry's survival. Newspapers printed the image of golden fire rising around him. People began leaving candles outside the ministry. Children drew phoenixes over Harry's name. Some called it a miracle. Harry sat at the burrow and tried to remember what home felt like. He knew every room. He knew the creak in the stair near Ron's old bedroom. He knew where Molly stored emergency biscuits. He knew which garden gnome had once bitten Fred hard enough to require stitches. But the emotional warmth was gone. The burrow had become a location containing people he loved, not a feeling. Ginny watched him move from room to room. What did it take? Harry placed one hand on the kitchen table. The first summer. You remember it. I remember what happened. Ginny understood. Harry had learned that grief had many shapes. Sometimes memory vanished completely. Sometimes it remained as fact without sensation. The second kind was crueler. He could see the boy he had been discovering the burrow. He could not enter him. Ginny placed her hand over Harry's. We can make it home again. What if it takes that too? Then we do it again. Harry looked at her. Her hands had changed. They were still strong from years of Quidditch, but the veins showed more clearly beneath the skin. A small brown mark had appeared near her thumb. Harry's hands remained the hands of a 17-year-old. He turned them over. I'm sorry. Ginny's expression hardened. For what? For pushing you. You saved my life. That isn't what I mean, she knew. For staying the same, he said. Ginny pulled her hand away. Do not apologize to me for surviving. I'm watching time happen to you. And I'm living it. I can't follow. You are following. No, I'm standing still while all of you don't. The words stopped him. Ginny stepped closer. Do not turn my life into your funeral before I'm dead. Harry stared at her. I'm frightened. So am I. You'll keep changing. Yes, and I won't. Yes, the honesty hurt. Ginny touched his face. You don't get to love only the version of me in that photograph. Harry's throat tightened. I don't. Then look at me. He did. She was not the 11-year-old from the chamber. Not the girl beneath the apple tree. Not the young woman who had walked toward him at the burrow. She was 36. She had played professional Quidditch, survived a war, lost friends, buried a brother-in-law, written 2 books about flying, and learned exactly how much patience marriage to Harry Potter required. She was changing because she was alive. Harry had mistaken preservation for loyalty. Loving Ginny meant allowing time to touch her, even when it could not touch him. You're beautiful, he said. Ginny rolled her eyes. That was almost a mature answer. I'm trying, try harder. She kissed him. The burrow did not feel like home again, not yet, but Ginny did. Harry anchored that. At 40, Hermione became Minister for Magic. Her hair had begun to silver at the sides. Ron attended the ceremony in formal robes that fit badly across the shoulders. Ginny wore a dark green dress. Harry stood between them and looked 17. The official photograph caused a scandal. Not because of Hermione's policies, because the public finally noticed. Newspapers placed the image beside one taken after the Battle of Hogwarts. Ron had aged. Hermione had aged. Ginny had aged. Harry had not. Questions followed. Was he using illegal alchemy? Had he created a philosopher's stone? Was he secretly a transformed phoenix? Had Voldemort's death made him immortal? The ministry issued no explanation. Harry refused interviews. That made the stories worse. A crowd gathered outside the cottage. Some begged him to heal dying relatives. Others demanded that immortality be shared. A wizard with a terminal illness knelt outside the gate for 3 days. Harry spoke to him on the second night. "I can't give it to you. You don't know until you try." "I tried once." Harry remembered the plant becoming ash. The man looked toward Harry's unlined face. "You have forever." The accusation hurt because it was true. "My daughter is 9, the wizard continued. "I need 10 more years. 5. 1. Harry had no answer. He could survive death. He could not grant a single extra morning to someone else. The man left before dawn. Harry found a photograph near the gate. A little girl waving from a garden. He sent it back. He did not know what else to do. That year, Harry and Ginny moved, not because they feared attack, because no home could remain ordinary once people believed eternity lived inside it. They returned to Godric's Hollow on the 20th anniversary of Voldemort's fall. Snow covered the village. Harry had first visited during the Horcrux hunt, when Nagini waited inside Bathilda Bagshot's body, and the cottage had been preserved as a memorial. Now the site had changed. The ministry had restored the gate but left the house untouched. Messages covered the sign. Most thanked Harry, some asked for miracles. One sentence had been carved deeper than the rest. "Why only you?" Harry stood before it. He did not have an answer. Ron joined him, breathing heavily after the walk from the village square. "You could have picked somewhere warmer for an anniversary. You complain every year." "Tradition matters." Hermione followed, carrying enough protective charms to defend a small country. Ginny walked beside her. The 4 of them stood before the ruined cottage. Ron was 38. Hermione was 39. Ginny was 39. Harry looked 17. He removed the photograph. Inside it, their younger selves moved beneath summer light. Ron looked from the photograph to the people around him. "I had less hair." "You had more hair," Hermione corrected. "That's what I said." Ginny smiled. Harry studied them. Time had altered every face, not beyond recognition, not yet, but enough that the photograph no longer reflected who they were. It reflected who they had been when Harry's immortality began, a beginning none of them had understood. Hermione touched the ash border. "Does it still feel the same?" "It's warm." "That isn't what I asked." Harry looked at her. The photograph meant youth, safety, a promise to return. But it had also become a warning. It showed Harry exactly what time was taking from everyone else. "No," he admitted. "It doesn't." Ron put one arm around Harry's shoulders. It was strange. Ron was taller now, broader, older. Harry had spent childhood leaning on him. Now the gesture made them look like father and son. Ron noticed. His arm stiffened. Then he pulled Harry closer anyway. "Good," Hermione said. Harry frowned. "Why is that good?" "Because anchors should change meaning as we change. Otherwise they preserve the past by destroying the present." Ginny looked toward the cottage. "You heard her. The photograph isn't allowed to trap us either." Harry placed it back inside his coat. Snow gathered in his hair. It did not melt. The heat beneath his skin had grown quieter over the years, but it never disappeared. Fawkes cried somewhere beyond the clouds. Ron looked upward. "Do you think he follows you everywhere?" "I hope not. Imagine being immortal and still having a bird checking your work." Hermione smiled. Ginny took Harry's hand. They stood before the house where his mortal life had nearly ended before it began. The cottage had aged. The village had changed. The names on the memorial had multiplied. Harry remained. He repeated the promise silently. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." For years, those words had meant returning from death. Now they meant something harder, returning to people who would not remain the same, returning without asking them to wait for him. Returning even when every reunion revealed how far apart time had carried them. Harry looked at Ron's gray hair, Hermione's lined brow, Ginny's changing hands. They were alive. That was not a tragedy. It was the most beautiful and frightening thing Harry had ever witnessed. The 4 of them walked back toward the village. Their footprints crossed the snow. Ron's steps were deep. Hermione's were precise. Ginny's moved beside Harry's. Harry glanced back. Snow was already filling the marks behind them. For the first time, he understood what immortality truly demanded. Not endless courage, not endless battle. It demanded that he love temporary things without demanding they become permanent. Harry did not know whether he was strong enough, but Ginny's hand remained in his. Ron and Hermione argued ahead of them. The photograph stayed warm against his chest, and for one more winter, everyone he loved was still alive. Chapter 6. The fading names. The first time Harry used a false name, he chose James Evans, James for his father, Evans for his mother. Ginny told him it was the least imaginative disguise in wizarding history. "That's the point," Harry said. "No one expects Harry Potter to be that obvious." "Everyone expects Harry Potter to be exactly that obvious." They were standing behind the counter of a second-hand bookshop in York, surrounded by leaning shelves and the comforting smell of dust. The shop was called Ember and Ink. Ginny had named it. Harry had objected. Ginny had ignored him. By then, she was 58 years old. Her hair had faded from bright red to copper threaded with silver. She wore spectacles for reading and complained that magical lenses made the words too eager. Harry was 59. He looked 17. They had moved 7 times in 20 years. Each new town brought them a little ordinary life. At first, neighbors assumed Harry was Ginny's son. Later, they assumed he was her grandson. At their previous home, a well-meaning witch had asked Ginny whether she intended to adopt the quiet orphan helping around the house. Ginny had laughed for 3 full minutes. That evening, she cried in the bathroom where Harry could not hear her. He heard anyway. Ember and Ink was supposed to be different. The shop existed in a mixed neighborhood where muggles and magical families passed without knowing which books whispered after midnight. Harry repaired damaged bindings. Ginny managed the accounts, insulted difficult customers, and wrote Quidditch histories under a pen name. No reporters visited. No one knelt outside the door asking Harry to defeat death. For 18 months, they were ordinary. Then a Hogwarts student entered the shop during summer holiday. The girl was 14, with a Hufflepuff badge pinned to her yellow coat. She placed 3 books on the counter and stared at Harry while he calculated the price. "You look like him," she said. Harry kept his eyes on the till. "Like who?" "Harry Potter." Ginny stopped shelving books. Harry smiled. "I get that sometimes." The girl pulled a chocolate frog card from her pocket. Harry's face looked back at him. The card had been printed after the war. It showed him standing before the shattered doors of Hogwarts, wand raised, gold fire moving behind him. The painted Harry looked 17, so did the real one. The girl placed the card beside his hand. "You look exactly like him." Harry could have lied. He had become good at it. He could have said he was a distant relative. He could have used a mild, confundus charm. He could have laughed until the girl doubted herself. Instead, he looked toward Ginny. She was tired, not from age alone, from leaving, from rebuilding kitchens, from learning new neighbors, from watching Harry pretend to be nephews, assistants, and sons. Ginny gave the smallest nod. "Yes," Harry said, "I'm Harry Potter." The girl screamed, not in fear, in delight. By sunset, 30 people stood outside the shop. By morning, there were hundreds. Ember and Ink closed before the end of the week. They returned to the burrow. Molly and Arthur were gone by then. Arthur had died first, peacefully, in a chair beside the wireless, while a program about Muggle aeroplanes played in the background. Molly followed 2 years later after an illness no potion could cure. Harry attended both funerals. He did not burn. He did not collapse. He simply stood beside Ginny while the first home he had ever known became quieter. The burrow passed to the family. George maintained it. Ron complained about George maintaining it. Hermione quietly paid for the repairs neither man admitted were necessary. At 60, Ron walked with a cane after an old curse injury worsened. He decorated the handle with a tiny silver knight. "It's dignified," he told Harry. "It sings rude songs when you sit down." That's George's contribution. Hermione became Minister for Magic twice. She resigned twice. The first time, she left after passing a series of reforms that dismantled several blood status laws. The second time, she left because the Wisengamot accused her of using Harry's immortality to influence elections. Harry had not attended a ministry session in 9 years. Facts had ceased to matter as much as symbols. People no longer remembered the war clearly. Those born afterward learned it through books, memorials, and simplified stories. Voldemort became a shadow with no politics, no followers, and no history. Dumbledore became an infallible prophet. Snape became either a saint or a monster depending on the author. Ron became Harry's loyal companion. Hermione became the clever girl who solved his problems. Ginny became his beautiful wife. Harry became the hero who could not die. The people disappeared beneath the titles. At the Burrow, Harry listened to Ron argue with Hermione about how the Battle of Hogwarts had actually begun. It started when Neville killed the snake, Ron said. It resumed before that. The important part started with the snake. The important part started years earlier. That sounds like something a historian says when they want another 500 pages. Hermione's hair was almost entirely white. Her voice had not softened. Harry sat between them at the kitchen table, drinking tea he could no longer taste properly. That loss had not come from a burning day. Age had not taken it either. Years earlier, a curse meant for a child had struck Harry in the face. He survived, but it damaged nerves along his tongue. Healers repaired most of them. Treacle tart had never tasted the same. Harry found this strangely reassuring. Not every change required death. His body could still carry consequences, small ones, human ones. Ginny entered with a stack of books. This one claims Harry defeated Voldemort in single combat after mastering ancient Phoenix sorcery. Ron took the book. Did you? I don't remember. Hermione looked at Harry sharply. He smiled. A joke. Not funny. It was a little funny, Ron said. Hermione opened the book and frowned. They removed Neville entirely. Ginny sat beside Harry. They also say I died in the chamber. You complained about that chapter for an hour. I survived it. I've earned editorial control. Ron turned another page. I'm killed during the chess match. You recovered quickly, Harry said. Ron leaned back in his chair. At least I die heroically. You get hit by a stone horse. Heroically, they laughed. Harry tried to hold the sound. He had begun doing that without telling anyone. He divided moments into pieces. Ron's roughened voice. Hermione's hand flattening an inaccurate page, Ginny's shoulder against his. Rain tapping the kitchen window. The crooked table Arthur had repaired 4 times. Harry placed each detail around the photograph in his mind. Not every memory could become an anchor. Dumbledore had warned him of that. Too many anchors could become chains of their own, making the soul unable to change. But Harry had learned to preserve small paths back to people. A voice. A phrase, the way someone entered a room. He no longer trusted memory to remain simply because no fire had touched it. Time burned more slowly. It still burned. Ron became ill during the winter of his 87th year. The diagnosis was ordinary, that made everyone angry. His heart had weakened. Potions helped for a time. Charms regulated his pulse. Healers replaced one damaged valve using magic developed after Hermione's second term as minister. Nothing restored what age had taken. Harry visited every day. Ron hated this. You're hovering. I'm sitting. You're sitting in a hovering sort of way. Harry looked at the chair. I don't think that's possible. You make it possible? Ron's room at St. Mungo's contained flowers, sweets, cards, enchanted balloons, and one deeply inappropriate singing troll sent by George. Hermione occupied the chair beside the bed. She had grown smaller with age, but remained capable of silencing healers with a look. Ginny sat near the window, wrapped in a green shawl. Her hands trembled when she believed no one watched. Harry watched. Ron pointed his cane toward him. Go home. No, you've been here 3 days, so have you. I'm ill. So am I. Ron considered that. Fair? Hermione did not look up from her book. You have not slept. I don't need as much sleep. You need more than none. Harry glanced toward the corridor. What if something happens? Ron groaned. Something is happening. I'm 87 and my heart is rubbish. Your heart is not rubbish. Hermione said, it's trying to kill me. It has worked continuously for 87 years. Low standards. Harry almost smiled. Ron saw, there, fixed him. Hermione closed her book. You cannot make this easier by behaving as though it is not happening. Ron's humor faded. I know. The room became quiet. Snow moved beyond the window. Harry had learned that endings announce themselves in ordinary ways. A healer lowered her voice. A potion remained untouched. Someone adjusted a blanket that did not need adjusting. Ron looked toward Harry. Walk with me? Hermione opened her mouth. Ron raised one hand to the window. I'm not proposing a hike. Harry helped him stand. Ron had once been taller than Harry by several inches. Age had bent his back. Illness had taken weight from his shoulders. He leaned heavily on the cane while Harry supported his other side. They moved 6 steps. Ron breathed as though they had crossed the Hogwarts grounds. At the window, they watched snow gather on the rooftops of London. You remember the first train? Ron asked. Harry did not answer immediately. The original memory remained gone. He had spent more than 70 years carrying Ron's description of it. A compartment, a boy asking for a seat, sweets shared between strangers. I remember what you told me. That's not what I asked. No, Ron nodded. I always thought it might come back. So did I. Would have been nice. Harry looked at him. I remember everything after, not everything. Enough. Ron's mouth twisted. You remember when I left during the Horcrux hunt? Yes, could lose that one. The fire doesn't take requests. Useless magic. Harry laughed softly. Ron placed both hands on the cane. You know, I hated you for about 2 days after the goblet chose you. I know. I knew you hadn't entered. Somewhere underneath it all, but I'd spent years being your friend, and for once I wanted to be the person something impossible happened to. Harry said nothing. Ron continued. Then impossible things kept happening to you, and I realized I'd been an idiot. You were 14. I remained an idiot for many years afterward. That's true. Ron bumped Harry's shoulder with his own. I'm serious. So am I. You were never easy to stand beside. The words hurt more than Harry expected. Ron noticed. Not because of you, because everyone else wanted you to be something. Hero, weapon, miracle, madman. I had to keep reminding myself you were the boy who bought every sweet on the trolley because you'd never had enough food. Harry looked toward the snow. He did not remember buying the sweets. He knew it happened. He remembered eating them later, but the moment itself belonged to Ron now. What if I forget that too? Harry asked. Ron's hand tightened around the cane. Then remember this. Harry turned. Ron's face was lined, pale, and unmistakably Ron, not the child in the photograph, not the young man from the war. The whole life between them sat inside those lines. I sat with you because everywhere else was full, Ron said. I stayed because you were my friend. Harry's throat closed. Ron continued before Harry could answer. You never owed me for staying, understand? I know. No, you don't. You keep turning everyone's love into a debt you have to survive long enough to repay. Harry looked away. Ron had always seen through him eventually. You came back to us, Ron said. You kept the promise. I'm still coming back. You can stop saying it to me. Harry stared at him. Ron smiled. Took you 70 years, but you made it. I don't understand. I'm not waiting for you anymore. The words landed like a curse. Ron saw Harry's expression and sighed. That sounded cruel, a little. I mean, I had my life, Hermione, the children, the shop. About 12,000 arguments with Percy. I'm not stuck in that photograph, Harry. Harry touched the inner pocket where it rested. I know. Do you? Ron's voice softened. Come back to the living, not to the dead. Harry wanted to refuse the shape of the conversation. Ron was not dead. Ron stood beside him. Ron's hand was warm, not very warm, but warm. Don't make me practice losing you, Harry said. I'm trying to teach you how not to lose yourself. Harry closed his eyes. Ron leaned closer. And for the record, I said, excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full. Harry opened his eyes. What? The first thing I said on the train. You told me you couldn't remember. I remembered later. You never said. Ron smiled, old and mischievous, wanted to save it. For what? This. Harry laughed through tears. Ron looked pleased with himself. Write it down. I don't need to. Write it down anyway. Hermione likes records. From across the room, Hermione said, I can hear you. I know. Harry helped Ron back to bed. The 6 steps took longer in reverse. That night, Hermione slept in the chair with her hand wrapped around Ron's. Ginny rested against Harry's shoulder. Harry remained awake. Near dawn, Ron opened his eyes. He looked first at Hermione, then Ginny, then Harry. His breathing had become shallow. Hermione woke immediately. Ron tried to speak. No sound emerged. Harry leaned closer. Ron's lips moved. Everywhere else is full. Harry understood. He took Ron's hand. Hermione held the other. Ginny stood at the foot of the bed. Ron Weasley died while snow fell over London. There was no curse, no enemy, no final sacrifice. His heart simply stopped after 87 years. Harry waited for fire despite knowing better. None came. He waited for Fawkes. The Phoenix did not cry. The room remained painfully ordinary. Hermione lowered her forehead to Ron's hand. Ginny began to weep. Harry stared at Ron's face. Death altered it immediately, not physically. Ron looked almost as he had a moment earlier, but the person was gone from behind the features. Harry understood why people closed the eyes of the dead. He reached forward. His fingers stopped. Hermione did it. She drew the blanket higher and whispered something Harry could not hear. Then she turned toward him. Harry had expected accusation. She only looked tired. "Say it," she said. Harry knew what she meant, the promise. He could not. Ron had released him from it. Hermione waited. Harry placed one hand over the photograph. "Goodbye, Ron." The words did not feel sufficient. "Nothing would." The funeral took place at the Burrow. George insisted on speaking first. He told stories that embarrassed every surviving Weasley. Percy corrected 3 dates in the middle of the eulogy. Hermione spoke about courage, not the dramatic kind, the daily kind, the courage to return after failure, to apologize, to stand beside people more celebrated than you without allowing resentment to become cruelty. Harry was asked to speak last. Hundreds attended, ministry officials, former students, Aurors, Quidditch players, people who knew Ron, people who knew only the name. Harry stood before them, looking 17. Murmurs moved through the crowd. He unfolded the parchment Hermione had given him. The words blurred. Harry put it away. "The history books call him my companion," he said. "Some call him my lieutenant. One particularly bad book calls him my comic relief." A few people laughed. Ron hated all of those. George nodded fiercely. "He was my first friend." Harry paused. "That sentence is not accurate." The crowd waited. "Ron was the first person who showed me friendship could be ordinary. He did not rescue me from a burning building when we met. He asked to sit down because everywhere else was full." Hermione covered her mouth. Harry continued. "He shared food with me. He complained. He became jealous. He made mistakes. He came back. He stayed." Harry looked toward the coffin. "I cannot remember the first time we met. I lost that memory long ago." People shifted. Only a few understood what Harry meant by lost. Ron carried it for me. "Yesterday he returned one piece." Harry repeated the words. "Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full." The sentence broke something inside him. Harry finished without reading the prepared speech. Ron Weasley was not important because he stood beside Harry Potter. Harry Potter survived because Ron Weasley stood beside him. Afterward, a historian approached Harry and asked whether the quote could be included in a revised edition of the war record. Harry walked away. 3 months later, Harry died in a railway accident. The world had changed enough that magical and muggle transport crossed each other more often than either government admitted. A damaged portkey opened above a crowded station, releasing a surge of unstable magic into electrical lines. Harry was there because Hermione had asked him to testify before a joint safety commission. The station roof began to collapse. Harry helped people reach the exits. He did not enter the falling structure because he expected to return. He remained because a little boy was trapped beneath a twisted sign. Harry freed him. The roof came down. Metal passed through Harry's chest. Death found him before pain finished. The chain tightened. The fire rose. Harry reached for his anchors, Ginny, Hermione, the photograph, Hogwarts. His parents, Sirius, Dumbledore's voice, Ron. He held Ron's face, the old face by the hospital window, the red-haired child from the photograph, the young man laughing after the war. The fire circled the memories. Harry protected the words, everywhere else is full. The fire searched deeper. It found Ron's laugh, not one occasion, the pattern of it, the broken start when he tried to suppress amusement, the loud bark when George surprised him, the breathless wheeze after Hermione said something unintentionally funny. Harry fought. The fire needed fuel. He could not defend everything. Ron's laugh began to disappear. Harry tried to substitute the funeral, take the crowd, take the historian, take the coffin. The fire did not negotiate. The sound burned. Harry knew it was vanishing while he listened. He tried to imitate it. The copy was wrong. The original faded. Fawkes cried. Harry returned beneath the wreckage. Emergency workers recoiled as ash rose into the shape of a boy. Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was someone laughing with relief. For one wild instant, he thought it was Ron. Then he remembered. Ron was dead. Harry remembered everything about his laugh. He knew it had been loud, warm, frequent. He could no longer hear it. The fire had taken the sound after death had taken the man. Harry lay beneath broken steel and wept. Hermione lived 9 years longer than Ron. She spent 7 of them organizing her own archive. Every letter, every law, every corrected textbook, every private account of the war. She created copies in enchanted libraries across 4 continents. "No one is turning us into mythology while I still have editorial authority," she said. Harry helped. This was the closest he came to an ordinary life after Ginny retired from public work. They catalogued memories, not extracted memories. Hermione distrusted the ethics of pensive archives. Written memories, contradictory records placed beside one another. Neville's version of the Battle of Hogwarts did not match Ginny's. George remembered Fred's injury differently from Percy. Harry's account contained gaps none of the others possessed. Hermione preserved the contradictions. "Truth is not always a single clean narrative," she said. "That is how propaganda begins." At 95, Hermione's hands shook too much to write. She dictated instead. Harry sat beside her desk. Ginny slept in the next room. Age had made stairs difficult for her. Hermione completed a chapter about how self-legal personhood and removed her spectacles. "I'm done. With the chapter, with all of it." Harry looked at the piles of parchment. "You have 6 more volumes planned. I was optimistic." "You're always optimistic about page counts," Hermione smiled. Her face had become narrow with age. Harry still saw the girl who had entered the train compartment asking whether anyone had seen a toad. He remembered that moment clearly. The fire had never taken it. "I need you to promise me something," she said. Harry stiffened. "No, I have not asked yet. I know how these conversations work. You have always been dramatic. You set a teacher on fire when you were 12. His robes. You still set him on fire." Hermione looked pleased by the correction, then her expression softened. "The archives must not become scripture." Harry frowned. "I thought you wanted them preserved." "Preserved, yes. Worshipped, no." She touched the nearest book. "History must remain usable. Future generations should disagree with us, correct us, discover where we failed. They'll change the names. Names change. They already forget what happened." "Everyone forgets." Harry looked at her. "Not everyone has to watch it happen." Hermione reached across the desk. Her hand rested over his. The skin was thin, warm, mortal. "You think memory is the same as keeping people alive," she said. "I know it isn't." "Do you?" Harry pulled his hand away. "I forgot Ron's laugh." Hermione became still. "The last burning day," Harry nodded. "I remember descriptions. I remember when he laughed, but I can't hear it." She closed her eyes. For a moment she grieved privately. Then she looked at Harry again. "You will lose more." "I know." "No. You know the sentence. I need you to accept the fact." "How?" "By deciding that a person is more than what you can preserve." Harry stared at the archive around them. "That seems strange coming from you." "I preserve records because people will change them. I do not preserve them because change is evil." Hermione looked toward the window. Ron existed. Even if every account disappears, even if you forget him, his life happened. That isn't enough. It has to be. Harry felt anger rise. "You can say that because you'll be gone." Hermione flinched. Harry regretted the words immediately. "I'm sorry." "No," she said. "You are right." He looked up. I am asking you to accept something I do not have to endure." Her voice shook for the first time. "I am terrified of leaving you." Harry could not answer. Hermione had always treated death as a problem to study. Now there was no book left to open. "I thought Ron would be here," she whispered. "So did I." "I thought we would have more time." "So did I." They sat together as evening filled the room. After a while, Hermione leaned back. "Read to me." "What?" "The chapter. You wrote it." "I know. I want to hear whether it sounds insufferable." "It does." "Then begin." Harry read. Hermione interrupted constantly. She corrected punctuation he could not see. She changed 3 paragraphs and restored 2 of them. Ginny woke and joined them. They ate soup at the desk. For several hours, death did not own the room. Hermione died 2 weeks later in her sleep. Harry was not present. Ginny was. When Harry arrived, he found the final manuscript on the bedside table. A note rested on top. "Harry, people are not books. Stop trying to finish us." Beneath it, in smaller writing, "Also, chapter 12 is repetitive. Fix it." Harry laughed. The sound became a sob before it ended. Ginny reached 98. By then, Harry had lived beside her for 80 years. Their marriage had changed shape many times. Lovers, partners, patients, caretakers, strangers learning one another again. The public had stopped referring to Harry as Ginny's husband decades earlier. Newspapers called him her immortal companion. Harry hated the phrase. Ginny found it funny. "Sounds scandalous," she said from the armchair beside the cottage window. They had returned to Godric's Hollow, not the memorial house. A small place across the village, where Harry could see the ruined cottage from the upstairs window. Ginny could no longer climb the stairs. Harry carried her when she allowed it. She usually refused. On her final evening, rain moved across the glass. The wireless played an old Quidditch match. Ginny's team had won. She remembered every move. Harry sat on the floor beside her chair, his head resting against her knee. Her fingers moved slowly through his hair. "You need a haircut," she said. "It grows back." Not an excuse. Harry closed his eyes. Her hand felt lighter than it once had. "Are you frightened?" he asked. "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. "Are you?" "Yes." "Good." Harry looked up. "Good. I would hate to think 80 years with me taught you nothing." He smiled. Ginny's breathing had become uneven. Healer Strout's great-granddaughter had visited that morning and told them it might be hours, possibly days. Harry had dismissed everyone else. George was long dead. The next generation of Weasleys had said goodbye. The house belonged only to Rain, Ginny, and the boy time refused to alter. Harry removed the photograph. Its surface was scratched now, though the image remained perfect. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. Harry turned toward Fawkes' cry. The real Ginny watched. "I was very young. You were 13. I looked 12. You complained about that then, too." She smiled. Harry held the photograph beside her face. The difference hurt. Not because age had diminished her, because time had fulfilled her. Every line came from something lived. Every silver strand marked a year Harry had been allowed to share. "You were right," he said. "About what?" "Loving only the girl in the photograph." Ginny's fingers stopped moving. "I almost did." "No, I wanted everyone preserved. You wanted everyone safe." "I thought they were the same." Ginny looked toward the rain. "They never were." Harry put the photograph away. "Ron released me from the promise." "Did he?" He said he wasn't waiting anymore. "That sounds like Ron." "Hermione told me people exist even when they're forgotten." "That sounds like Hermione." "What did you say?" Ginny looked at him. Her eyes remained brown, older. "Tired, entirely alive." "I say you keep going." Harry's chest tightened. "I don't know how." "Yes, you do." "No, I know how to return. That isn't the same." "Then stop returning." Harry stared at her. Ginny touched his cheek. "Choose to arrive." He did not understand. She saw that. "You've spent your whole life treating every day as the space between deaths. Stop." Her breath caught. Harry reached for her hand. Ginny continued. "You are not waiting to burn. You are here." "I'm here now," Harry whispered. The words returned from the owlery. Ginny smiled. "For once, now has to be enough." Harry pressed her hand against his face. "I love you." "I know. That's a terrible answer." I've had 80 years to become difficult. You started early." She laughed. Harry could not hear Ron's laugh anymore. He heard Ginny's. He anchored it instinctively, then stopped. He let the sound exist without building walls around it. It entered the room. It ended. Nothing could prevent that. Ginny's eyes closed. Her hand remained against Harry's cheek. Her breathing slowed. Harry counted without meaning to 1, 2, 3. The next breath did not come. Harry waited. Rain touched the window. The wireless announcer described a match played 60 years earlier. Ginny Weasley Potter died in her chair with Harry beside her. No phoenix cried, no promise activated. Harry did not ask her to return. He lowered his head into her lap and remained there until the room grew cold. After the funeral, Harry returned to the cottage alone. He placed the photograph on the table. 4 children moved beneath summer light. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Harry. Harry spoke their names not as a spell, not as an anchor, as acknowledgement. Ron Weasley. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione Granger. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny Weasley. Ginny laughed. Harry Potter. The boy in the center turned toward the cry of a phoenix. Harry had kept his promise. He had returned to them after every death. Now there was no one left waiting. The Golden Trio had become history. Ginny had become a memorial beside them. Soon, scholars would debate their choices. Children would confuse their names. Statues would replace their faces. Languages would change. The story would thin. Harry could spend eternity correcting it. He could trap himself inside the past until the fire took everything else. Instead, he opened Hermione's final manuscript. Chapter 12 was repetitive. He corrected it. At dawn, Harry carried the finished archive to the rebuilt Hogwarts library. Students moved around him without recognizing Ginny's widower. To them, Harry Potter was a figure in books. The boy walking between the shelves looked like an impersonator. He placed Hermione's manuscripts beside Ron's recorded testimony and Ginny's Quidditch histories. Then he added a blank volume. On the first page, Harry wrote, "They were here." He stopped. Hermione would have objected to the lack of detail. Ron would have complained that his name should come first. Ginny would have told him the sentence was enough. Harry closed the book. Outside, Hogwarts had changed. New towers stood where the old walls had fallen. The forbidden forest had retreated. The lake reflected lights from a village that had grown around the school. Harry walked alone toward the gates. He did not repeat the promise. There was no need. Fawkes cried somewhere beyond sight. For the first time, the sound did not call Harry backward. It called him forward. Chapter 7. The Phoenix King, the statute of secrecy, did not fall in a single night. It failed one photograph at a time. A broom caught on a weather satellite above the Atlantic. A sleeping dragon altered the heat readings of an entire mountain range. A child in Sao Paulo turned her school's security drones into silver birds while 4,000 people watched through a live broadcast. Memory charms erased witnesses. They did not erase copied files. The ministry removed images from public networks. New ones appeared on private servers before the first deletions were complete. Governments blamed experimental weapons. Corporations blamed faulty sensors. Conspiracy groups blamed governments and corporations together. For almost a century, the explanations remained just convincing enough. Then the sky above New London opened. Harry was 286 years old when the concealment lattice failed. He still looked 17. By then, London had grown upward as much as outward. Towers rose beyond the clouds. Suspended railways crossed the old river. Artificial gardens covered rooftops where birds had once nested. The magical districts remained hidden inside the city, not beneath it, between it. Centuries of expansion had transformed Diagon Alley into a network of folded streets occupying space that non-magical architecture believed belonged to walls, tunnels, and empty air. The ministry had maintained the concealment lattice for generations. Harry had warned them that it was weakening. The lattice had been designed when the most advanced Muggle observation device was a telescope. It had not been built to withstand orbital mapping, predictive software, atmospheric scanning, and machines capable of noticing that thousands of people disappeared into the same 3 meters of brick. The ministry responded by forming a committee. Hermione would have considered that proof civilization had learned nothing. Harry had presented evidence. He had written reports. He had spoken before the Wisengamot, though half its members believed he was a ceremonial figure rather than the man described in their history books. They listened politely. Then they postponed repairs because revealing the weakness might cause panic. The lattice failed during morning transport. One moment, non-magical commuters traveled through a crowded station beneath New London. The next, the wall beside them ceased to exist. Diagon Alley unfolded across the station. Thousands of witches and wizards appeared in full view. Owls flew through projected advertisements. Enchanted shop signs shouted over emergency announcements. A 3-headed delivery hound escaped from a side street and chased an automated cleaning machine across the platform. For 12 seconds, both cities occupied the same space. Then, the unstable lattice tore wider. Buildings intersected. A suspended railway passed through the upper floors of Gringotts. Its emergency systems activated. The train stopped halfway inside the bank. One carriage remained in non-magical London. The other hung above the marble hall. People looked through the windows at goblins holding spears. Goblins stared back at commuters filming them. The entire event was transmitted live. 43 million people watched before the ministry severed the network. By then, there were too many copies to erase. The statute did not officially end that day. Officially, nothing happened. That was the final lie anyone believed. Harry arrived at the ministry through a fireplace that had not been used in 30 years. The journey left soot on his coat. Modern witches preferred transit rings, but Harry had never trusted a form of travel that required a machine to remember the correct arrangement of his body. He stepped into an emergency chamber filled with arguing officials. Some wore robes. Others wore protective clothing threaded with runes and circuitry. Several holographic maps flickered above the central table, displaying concealment failures across Britain. The Minister for Magic stood at the center. Ashav Vale was 63 years old, a former magical barrister with dark hair cut close to her head and a voice capable of silencing a chamber without amplification. It failed to silence this one. "We must restore the lattice," shouted a Wisengamot elder. "It cannot be restored while non-magical structures occupy the same spatial channels," answered a ministry engineer. "Then move their structures. You are proposing we relocate half of central London. They do it constantly. Not within an hour." A goblin representative struck the table with one silver finger. "Gringotts is not moving. No one asked Gringotts to move. You were about to." Minister Vale saw Harry enter. Enough. The room quieted gradually. Some of the officials recognized him immediately. Others saw a thin young man with untidy black hair and assumed he was an assistant who had entered the wrong meeting. Vale pointed toward an empty chair. "Mr. Potter." Harry remained standing. "How many casualties?" "Confirmed?" "Yes. 73. Possibly twice, that once the overlapping districts are separated." Harry looked at the map. Golden lines represented magical areas. Blue lines represented non-magical infrastructure. They crossed everywhere. Hospitals? St. Mungo's is visible but stable. The Janus Thicky ward has been evacuated. Prisons? A ministry official looked down. Harry noticed. Which prison? Blackstone Holding. Harry had never heard of it. That meant it was either new or hidden. Given the expressions around the table, hidden seemed more likely. "What is Blackstone Holding?" Vale answered. "A containment site for magical offenders considered too dangerous for standard facilities." "How many prisoners?" 312. "Does the non-magical government know it exists?" "No." "Where is it?" "Beneath one of their energy stations." Harry stared at her. The minister did not look away. Hermione had once told him that secrecy encouraged governments to place their worst decisions where no one could see them. 3 centuries had proved her correct. What happens if its concealment fails? The station's systems will interpret the containment wards as an attack. and respond with force. Harry reached into his coat and removed his old wand. The holly had darkened over the centuries. Fine golden cracks ran from the handle to the tip. He placed it on the map. "Then stop arguing about the bank." Harry reached Blackstone holding before the Ministry's security forces. The prison had been built inside a pocket of folded space beneath an energy station serving 2 million people. The concealment failed while Harry was descending. Walls became transparent. Prison corridors appeared across machinery rooms. Non-magical technicians found themselves standing beside cells containing witches, cursed beings, and creatures the Ministry had classified as dangerous. Security systems detected impossible heat signatures. Automated weapons unfolded from the ceiling. Harry raised his wand. Pratigo. Nothing happened. The wand warmed uselessly in his hand. A century earlier, the spell would have answered. Now the old incantations often felt like asking a river to move through a straw. Harry lowered the wand. He placed his palm against the floor. The fire inside him opened. Gold light traveled across the prison. It did not attack. It marked. Every living person became outlined in warm flame. Every weapon turned away from those outlines. The station's systems fired into empty walls. Ministry guards evacuated prisoners. Technicians fled through emergency passages. Harry held the protection until the last cell opened. Then someone released the thing imprisoned beneath Blackstone. It had no name Harry recognized. The Ministry records called it Subject 12. It resembled a person only because it had learned that shape from watching guards. Its skin moved like dark glass. Every spell cast near it vanished, a null creature. It had been discovered inside a failed experimental ward and imprisoned without trial because no one knew how to kill it. Subject 12 looked at Harry. The flame outlining the room disappeared, not extinguished, removed. Harry felt the absence like a hole cut through the world. The creature moved toward the surface. If it reached the energy station, every protective enchantment would fail. If Harry attacked with fire, the null creature would consume it. So Harry did not attack. He closed the physical doors. The ancient locks were mechanical, installed before the Ministry trusted magic to control everything. Subject 12 struck the first door. Metal folded. Harry sealed the second. It broke. At the third, Harry found 3 released prisoners waiting beside him. One was a witch who had murdered 2 Aurors. One was a goblin imprisoned for sabotaging Ministry vaults. The third was a transformed werewolf whose sentence had ended 9 years earlier, though Blackstone had never released him. "Go," Harry told them. The goblin picked up a fallen metal rod. "You cannot stop it." "Neither can you." "Then we delay it together." The witch laughed. Heroism from a goblin criminal. The world really is ending. She raised an ordinary length of chain, no enchantment, nothing for the null creature to consume. The werewolf braced against the door. Harry joined them. They slowed Subject 12 for 42 seconds. It was enough for engineers to disconnect the station's core. When the creature reached the surface, the containment pocket collapsed around it. Subject 12 vanished into the fold from which it had originally emerged. Harry never learned whether it died. The 3 prisoners survived. The Ministry attempted to return them to their cells. Harry refused to move from the doorway until Minister Vale ordered an independent review of every Blackstone sentence. Within a month, nearly half the prisoners were released. The public learned of the prison 2 days later. The Ministry blamed the leak on hostile foreign interests. No one believed that either. The non-magical governments contacted the Ministry through Harry, not because Harry held office, because his name existed in their oldest classified records. Reports on the Battle of Hogwarts had entered non-magical archives after the war. Most officials had dismissed them as misinformation. Now those same officials watched footage of a boy standing inside a collapsing prison while golden fire moved through machines. Harry appeared unchanged in photographs separated by centuries. The first negotiation took place in a neutral chamber built beneath the remains of King's Cross Station. The station itself had become a museum after the city moved its transportation network higher. Harry disliked the location. Too many beginnings lived there. Minister Vale sat on one side of the table. On the other sat Director Lena Rao, head of the Continental Emergency Council. She was 51, non-magical, and entirely unimpressed by legends. "You erased people's memories," she said. Vale folded her hands. "To preserve both societies. You altered elected leaders to prevent panic. You concealed prisons beneath civilian infrastructure. That decision predates my government." Director Rao looked at Harry. "And you allowed this?" "No, but you knew magical society existed." "Yes, for nearly 3 centuries. Longer." Several delegates shifted. Rao studied Harry's face. "You really are him?" "Yes. How old are you?" "Old enough to know that beginning with my age will not help us." The director's mouth tightened. "What would help?" "Admitting that neither side can restore the world that existed last week." Minister Vale frowned. "The statute remains law. Law does not make a broken concealment lattice functional." "We can repair it." "No," Harry said. "You can rebuild portions of it. You might hide individual homes or settlements. You cannot erase this from billions of people without committing an act of magical violence larger than any war we have survived." Rao leaned forward. "Is that possible?" Vale did not answer. Harry did. "Possibly." The non-magical delegates reacted with immediate alarm. Minister Vale glared at him. Harry continued. "It would also fail. Memories leave records now. Records create copies. Every large memory charm would become evidence of itself." "You are giving them information that could be used against us," Vale said. "They already know enough to be afraid." Director Rao looked between them. "And should we be?" "Yes," Harry said. The honesty silenced the room. "Magic can violate privacy, alter minds, destroy buildings, and create weapons your systems cannot detect. Magical people have reason to fear you as well. Your governments possess machines capable of observing every exposed settlement. Some of your defense networks have already classified uncontrolled magic as hostile activity." Rao did not deny it. Harry placed 2 folders on the table. One contained ministry records of unlawful memory charms and concealed detention sites. The other contained council plans for the mass registration of magical citizens. Neither side knew Harry had obtained the other's secrets. Hermione would have disapproved of his methods. She would have approved of the leverage. "If either folder becomes public without an agreement," Harry said, "both governments lose control of the situation." Vale's expression hardened. "You are threatening the ministry." "I am informing you that secrecy is already ending." Rao opened her folder. Her face changed as she read. "Where did you get this?" "People inside your organization who do not want children placed in camps." "We have no camps. You have proposed temporary containment zones. That is contingency planning." The ministry called Blackstone a containment site. Neither side spoke. Harry looked around the table. "I cannot force you to trust each other. I can force you to understand that neither government can survive the truth alone." It was not peace. It was the beginning of negotiation. For 6 months, that was enough. Then the first city burned. The magical enclave of Cerserine occupied a folded valley in Wales. Nearly 40,000 people lived there. When the concealment lattice failed, the valley appeared between 2 non-magical population centers. Rumors spread that the enclave contained mind control weapons. They did not. Cerserine produced enchanted medical plants and weather wards. A magical extremist group attacked a non-magical communication center, believing it was being used to identify witches. The attack killed 19 people. The Continental Emergency Council deployed security forces around the valley. A frightened young wizard fired first. No one agreed on what happened next. Spells struck machines. Machines struck wards. The folded valley began collapsing into ordinary space. Harry arrived during the evacuation. The sky above Cerserine was divided. One half showed mountains. The other showed the towers of a non-magical city. Buildings flickered between locations. People ran through streets that changed direction beneath their feet. Harry found Director Rao beside an emergency portal. You said your forces would hold position. They were attacked by 6 people. 19 civilians are dead, and 40,000 are trapped. Rao pointed toward the unstable sky. Our aircraft cannot enter that. Then keep them out. What are you going to do? Harry looked at the portal. It could carry perhaps 50 people before the folding magic shifted. Open corridors. With what? Everything still working. Magical transporters joined non-magical engineers. Goblin cursebreakers stabilized foundations while human structural teams mapped which buildings would emerge safely. House elves carried medicine through cracks too narrow for adults. Broom riders guided rescue machines between layers of space. Harry moved from corridor to corridor. He did not command them, he connected them. He knew ancient wards. Rao knew emergency logistics. Minister Vale controlled magical transport. A Kerserine healer named Tomas Ven knew which parts of the city contained patients who could not be moved normally. They built a rescue from incompatible pieces. People still died. A school vanished before Harry reached it. 211 names appeared on the casualty list. No miracle returned them. Near midnight, the final corridor began collapsing. 300 people remained inside the valley. Harry stood at one end beside Tomas Ven. The healer was 70, with burned scars across his face and one mechanical leg. The passage will not hold, Tomas said. It has to. Excellent. Tell the mathematics. Harry pressed both hands against the ward. Golden flames spread through the structure. The corridor stabilized for 12 seconds. Then anti-magic fire struck the valley from outside. Neither government later admitted launching it. The projectile pierced the ward. Harry felt the flame inside him recoil. The corridor folded. People screamed. Harry kept his hands in place. Move. Tomas guided the evacuees through. The anti-magic field ate through Harry's protection. His skin began to blacken. This was not Phoenix fire. It was erasure. Harry could leave, the corridor would collapse, hundreds would remain trapped. He stayed, not because he expected to return, because Tomas was still inside, because a mother carried 2 children through the passage, because the final group included prisoners the ministry had once intended to abandon. Harry's arms became ash from the fingertips upward. Pain reached every nerve. He felt it completely. He always did. Tomas crossed the threshold. Harry. The last child emerged behind him. The corridor closed. Half of Harry remained inside the collapsing valley. The other half fell onto ordinary ground. His heart continued beating for 3 seconds, then stopped. Death opened. The chain tightened. The fire rose. Harry found his anchors, Hogwarts, Godric's Hollow, his parents, Sirius, Dumbledore's voice, Ron's words, Hermione's note, Ginny. He reached for her final evening, rain on the glass, the wireless describing an old Quidditch match. Her hand moving through his hair. She had been 98. Her face contained 80 years of life beside him. The fire touched it. Harry resisted. The photograph protected the young Ginny, 13 years old, laughing beneath summer light. But the woman in the cottage had no object. No fixed image. Harry held the memory as tightly as he could. The fire needed more than scraps. Half his body had been erased before death. The return required fuel. Ginny's final face began to blur. Harry preserved her eyes, brown, tired, alive. The lines around them vanished. He held the silver hair. The fire took its shape. He held the curve of her smile. It faded. Harry tried to rebuild her from words, beautiful, old, difficult. Here, words were not a face. The memory burned until Ginny's voice remained inside an empty outline. Choose to arrive. Harry screamed without a body. Fawkes cried. For the first time, other voices answered with him. Thousands of people outside the corridor had begun repeating Harry's name. They did not know the promise. They did not understand the cycle. They had watched his body become ash and believed they were calling a savior home. Their voices struck the binding like a storm. The fire pulled Harry back. He returned before a crowd. Ash rose from the ground, bones formed within golden flame. Harry opened his eyes while thousands watched. Some recorded him, some prayed. Others fell to their knees. Harry tried to stand. His body remembered being divided. Pain folded him forward. Tomas Venn caught his shoulder. The healer's hand trembled. "You came back." Harry looked at him. He searched for Ginny's face. The girl in the photograph appeared instantly. The woman in the cottage did not. Harry remembered their final conversation. He remembered her hand, her voice, the rain. Where her face should have been, there was light. "What did it take?" Tomas asked. Harry could not answer. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Phoenix has returned." Others repeated it. Then another voice used a different word. "King." Harry lifted his head. People knelt in the mud, magical families. Non-magical rescue workers, goblin engineers, children from the destroyed valley. They had lost homes, governments, and certainty. They wanted something permanent. Harry's unchanging face offered the illusion. "I'm not a king," he said. The crowd continued chanting. "Phoenix King, stand up." Few heard him. Harry forced himself upright despite the phantom pain. "Stand up!" The golden flame around him surged. The shouting stopped. Harry looked across the survivors. "I did not save this city." No one answered. "The city is gone." A child began to cry. Harry continued, because lies would be kinder now and crueler later. Tomas Venn kept the healers moving. Director Rao opened the non-magical transport lanes. Minister Vale committed every working portkey. Engineers, curse-breakers, house elves, pilots, and people whose names I do not know carried you out. He pointed toward the place where Kerserine had vanished. 211 children died before we reached their school. I could not return them. The title passed through the crowd in whispers. Phoenix King. Harry hated how quickly grief became worship. "I am not your ruler," an elderly witch called back. "Then who will protect us?" Harry had no answer that would satisfy her. No government could promise safety. No hidden world remained. The statute was broken. Every community feared the other. Harry could survive death. He could not hold civilization together through force, so he gave the only honest answer he had. "You will have to protect one another." The Kerserine disaster began the Fracture Wars. The name made the conflict sound organized. It was not. There were no clean sides. Some magical settlements accepted registration agreements and public oversight. Others disappeared deeper into folded space. Some non-magical governments offered legal protection. Others established laboratories intended to study magical citizens. Wizards attacked surveillance centers. Human militias burned wand shops. Goblin vaults closed their borders. House elves abandoned families that intended to use them as weapons. Centaurs withdrew from every territory they had once shared. The old ministry lost control beyond Britain. Then it began losing control within Britain. Harry traveled constantly, not as a soldier, as evidence. He stood before magical councils and described Blackstone. He stood before non-magical assemblies and described Voldemort. He forced each side to hear what the other feared. When settlements were threatened, he helped evacuate them. When governments lied, he released documents. When extremists attempted to crown him, he left. The title followed. Phoenix King appeared on banners Harry had never approved. Coins were stamped with his unchanging face. Refugee camps placed golden birds above their gates. Children learned a song about the king who burned and returned whenever his people called. The song was inaccurate. It was also beautiful. Harry could not decide which fact hurt more. His wand finally broke during the defense of Edinburgh. The holly split along its oldest golden crack after Harry attempted a shield charm. He held the pieces while curses crossed the sky. The wand had chosen him when he was 11. It had survived Voldemort, war, and centuries. Harry placed the broken wood inside his coat. Then he raised his empty hands. Fire moved according to intention, not language, not wand movement. A curved wall of sunlight formed above the evacuation route. It stopped spells. It did not stop missiles. Non-magical defenders destroyed those before impact. The city survived because both kinds of protection overlapped. Afterward, young witches asked Harry to teach them his fire. He could not. It belonged to the stalemate inside his soul. He taught them shield charms instead. The incantations felt old in his mouth. They learned quickly. Harry realized he had become ancient even to magic. The Ember Compact was signed 23 years after Cerserine. It did not restore peace. It created rules for surviving conflict. No magical citizen could be detained without public record. No memory charm could be cast by a government without independent review. No non-magical authority could demand blood, wand, or genetic registration. Magical settlements would dismantle concealment wards that endangered neighboring cities. Non-magical defense systems would recognize registered protective magic as non-hostile. Goblin territories received independent status. House elves received the legal right to leave any bond. Hermione's earliest work finally became international law. Harry signed nothing. He held no office. Minister Vale, Director Rao, Goblin Representative Rakvar, and dozens of local leaders placed their names on the agreement. History still called it Harry Potter's Compact. Harry objected publicly. The histories ignored him. A throne was sent to his residence 1 year later. It was carved from black wood and decorated with gold feathers. Harry used it to hold boxes of archived testimony. Visitors interpreted this as humility. It was irritation. Thomas Venn became the first keeper of the Compact. He visited Harry at Godric's Hollow shortly before his death. The village had transformed into a sanctuary. The ruined Potter cottage remained at its center, protected beneath glass. Around it stood clinics, kitchens, schools, and negotiation halls. Magical and non-magical children played together beside the memorial. Murals covered the surrounding buildings. Most showed Harry crowned in flame. Thomas walked with a cane. "You lost," he said. Harry looked at the nearest mural. "I never agreed to a competition." "You told them you were not king. They made you one anyway. I have no authority. You have influence." "That is not the same." "It becomes the same when people obey before you speak." Harry disliked the sentence because it was true. They sat beside the restored gate of the ruined cottage. The carved question remained beneath centuries of protective glass. "Why only you?" Harry had still not found an answer. Thomas looked toward the house. "Were you born there?" "No, I was brought there as a baby. My parents died inside. I know the story. Everyone knows a story. Is it wrong?" "Parts." "Which parts?" Harry considered. "My mother did not die because she knew it would make me immortal." "I have heard that version. She died because she was protecting her child." "The difference matters." "Yes." Thomas studied him. "What did the fire take at Cerserine?" Harry looked toward the children. For 23 years he had avoided answering my wife's face. "The woman in the photograph?" "The girl in the photograph became my wife." Harry removed it. The image remained perfect. Ron, Hermione, Ginny. Harry, Thomas examined the moving figures. "You can still see her." "Not as she became." Thomas returned the photograph. "Perhaps that is why you dislike the murals." Harry looked at the crowned boy painted above the sanctuary. "They preserve something that was never real." "So does the photograph." Harry's hand closed around its border. "No. It preserves one moment and lets strangers mistake it for the whole person." The words hurt because they were close to Hermione's warning. Anchors could preserve the past by destroying the present. Harry placed the photograph inside his coat. "What am I supposed to do? Destroy it?" "No." "Then what?" "Remember that it is a door, not a room." Thomas smiled faintly. "I have always wanted to say something wise before dying." "You're not dying today." "Probably not. It would be inconvenient." He died 8 months later. The Compact survived him, barely. On the 50th anniversary of the agreement, representatives gathered at Godric's Hollow. The fracture wars had diminished. They had not ended. Some magical territories remained hidden. Some non-magical states continued illegal experiments. But children now crossed boundaries their grandparents had fought to preserve. The ceremony took place beside the ruined cottage. A golden platform had been built for Harry. He refused to stand on it. He remained among the delegates. A boy approached him after the speeches. The child was perhaps 9, with one artificial eye and a wand strapped beside a non-magical communication device. "Are you the Phoenix King?" "No. My teacher says you are. Your teacher is wrong." The boy considered this. Can kings say they aren't kings? Usually. Then how do I know? Harry looked toward the murals. He had spent half a century rejecting the title. The rejection itself had become part of the legend, the reluctant king, the eternal guardian, the ruler who refused a throne. Every refusal added another line to the myth. What does your teacher say a king is? Harry asked. Someone who protects everyone. Harry looked across the sanctuary. He saw families from communities he had failed to reach. Names of the dead covered a memorial wall. No ruler had protected everyone. No immortal could. Then there has never been one, Harry said. The child frowned. You protected my grandmother. Other people helped. She said you burned. I did and came back. Yes, does it hurt? Adults rarely ask that. They preferred miracle to pain. Yes, Harry said. Every time. The boy looked disturbed. Then why do people sing about it? Because songs are shorter than grief. A phoenix cried above them. Everyone looked toward the sky. Fawkes descended through the clouds. Harry had not seen him in decades. The phoenix circled Godric's Hollow once, then landed on the broken gate. The crowd fell silent. Some knelt. Fawkes looked at them with what Harry recognized as profound annoyance. Harry almost laughed. The boy beside him did. Fawkes sang. The melody moved across the sanctuary. Once, the cry had meant catastrophe, then secret, then duty. Now thousands heard it as part of a public ritual. People raised lights. Golden flames appeared in windows and along the memorial wall, not Harry's fire, ordinary enchanted candles. One for every person lost during the Fracture Wars. Harry watched the light spread. For the first time, the burning day belonged to more than his body. The ritual no longer celebrated his return. It remembered those who had not returned. Harry walked toward the memorial. He placed the ash-bordered photograph beneath the first candle, only temporarily. Only for the ceremony, people gathered around it. Some recognized Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Others did not. A girl asked who they were. Harry answered with their names, not titles, not roles, names. Ron Weasley. The boy in the photograph leaned toward Hermione Granger. She pushed him away. Ginny Weasley, she laughed. And that one? The girl asked, pointing at Harry. Harry looked at the unchanging child inside the frame. For centuries, he had said the name as an anchor, as proof, as a promise. Now it sounded like the name of someone who had died many times without leaving. Harry Potter, he said. The crowd began the old song of the Phoenix King. Harry did not stop them. He could not control what the story had become. He could only refuse to mistake it for himself. Fawkes's song joined theirs. Harry stood beside the ruined house where his life had begun, surrounded by a world that no longer hid magic and had not yet learned to live with it. The statute of secrecy was dead. The ministry was weakening. Hogwarts had become more fortress than school. The compact held because frightened people still chose, imperfectly and repeatedly, to hold it. Harry had not saved the old world. No one could. He had helped build corridors through its collapse. That was smaller than kingship, harder than victory. And, for the moment enough, Chapter 8. The last guardian, the last spell cast inside the Ministry of Magic was Alohomora. It failed. The young witch standing before the sealed archive door repeated the incantation 3 times. Her wand released a few pale sparks, then went dark. Behind her, warning bells echoed through the abandoned corridors. Harry placed his hand against the lock. There was no curse on it. No hostile enchantment. The mechanism had simply forgotten how to respond to magic. "Move," he said. The witch stepped aside. Harry drove a metal bar between the doors and pulled. Centuries earlier, the ministry had constructed its deepest chambers beneath London, using stone, steel, and enchantments powerful enough to resist war. Over time, its officials had replaced nearly every ordinary mechanism with magic. Doors opened for approved wands. Lifts moved through enchanted shafts. Records flew from shelf to shelf when summoned. Air entered through ventilation charms. The ministry had believed magic would last longer than machines. It had been wrong. The archive door bent slowly. Harry's 17-year-old body possessed no extraordinary physical strength. His fire did not make his muscles stronger. He braced one foot against the wall and pulled until the old metal tore. A narrow gap opened. The witch squeezed through. Harry followed. Thousands of shelves filled the chamber. Most were empty. The surviving records had been transferred into non-magical storage decades earlier, after the first irreversible failures. Only the oldest documents remained, parchment too magically unstable to copy, sealed testimonies, living maps, and portraits whose inhabitants had refused evacuation. The witch lifted her wand. Lumos. Nothing happened. Harry removed a hand lamp from his coat and switched it on. The white beam crossed the shelves. "Which section?" he asked. "Founding records. Row 7. They moved quickly. The warning bells stopped. That was worse. The ministry's emergency wards had failed. Somewhere above them, thousands of tons of earth and city pressed against architecture that no longer remembered it occupied impossible space. The witch reached row 7 and searched the labels. "Here." She pulled a narrow black case from the shelf. The case resisted her touch. Harry recognized the symbol engraved across its lid. A circle interrupted by 4 lines, the ashen interdict. He took the case. It opened for him. Inside lay the torn phoenix text Dumbledore had recovered before the Second War, accompanied by generations of research into containing Harry's soul. Some studies were defensive. Others were not. After the Fracture Wars, several governments had considered imprisoning Harry and using his rebirth to power failing concealment systems. The plans had been rejected, then reconsidered. Then hidden. Harry had known most of them existed. He had not known the ministry kept the original blood-binding calculations. "Why save this?" the witch asked. "So no one else finds it. You could destroy it." "I have destroyed copies before. And people rewrite them." Harry closed the case. "Knowledge survives destruction more reliably than people do." The floor shifted. Dust fell between the shelves. A deep sound traveled through the ministry, not an explosion. A sigh. The building's folded foundations were opening. "We have to go," Harry said. They ran. The corridor outside had changed. Where the lift shaft had once been, there was now a wall of compacted earth. The magical space separating the ministry from ordinary geology was collapsing. Harry pressed his palm against the wall. Golden light spread through the soil. For a moment, he felt every person still inside the complex. 27 living outlines. Most were already moving toward the western emergency stairs. 2 remained trapped below. One was the witch beside him. The other flickered deep beneath the old courtrooms. Harry recognized the pattern. Not the person, a heartbeat surrounded by failing life support charms. "Take the case," he said. The witch accepted it. "Follow the light. It will lead you out." "What about you?" "There's someone below us." "The lower levels are gone." "Not yet." The girl caught his sleeve. Her hand trembled. "Guardian." "Harry!" She stared at him. He had been correcting people for centuries. Most treated the correction as ceremonial humility. "My name is Harry." The ground moved again. "Go," she obeyed. Harry entered the dark. The ministry did not collapse because of war. That offended people. For generations, the institution had survived Dark Lords, coups, revolutions, magical exposure, and the Fracture Wars. Its officials had imagined that if the ministry ever fell, banners would burn above its doors while enemies stormed the atrium. Instead, the magic holding its rooms together simply weakened. The beginning had been subtle. Paper aeroplanes stopped carrying messages. Portraits slept for longer periods. The fireplaces required more powder. Apparition became inaccurate. Wands failed during simple spells and worked perfectly during others. At first, people blamed poor manufacturing, then sabotage, then changing magical education. No one wanted to consider the possibility that the world itself was running out. Magic had once saturated everything. It moved through soil, blood, language, memory, moonlight, and old stone. Witches and wizards shaped it, but they had never created it. By Harry's 6th century, magical births had begun declining. By his 7th, wand cores became difficult to awaken. Dragon eggs stopped hatching. Centaurs reported that the patterns they had read in the stars for thousands of years were becoming silent. House elves lost the ability to apparate. Ghosts faded at the edges. No spell reversed the decline. No ritual identified a thief. There was no villain absorbing the world's magic. It was leaving or ending or becoming something no living mind knew how to touch. The phenomenon acquired many names: the waning, the dimming, the empty tide. Harry called it the quieting, because each year there were fewer impossible sounds, fewer moving paintings, fewer singing kettles, fewer children laughing when accidental magic lifted them from the floor. The magical world did not end in flame. It grew quiet. Harry descended through the ministry's failing levels. He could no longer rely on staircases. Some ended against raw stone. Others folded into rooms that had not existed for centuries. He followed the heartbeat. The golden light beneath his skin brightened as darkness thickened. He found the final survivor inside courtroom 10. The chamber where Harry had once been tried for using underage magic remained mostly intact. The benches had collapsed, but the central chair still stood. An old man lay beside it beneath a portable breathing device. Harry did not know his name. That troubled him. For most of his life, strangers had known Harry while he knew nothing about them. The imbalance had grown heavier with time. Harry knelt. "Can you hear me?" The man opened his eyes. "Phoenix King." "Harry," the old man smiled weakly. "I knew you would come." The breathing device flickered. Harry examined it. The machine was non-magical, but its power cell had cracked during the collapse. He could carry the man. The nearest exit lay 12 levels above. The ministry might not remain open long enough. Harry lifted him carefully. The old man gasped. "Leave me?" "No, I can't walk." "I noticed." The archives recovered. "Then go." Harry shifted the man's weight across his shoulders. "I'm tired of people telling me to abandon them for efficient reasons. They were probably right. Usually." Harry climbed. The ministry folded around them. Courtrooms merged with offices. Corridors narrowed. A statue from the old atrium protruded halfway through a wall. It depicted Harry, not as he had ever been. The carved figure wore a crown of wings and held a sword pointed toward the sky. The old man saw it. "My grandfather helped make that." "I forgive him." "He said you hated it." "I did. You kept it." "The ministry kept it. You could have destroyed it." Harry stepped over the statue's broken arm. "I tried destroying a statue once. They built 6 more." The old man laughed. The sound became a cough. Harry felt the heartbeat weaken. "Stay with me." Trying. The western emergency stairs appeared ahead. People shouted above them. Harry climbed faster. The old man's head rested against his shoulder. "What happens after the ministry?" he whispered. "Something else. You believe that?" "No." The honest answer seemed to comfort him. They reached the surface as the underground complex collapsed. The final entrance opened into a warehouse on the edge of what had once been London. Evacuation workers pulled the old man from Harry's arms. The witch from the archive stood nearby, holding the black case. Behind them, the ground sank. There was no explosion, no tower of fire. The Ministry of Magic closed beneath the earth. Dust rose, then settled. One of the oldest magical governments in the world ceased to exist without ceremony. The surviving officials immediately began discussing where to establish a temporary headquarters. Harry listened for a moment, then walked away. The ministry had called every headquarters temporary during its final 80 years. The word had become another way to avoid saying ending. Hogwarts lasted longer. The castle stood on older magic than the ministry. Its foundations reached into something beneath Scotland that no map had ever fully described. As the quieting spread, magical families moved closer to the school. They believed the castle protected them. For a time it did. Children whose wands failed elsewhere could still cast within its walls. Portraits remained awake. The ceiling of the great hall continued reflecting the sky. The moving staircases moved slowly, but they moved. Hogwarts became school, hospital, archive, sanctuary, and government. Then the number of students declined. One year, the Sorting Hat placed 11 children. The next, 7. Eventually, the school stopped dividing them by houses. There were too few. The house tables were pushed together in the center of the great hall. Red, blue, yellow, and green banners remained overhead long after the rivalries beneath them had lost meaning. Harry lived at Hogwarts during its final 43 years. He refused the headmaster's office. He slept in a narrow room near the kitchens and repaired what he could with tools rather than spells. The last headmistress was Mara Venn. She was a descendant of Thomas Venn, though she treated ancestry as a historical accident rather than a credential. Harry had met her when she was 8. She had thrown an ink bottle at his head because she believed he was an actor impersonating the Phoenix King. The bottle missed. Harry liked her immediately. At 161, Mara was the oldest witch still living in Britain. Magic had extended human lifespans for centuries. As the quieting advanced, those years began returning like debts. People aged rapidly. Old enchantments failed inside their bodies. Mara walked with 2 metal supports and refused help unless falling became unavoidable. Her office contained no throne, no enchanted instruments, and only one portrait. Hermione Granger. The portrait had not spoken in 12 years. It sat behind Mara's desk with its eyes closed. Harry visited every morning. "Any change?" he asked. Mara looked toward the portrait. "She complained about my filing system last night." Harry stopped. "Truly?" "No, that isn't funny." "It was to me." Mara pushed a stack of paper across the desk. "Final evacuation plan." Harry did not touch it. "We revised the wards yesterday. They lost another 3% overnight. The Heartstone is stable." "The Heartstone has been stable for 1,000 years because every headmaster defined stable as not failing today." Harry opened the plan. Hogwarts sheltered 914 people. Only 37 possessed measurable magical ability. The rest were descendants of magical families, historians, refugees, medical staff, engineers, and people who could not imagine leaving the last place where staircases occasionally moved by themselves. The evacuation destination was a non-magical settlement near the coast. There were no defensive wards there. There was clean water, food, power, and buildings that did not depend on magic to remain standing. "We can move half today," Mara said, "the rest tomorrow. And the archives, essentials only." Harry looked toward the sleeping portrait. "What counts as essential?" "Medical records, compact law, language dictionaries, agricultural knowledge. The pensive collection, too unstable. Founders' records, historical. The portraits," Mara's expression did not change. "They cannot leave." Harry looked at Hermione. The painted figure had become pale, not faded paint, faded presence. Portraits were not souls. Hermione had made Harry promise to remember that. They were impressions formed through magic, observation, and the knowledge their subjects left behind. Still, the portrait had argued like her, corrected him like her. Once, long after the real Hermione's death, it had told Harry that his organization of the library was an attack on logic. He had treasured the insult. "We can move the canvas," Harry said. "The enchantment is connected to Hogwarts. We moved other portraits. When magic was stronger, we can try." Mara leaned back. "You have spent 9 centuries trying to carry everything. Not everything. Enough to break your back. My back returns. That does not make breaking it wise." Harry closed the evacuation plan. "What are you abandoning?" Mara looked around the office. "All of it." There was no tremor in her answer. That was how Harry knew she was afraid. The proposal arrived that evening. The remaining Hogwarts Council gathered in the Great Hall. No floating candles remained. Electric lamps hung beneath the enchanted ceiling. The ceiling showed stars, though clouds covered the real sky. Harry stood at the back. Mara sat at the combined house table. A council representative placed a black case before her. Harry recognized it before the lid opened. The Ashen Interdict records. The witch from the Ministry archive had delivered them safely. The documents had lasted 1 day before someone found a use for them. "The Heartstone is failing," the representative said. "Mr. Potter's binding contains a self-renewing magical cycle." "No," Harry said. Every face turned toward him. The representative swallowed. "We are not proposing harm. You placed an interdict diagram on the table. The complete ritual would not be required." That is what Dumbledore believed before Voldemort trapped me. Mara opened the case. Inside lay plans for connecting Harry's Phoenix cycle to Hogwarts. His death would trigger the fire. The Heartstone would absorb the release. If Harry attempted to return, the castle would redirect the energy into its wards. He would remain suspended between death and rebirth, while Hogwarts continued feeding from the cycle, a perpetual magical source, an immortal boy transformed into a furnace. The representative spoke quickly. We estimate the process could sustain the castle for several centuries. And Harry? Mara asked. He would not experience physical pain. Harry laughed once. The sound silenced the whole. People had been saying that about his imprisonment for centuries. No body, no pain. As though being unable to breathe, move, die, return, or finish forgetting counted as mercy. The answer is no, Mara said. We are discussing the survival of magical civilization. No, Mara replied. You are discussing the preservation of one building. Hogwarts is more than a building. So is Harry. The representative looked toward him. Mr. Potter has survived nearly 1,000 years. He may survive the connection. May, Harry repeated. We have all lost people to the quieting. So have I. You could preserve their culture. Harry walked toward the table. What happens when the Heartstone eventually fails? No one answered. The interdict breaks. I return. The castle releases centuries of stored fire into whoever happens to be nearby. The calculations were written by people who believed the ministry would stand forever. Golden light moved beneath Harry's skin. He stopped it before it reached the lamps. He would not make refusal look like a threat. I will help evacuate Hogwarts. I will carry every person I can. I will preserve what can be preserved without sacrificing the living to the dead. He looked around the hall. But I will not become a prison so you can pretend an ending has not arrived. Some council members lowered their eyes. Others looked angry. Mara closed the case. Then she dropped it into an ordinary metal furnace beside the table. The parchment burned. No magic protected it. The representative stood. That knowledge is irreplaceable. Good, Mara said. Harry watched the black diagrams curl into smoke. He felt no regret. Some knowledge deserved witnesses, not heirs. The evacuation began at dawn. People carried boxes down the steps. The youngest children left first. Most had no magic. They had grown up at Hogwarts because their parents wanted them to see what the world had once been. They touched the stone walls as they departed. Some expected the castle to recognize them. It did not. The suits of armor had stopped moving years earlier. The ghosts gathered in the entrance hall. Nearly headless Nick had become transparent enough that the doors were visible through him. He bowed to Harry. Rather an undignified end for the school, Harry smiled faintly. Hogwarts has survived worse. Nick looked around the emptying hall. No, it hasn't. The honesty belonged to another age. Will you leave? Harry asked. Where would I go? Anywhere. I have never been particularly good at moving on. Harry understood. Nick looked toward the stairs. The others are already fading. The Grey Lady had vanished the previous winter. The fat friar disappeared during a feast, leaving his final joke unfinished. The Bloody Baron remained near the dungeons, though no one had seen him move in months. What happens when the castle falls? Harry asked. Nick adjusted his hat. My dear boy, if I knew what came after endings, I would hardly have spent 1,000 years avoiding one. He held out one translucent hand. Harry could not touch it. He placed his palm where the hand appeared. Goodbye, Sir Nicholas. Nick smiled. No one has called me that in centuries. His shape flickered. Then he was gone, not with fire, not with a cry. One moment the ghost occupied the hall. The next, only morning light remained. Harry stood alone until Mara struck the floor with one of her supports. Grieve while carrying something? She pointed toward 2 archive boxes. Hermione would have liked you, Harry said. She would have corrected my posture. She corrected everyone's posture. They carried the boxes outside. The Heartstone broke before the second day of evacuation. It happened beneath the Great Hall. A sound like a bell traveled through the castle. Every remaining magical object activated at once. Portraits woke and shouted. Armor marched into walls. The staircases spun. Thousands of candles appeared beneath the ceiling and ignited. For one brief moment, Hogwarts became itself again. Children cheered. Harry did not. He felt the surge drawing magic from every person inside the grounds. The castle was not recovering. It was consuming its final reserves. "Evacuate now," he shouted. The enchanted ceiling cracked, not the stone above it. The illusion, pieces of night fell like glass. Mara directed people toward the gates. Harry descended to the foundations. The Heartstone floated inside a chamber built before the founders had raised the first tower. It was not a stone. It resembled a knot of light suspended above black water. Golden threads stretched from it into every part of Hogwarts. Most had gone dark. The remaining threads pulled power from the castle's inhabitants. Harry entered the water. The Heartstone reacted to him. Every thread turned toward the Phoenix binding. The council's proposal had been correct in one respect. Hogwarts could feed upon him. The chain around Harry's soul tightened. The castle did not understand consent. It understood magic. Harry tried to withdraw. The water hardened around his legs. The Heartstone opened. Fawkes cried somewhere above. Harry raised both hands. "I am not yours." The words were not a spell. The castle pulled harder. Images entered Harry's mind, the boats crossing the lake, the great hall filled with candles, Ron beside him at the sorting, Hermione raising her hand, Ginny asleep in the chamber, Dumbledore behind his desk, generations of students. Hogwarts showed him everything he would lose if he allowed it to die. For a moment, Harry wanted to surrender. One death, one prison, centuries of preservation. Perhaps someone would eventually find a way to release him. Perhaps the school mattered more. Then he remembered Hermione's warning. Anchors could preserve the past by destroying the present. Hogwarts was becoming a room with no door. Harry reached into the fire, not to feed the Heartstone, to sever it. Golden flame passed along the threads. One by one they broke. Towers lost their enchantments. Doors opened. The moving staircases stopped. The ceiling of the great hall became ordinary stone. The escape routes remained stable because the castle no longer consumed them. The Heartstone turned white, then it ruptured. Water rose. Stone collapsed. Harry ran. The foundation chamber closed behind him. He reached the corridor beneath the great hall as the first tower fell. Above, hundreds crossed the grounds. Mara stood near the gates, refusing to leave until everyone else passed. Harry saw a section of wall collapse toward the final group. He raised his hands. A shield of golden fire formed. The wall struck it. Harry's arms bent. The shield held. Move, people ran. The castle continued falling. Centuries of architecture depended on vanished enchantments. Towers separated from foundations. Corridors folded into the ground. Harry held the wall while the last evacuees crossed the gates. Mara remained. "Go," he shouted. "You first." "I'm holding a castle. You are holding one wall." "Not helping." Mara limped through the gates. The final child followed. Harry released the shield. Stone descended. He ran 3 steps. Hogwarts buried him. Death opened. The chain tightened. The fire rose. Harry reached for the anchors, the photograph, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, his parents, Sirius, Dumbledore's voice, Godric's hollow, Hogwarts. The castle appeared around him, not as it had ended, as it had begun for him. The lake, the boats, the doors opening. Red banners above the Gryffindor table, red hair beside him, red hair across from him, red ink correcting his work, Fawkes's red and gold feathers. The fire moved through color. Harry did not understand until the first memory changed. Ron's hair became gray. Ginny's hair became brown without warmth. The Gryffindor banners lost their identity. Fawkes's feathers turned pale gold. No. Harry tried to hold the color. How could anyone anchor color? It existed everywhere and nowhere. The fire required fuel enough to rebuild a body crushed beneath Hogwarts. It took red, every shade, every memory of it, scarlet, crimson, copper, the color of the Hogwarts Express, the color of blood, the color of Ginny's hair beneath summer light. Harry remembered the facts. He knew what red was. He could no longer see it. Fawkes cried. Harry burned. Mara watched Hogwarts collapse. Dust crossed the grounds. The final tower fell into the lake. For several minutes, nothing moved. Then a golden flame appeared beneath the rubble. Ash rose through stone. Harry returned on the shore. His body formed kneeling in shallow water. Mara reached him first. Harry opened his eyes. The sunset behind her looked wrong. Gold remained, blue remained, purple remained, but the band of color near the horizon had become dark gray. Mara's cloak had always been red, now it was brown. "What did it take?" she asked. Harry looked toward the Gryffindor banner she carried beneath one arm. He recognized the lion. The background had no color he could name by sight. Red. Mara understood immediately. She lowered the banner. Harry looked back at Hogwarts. The castle was gone. Pieces of towers protruded from the lake. The school had become ruins in less than an hour. No spell would rebuild it. The magic that had shaped it no longer existed. Fawkes landed beside Harry. His golden feathers still shone. The red feathers appeared gray. Harry reached toward him. "I'm sorry." Fawkes touched his beak to Harry's forehead. For the first time, Harry wondered what the Phoenix had lost across his own burning days. Fawkes had never told him. Perhaps phoenixes did not preserve themselves perfectly either. Perhaps song was what remained when memory became too heavy. They returned to Godric's Hollow one final time. The sanctuary had been abandoned years earlier. The population had moved north when the river changed course and the old protective systems failed. Trees grew through the negotiation halls. The murals peeled from the walls. Harry's painted crown had split down the middle. The Potter cottage remained beneath broken glass. Only part of the lower wall survived. The carved question was almost gone. Why only you? Time had removed the final word. Why only Harry stood before it with Mara? She was 164. Without Hogwarts's ambient magic, her health declined rapidly. Each step required effort. Harry offered his arm. She accepted without argument. That frightened him more than refusal would have. They entered the ruined cottage. Harry had visited it as memorial, sanctuary, historical site, and abandoned structure. Now it was nearly dust. He knelt where the sitting room had once been. The floor no longer existed. Roots filled the space. "Do you remember them?" Mara asked. "My parents?" "Yes, not directly. The records." "Some. The stories." "Many." Mara touched the remaining wall. "Does this still feel like the beginning?" Harry searched himself. Godric's Hollow had been an anchor for centuries. Birthplace, memorial, ruin, measure of time. Now the place carried no magic, no protection, no visitors, only stones. "Yes," Harry said. "Why?" "Because I keep returning." Mara shook her head. "That makes it a route, not a beginning." Harry looked at her. "What is the difference? A route tells you where you have been. A beginning tells you something can still happen." Harry looked through the broken wall. The world outside was almost entirely non-magical now. People lived without wands. Cities expanded. Machines crossed the sky. Children learned about magic as a vanished force that had once shaped history. Something could still happen. Just not the thing Harry had spent centuries protecting. He removed the photograph. Its ash border remained warm. The figures inside still moved. Ron's hair appeared gray to Harry. Ginny's too. He knew the colors were unchanged. The photograph had survived. Harry had not. Mara watched the image. "Keep it," she said. "I wasn't planning to leave it." "You were thinking about it." "How do you know?" "You have a face." Apparently an unchanging one, still obvious. Harry placed the photograph back inside his coat. They left the cottage before nightfall. Behind them, the last standing section of wall collapsed. Godric's Hollow became dust. Mara lived for another 18 months. They settled in a coastal community built without magic. No one there called Harry king. Most believed he was a young historian caring for an elderly relative. Mara found this delightful. She told everyone Harry was her irresponsible grandson. Harry cooked. Badly, Mara complained, accurately. She spent her final months recording the history of Hogwarts from memory, not the grand events, small things, the smell of the greenhouses, the sound of hundreds of shoes leaving the great hall, which windows caught morning light. How first-year students whispered when the ceiling showed snow. "Those details will not matter to historians," Harry said. "Then historians can suffer." He wrote while she spoke. The final magical person born in Britain died during autumn. No one knew exactly when. The records arrived weeks later. Mara read the notice. So that's it. You're still here. Technicality, she had been born magical. She could no longer produce a spark. Neither could anyone else. Wands became heirlooms. Potion ingredients became ordinary plants and animal remains. The last broom fell from the sky. Magic had not been defeated. It had ended. One evening, Mara asked Harry to carry her outside. He wrapped her in blankets and placed her near the shore. The sea reflected a sunset missing one color. Harry knew the horizon should have contained red. He saw gray between gold and violet. Beautiful. Mara whispered. Yes, liar, Harry smiled. I remember what it should look like. That is not the same as seeing. No, they listened to the waves. Mara's breathing weakened. Harry felt the old fear return, not the fear that she would die. The fear that he would make her death about his endless survival. You were the last, he said, of what? People who knew me. Everyone knows you. They know the story. Mara turned her head. Her eyes were clouded with age. I know you burn porridge, Harry laughed. You know I hate statues. You cheat at cards. I do not. You have been alive for nearly 1,000 years and still cannot fold a fitted sheet. No one can. You speak to birds when you think no one is watching. Harry glanced toward Fawkes, perched on a weathered post. The phoenix pretended not to listen. Mara continued. You correct people when they call you king, but secretly enjoy correcting them. That isn't enjoyment. You keep broken things because throwing them away feels like agreeing they are finished. Harry looked down. She knew him, not the boy who lived, not the Phoenix King, not the last guardian. Harry, what am I supposed to do when you're gone? He asked. Mara closed her eyes, something badly. That's your advice? You have spent too long trying to do eternity correctly. A faint smile touched her face. Make mistakes no historian can excuse. Harry took her hand. You sound like Ron. I read his testimony. Hermione would disapprove. I read hers too. Mara's fingers tightened weakly. Do not build another Hogwarts. I couldn't. You would try. Harry did not deny it. Do not preserve the ruins forever. Do not turn the end of magic into a shrine people cannot escape. What should I preserve? Enough to prove it happened. And the rest? Let it become the world. Harry looked toward the sea. Fawkes began to sing. The song was quieter than Harry had ever heard it. Mara opened her eyes. So that's the famous bird. You've met him many times. He never sang for me. He likes dramatic timing. Another thing you have in common. Her final breath left as a laugh. Harry felt her hand become still. He did not call her back. He did not repeat the promise. He remained beside her until the stars appeared. Mara Venn died as the last person who remembered Harry Potter as an irritating man rather than an immortal idea. Fawkes's final burning day came before dawn. The phoenix stood on the shore. His feathers had dimmed. Harry knew before the fire began, no. Fawkes looked at him. For almost 1,000 years, Harry had heard the phoenix cry at every death. Horror, ritual, duty, heartbeat. Fawkes sang once. The song contained the chamber, the graveyard, the forest, Godric's Hollow, Hogwarts, every return. Then flame consumed him, red and gold, though Harry could perceive only gold and gray. The body collapsed into ash. Harry waited. A newborn phoenix should have emerged. Nothing moved. The ambient magic required for rebirth was gone. Harry knelt beside the ash. Return. The word held no power. He tried his promise. However much the fire takes, come back. Fawkes did not answer. The wind lifted part of the ash and carried it over the sea. Harry cupped the rest in his hands. Warmth remained for a few seconds, then faded. He had believed Fawkes would outlast him. Perhaps Fawkes had believed the same. Harry opened his coat and placed the ash-bordered photograph beside the phoenix's remains. For one moment, he considered sealing the ash in glass, preserving it, building a shrine. Then he remembered Mara, enough to prove it happened. He kept one feather, the rest he released. The ash scattered across the water. Fawkes was gone. Yet when Harry closed his eyes, he heard the cry, not outside, inside his chest. The binding still carried it. The phoenix's song had become part of the chain long ago. Harry stood alone beside the sea. The ministry was gone. Hogwarts was ruin. Godric's Hollow was dust. Magic had left the world. Every named person Harry had loved had died. The photograph remained warm against his heart. 4 children moved inside a piece of time no universe had managed to destroy. Harry turned away from the shore. He had no kingdom, no school, no civilization left to guard. For the first time since the Chamber of Secrets, there was nothing magical in the world except him. And the fire waiting beneath his skin. Chapter 9. The Memory Keeper, the machine, had been sweeping the same street for 312 years. Harry watched it move beneath the broken towers. Its wheels crossed cracked pavement. Small brushes turned beneath its body, gathering dust into a compartment that had overflowed centuries earlier. Every few meters, the machine paused beside a faded marking on the road and announced that pedestrians had the right of way. There were no pedestrians. There had not been any in this city for generations. The machine waited politely, then continued. Harry followed it through the ruins. Wind moved between hollow buildings. Windows had become dark squares against a colorless morning. Vines covered the lower walls, though even the plants had begun retreating as the climate shifted colder. The city had once held 12 million people. Harry knew this because a weatherproof sign near the western entrance still displayed the population count. 12,084,311, the final digits flickered. The number had not changed since the central network failed. Harry placed one hand against the sign. The metal was cold. He could still feel cold then. "Wrong," he said. His voice traveled farther than it should have. The last recorded evacuation had moved fewer than 4 million people. The others had left earlier, died during the migration years, or remained when the northern cities were abandoned. The sign counted everyone as though no one had ever left. Harry understood the impulse. Numbers wanted to preserve a world by refusing to update. He had done the same with faces. The cleaning machine reached an intersection and turned east. Harry continued north. He carried a metal pack across his shoulders. Inside it were 12 storage drives, 2 printed dictionaries, soil samples, a sealed bottle of ocean water, and the ash-bordered photograph. The drives contained fragments recovered from the city's central archive. Not everything. Everything had become impossible centuries earlier. Harry had once believed that eternity meant he would eventually have enough time to save all records. He had been wrong. Time did not wait politely while he worked. Languages vanished faster than he could translate them. Storage systems failed. Wars destroyed archives before he reached them. Machines designed to preserve information became unreadable once the machines designed to read them disappeared. Entire cultures stored their histories inside networks that lasted less time than a good stone wall. Harry had learned to choose medical knowledge, agricultural methods, languages, songs when they could be recovered, testimonies from ordinary lives. Official records beside evidence proving the official records wrong. Hermione would have approved of that part. Harry no longer tried to preserve every government speech or list of rulers. Humanity had always produced more rulers than anyone needed. He preferred shopping lists, children's drawings. Letters never sent. Recipes altered by families across generations. Records of jokes whose meanings no longer survived, proof not merely that civilization existed, but that people had occupied it. They had been hungry, petty, generous, afraid. They had complained about weather. They had fallen in love at inconvenient times. They had believed the world would continue because it had continued yesterday. Harry understood them. He reached the city archive shortly before sunset. The building had been constructed below ground, protected by concrete, ceramic insulation, and redundant power systems. It had survived the city above, mostly. Harry forced open the outer door. Air rushed from the dark interior. The smell reminded him of dust and old rain. He stopped. For one moment, he almost saw the Hogwarts library, Hermione seated behind a tower of books, Ron pretending to read, Ginny entering with mud on her shoes after Quidditch practice. Then the image collapsed into the empty corridor before him. Harry removed the hand lamp from his coat. He had not carried a wand in nearly 4,000 years. The broken pieces of holly lay inside the first archive he had built after the quieting. He had sealed them beside fragments of the Sorting Hat, the final Gryffindor banner, and the single feather he had kept from Fawkes. Harry had considered carrying the feather forever. He had eventually understood that carrying was not the same as remembering. The lamp illuminated writing along the wall. Civil Memory Repository, beneath it, someone had added a sentence by hand. We were more than the end. Harry entered. For centuries after magic vanished, humanity advanced without it. The absence hurt at first. Diseases once cured by potions returned. Transportation systems built around portkeys failed. Communities that had depended on weather charms lost crops. People who had once lived for 150 years began dying before 80, but humans adjusted, they always had. Machines replaced some spells. Medicine learned new routes through the body. Cities moved away from poisoned coasts. People built stations in orbit, settlements beneath oceans, and structures in deserts that had once been considered uninhabitable. The magical world became history, then folklore, then argument. Some historians believed magic had been misunderstood technology. Others claimed the records had been invented during the political chaos of the Fracture Wars. Harry occasionally attended their lectures. He sat in the back. He listened to experts explain why someone like Harry Potter could never have existed. He rarely corrected them. When he did, they assumed he was a student making a joke. The unchanging face had become a better disguise than any charm. Every few decades, someone recognized him. The reaction followed the same pattern: disbelief, investigation, fear, worship, demand. Governments asked for blood samples. Scientists requested tissue. Religious movements declared him proof of divine favor or punishment. Families begged him to share the binding. Harry explained that he could not. Few accepted the answer. The first serious attempt to end his immortality occurred 1,612 years after the quieting. A research collective built a facility beneath the Antarctic ice. They had studied every surviving account of the Ashen Interdict, Phoenix cycles, Horcruxes, and soul-binding magic. Magic itself was gone, but the physical consequences of Harry's binding remained measurable. His cells did not age normally. His body radiated heat during emotional stress. His heartbeat produced energy fluctuations no human organ should generate. The researchers believed the binding could be broken by disrupting the relationship between memory and identity. They called the procedure severance. Harry called it another prison. The collective insisted it was different. They would not trap his soul between death and return. They would erase the path that allowed the returning soul to recognize the body as its own. Without identity, the fire would have nowhere to rebuild him. "What happens to me?" Harry asked. The lead researcher answered through a glass partition. "We do not know." The phrase had survived magic. "What happens to the fire? We do not know." "What happens if the body dies but the soul remains bound? We do not know." Harry looked through the glass at the machine. It resembled 4 black pillars surrounding a metal platform. The resemblance to the interdict was not accidental. Humanity had reinvented Voldemort's cage without magic. The researchers expected Harry to refuse. He nearly agreed. By then, he had lived long enough to watch the language Ginny spoke become unreadable without translation. The coastline near Godric's Hollow had moved inland. The sanctuary was beneath layers of sediment. The Hogwarts ruins had become a restricted archaeological zone, then a quarry, then a lake no map labeled. Harry was tired, not tired in the way sleep repaired, tired of entering new centuries. Tired of explaining that immortality was not health. Tired of watching people discover the same cruelty under different names. He stepped toward the platform. The photograph warmed against his chest. Harry stopped. He did not interpret the warmth as a warning. The photograph was not conscious. It did not contain Ron, Hermione, or Ginny. It contained an enchanted impression created before the quieting. Yet the promise attached to it remained part of Harry. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." The procedure did not promise death. Only interruption, silence. Possibly forever. Harry left the facility. He told himself he would return when the researchers had more evidence. They died before obtaining it. The facility remained beneath the ice for 800 years. When Harry finally returned, the roof had collapsed. The 4 pillars stood around an empty platform. He destroyed nothing. He took the records and left. Other attempts followed. A ship carried Harry beyond the protection of Earth's magnetic field, where radiation killed him slowly over 6 days. The fire returned him. It took the memory of his first flight on a broom. Harry remembered that he had flown. He remembered Draco stealing Neville's Remembrall. He remembered McGonagall placing him on the Gryffindor team. He could no longer feel the moment the ground had released him. A medical network stopped Harry's heart while machines maintained his brain. The binding waited. When the brain died, the fire came. It took the smell of parchment. Harry still knew old books had possessed a scent. He could not remember it. A deep-sea laboratory froze his body until every organ failed. The fire returned him inside a shell of ice. It took the ability to remember his own voice before adolescence. Harry could still hear the child he had been in recorded memories. The voice sounded like a stranger. A group on Mars proposed lowering him into a volcanic shaft and preventing the ash from gathering. Harry refused. A lunar philosopher argued that death was irrelevant and Harry's desire for it was merely a cultural attachment. Harry listened for 3 hours, then asked whether the philosopher would volunteer for the Ashen interdict. The discussion ended. Centuries passed between attempts, then millennia. Harry did not decide to stop searching. There was no single morning when he woke and accepted eternity. He simply postponed the next experiment, then postponed it again. A year passed. Then 10, then a century. Humanity developed new problems. The climate stabilization network failed. The orbital settlements declared independence. A disease crossed several altered human populations and could not be treated by medicines designed for their original biology. Cities went dark. Harry began carrying records again. There was always one more archive to reach, one more testimony to copy, one more language approaching extinction. Death remained available as a question. The living remained urgent. Harry chose urgency again, until the question of ending himself became something he had not asked in thousands of years. The repository beneath the abandoned city contained 7 sealed levels. Harry descended to the 5th. The upper levels had been damaged by water. Roots split the walls. Storage racks leaned beneath fallen concrete. Level 5 remained dry. Rows of black cabinets extended into darkness. Harry connected a portable reader to the first surviving terminal. The machine required several minutes to interpret the ancient format. A directory appeared: population records, architectural plans, government communications, personal archives. Harry selected the smallest category. Personal archives contained the things official systems considered least important, that often made them the most valuable. He opened the first file. A family stood inside a kitchen. The image was two-dimensional and silent. 4 adults, 3 children, and an animal Harry did not recognize looked toward the camera. Someone had written beneath it, "The last dinner before we left the coast." Harry copied it. The second file contained a message from a child complaining about school. The third contained instructions for repairing a household water filter. The fourth was a love letter never delivered because its recipient had already boarded an evacuation ship. Harry copied all of them. Hours became days. He slept briefly against the cabinets. He ate preserved food that tasted of salt and nothing else. On the 4th day, the repository shifted. Harry felt the vibration through the floor. The city stood near a geological fracture. The old stabilization systems had failed centuries earlier. The underground structure was sinking. Harry checked the exit. The corridor above had partially collapsed. He could leave. The personal archive had not finished copying. More than 600,000 files remained. Harry stared at the progress display. He knew the correct choice. Records were not people. No one waited below. No life depended on him. A memory of Mara surfaced, grieve while carrying something, then Hermione, people are not books. Then Ginny, choose to arrive. Harry disconnected the reader. He placed the copied drives inside his pack. The floor dropped. Cabinets fell. The ceiling split between him and the stairs. Harry ran. Concrete struck his shoulder and knocked him down. He crawled beneath a support beam as the archive collapsed in sections. The emergency door appeared ahead. Beyond it waited the upward shaft. Harry reached the threshold. A sound came from the darkness behind him, crying. He stopped. Not a recording, a living voice. Harry turned. The sound came from behind a fallen cabinet. He moved back into the collapsing archive. A child lay beneath the metal frame, perhaps 12 years old, thin, wrapped in a thermal coat too large for them. Harry had believed the city empty. The child must have been living inside the repository, using the remaining power and food stores. Harry lifted the cabinet enough for them to crawl free. The ceiling shifted. "Run," he said. The child stared at Harry's face. "You're him." Unfortunately, another section collapsed. Harry pushed the child toward the door. They climbed the emergency shaft together. The city above shook. The cleaning machine continued sweeping the street. Its brushes turned while the pavement cracked beneath it. Harry and the child reached the western bridge as the archive sank. The road ahead divided. A transport platform waited on the opposite side. The bridge's support cables snapped one after another. Harry shoved the child toward safety. The child caught his wrist. "Come on," Harry jumped. The remaining support failed. The child reached the opposite ledge. Harry did not. He fell with the bridge. Metal and concrete carried him into the fracture beneath the city. His body struck stone. The pack tore from his shoulders. The photograph remained inside his coat. The drives scattered into darkness. Harry survived the first impact. Then the broken bridge landed above him. His bones shattered. Dust filled his lungs. He thought of the 600,000 files he had left behind, then of the one child he had not. His heart stopped. Death opened. The distant direction remained. Harry had once believed it promised peace. After thousands of years, he no longer knew whether the sensation came from somewhere beyond death or from his own desire to stop. The chain tightened. The fire rose. Fawkes cried inside him, not from the world. Not from a phoenix waiting nearby. The cry had become inseparable from Harry's return. A rhythm, a heartbeat behind the heart. The fire opened his memories. Harry reached for the photograph. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, the faces remained. The colors did not. He reached for Hogwarts, Godric's Hollow. Mara beside the sea, Fawkes burning for the final time. The fire moved around the anchors. Then it reached his body's senses. Cold. Harry felt every winter he remembered. Snow outside St. Mungo's when Ron died. Rain turning cold against the windows of the cottage. The Antarctic facility beneath the ice. The lake beside Hogwarts. The sea beside Mara's final chair. The fire took the sensation connecting them. Harry resisted. Cold was not a person, not a name, not a promise. Yet it belonged to thousands of memories. The fire consumed it. Snow remained white. Ice remained dangerous. Winter remained a fact. The physical sensation vanished. Fawkes cried. Harry returned. Golden flame rose from the fracture. The child watched from the broken ledge. Ash gathered between the rocks. Harry's body rebuilt itself piece by piece. He opened his eyes beneath falling snow. He saw the flakes land on his bare hands. He felt nothing, no cold, no melting water. Only pressure where each flake touched. Harry sat among the rubble. The pack was gone. The archive drives were buried or destroyed. The photograph remained inside his coat. It was warm. It was always warm. The child climbed down using an emergency cable. "You died." Harry looked at them. "Yes." "You burned." "Yes." "You're the Phoenix King." "No." The answer came automatically. The child stood before him, shivering. Harry removed his coat and placed it around their shoulders. He did not need it anymore. "What did it take?" the child asked. The question surprised him. Stories about the cost had survived. "Cold," the child frowned. "How can fire take cold?" "I don't know." They sat beneath the ruined bridge, snow gathered in Harry's hair. He knew it should hurt against his skin, it did not. The absence felt larger than pain would have. What was in the archive? The child asked. People. I thought everyone left. Records of people. That isn't the same. Harry looked at them. No, the child's family had belonged to one of the final communities living beyond the old city. They had entered the ruins searching for power cells. The others had not returned. Harry asked no more questions. Grief did not always require investigation. The child looked toward the fracture. Did you lose everything? Almost. You saved me. Harry thought of hundreds of thousands of vanished files. He wanted to say that one life mattered more. The sentence felt too clean. Records mattered. The child mattered. The fact that he could not save both did not make either meaningless. I did, Harry said. The child leaned against him. Harry felt the pressure of their shoulder, not warmth. His body could no longer sense the difference between warm and cold. He knew the child was alive because they trembled. That had to be enough. The child's settlement possessed no permanent name. Its people moved between abandoned infrastructure as weather patterns changed. They repaired old machines, grew food beneath artificial lamps, and traded batteries for medicine. Harry remained with them for 11 years. He never learned how to stop appearing 17. The settlement decided he was useful anyway. He repaired water systems. He carried heavy equipment badly. He taught reading from the dictionaries he had saved. He told no stories about defeating Voldemort unless asked. Children preferred stories about staircases that moved. They did not believe him. One child asked why anyone would build stairs that changed direction. To make students late, Harry said. That answer they believed. The people of the settlement knew civilization was declining. They did not call themselves humanity's final generation. Every generation believes another will follow. Some children were born, some survived. The settlement moved south when the winters lengthened. Harry walked with them. He could not feel the cold. He watched others wrap themselves in layers and judged the danger by their faces. The absence changed him. He became careless once and remained outside during a storm until his fingers stopped moving. His body did not age, but it could still freeze. They found him beneath snow. He recovered without dying. Afterward, someone tied a temperature sensor around his wrist. Harry wore it for 300 years. The original people died. Their children inherited the settlement. Then their children. The child from the archive grew old. Harry watched without pretending not to. They never gave Harry their name. Names had become dangerous in some wandering communities. Records allowed old governments and raiders to track bloodlines. Harry called them the archivist. They called him Ash. Neither was a true name. Both became true enough. Before dying, the archivist gave Harry a small metal box. Inside were handwritten accounts of the settlement, not population numbers, daily entries, a broken water pipe, a birth during a dust storm, an argument over soup. The day Ash arrived carrying no coat. You wrote all this? Harry asked. The archivist nodded. Their hands were bent by age. You said people disappear when only governments write history. I said something like that. You also said records aren't people. They aren't still worth carrying. Harry looked at the box. Yes, good. The archivist died that night. Harry buried them beneath a tree engineered to survive the changing climate. He did not repeat the promise. He placed the metal box inside his pack. For centuries afterward, the first line remained his favorite. Today the water filter broke, and nobody became a legend fixing it. Humanity did not end in one event. There was no final war, no asteroid, no single disease. People spread outward, divided, adapted, and diminished. Some left Earth. Most returned when the outer settlements failed. Some altered their bodies for new environments until they no longer considered themselves human in the old sense. They still told stories. They still feared death. They still made promises they could not guarantee. Harry visited communities when he found them. He never stayed forever. Forever distorted every relationship eventually. Some people worshipped him. Some imprisoned him. Some ignored him. One settlement used him as a calendar, marking decades by his unchanged face. Another refused him entry because immortality was considered contagious. In a city beneath the Sahara, people asked him to lead. Harry left before morning. In an orbital habitat, he discovered a statue of the Phoenix King holding the planet in one hand. He used its pedestal to store agricultural manuals. The title had outlived the cultures that created it. Eventually, spoken language changed faster than Harry could learn it. Then language simplified as populations shrank. Some communities communicated through systems Harry could not perceive without machines. Others returned to speech, gesture, and marks on stone. Harry adapted. He became less of a person within their stories and more of a recurring shape, the boy in ash, the walker, the one who remembers. He corrected no one. Harry Potter was a name from a world that no longer existed. He kept it privately. At every new archive, he wrote the same opening line, "My name is Harry James Potter. I was born into a world where magic was real." Then he recorded what he knew. He never wrote that he remembered everything. He listed the losses. The first train journey with Ron, Lily's song, Dumbledore's face. Ron's laugh, Ginny's final face. The color red, cold. He documented absence as carefully as memory. An archive that concealed its gaps was only another myth. The last large human settlement occupied caverns beneath what had once been the Pacific Ocean. The water above had retreated into distant basins as Earth's climate shifted through another long cycle. Harry reached the settlement after following a signal for 40 years. Fewer than 3,000 people remained. Their machines worked. Their crops grew. Their children were healthy. They expected to survive. For nearly 2 centuries, they did. Harry taught them how to maintain the older archives. They taught Harry how to read the biological storage systems developed after printed language disappeared. Together, they created the Memory Vault. It was not a single building. Copies were distributed beneath mountains, inside lunar caverns, and aboard machines sent beyond the solar system. The archives did not promise eternity. Harry refused that language. Every vault began with a warning: this record will fail. Copy what matters. Correct what is wrong. Add your life. Hermione would have approved, probably after revising the punctuation. Harry placed the photograph inside the central vault long enough to copy its image through every available format. The copies preserved the 4 children. Only the original remained warm. A young technician asked whether the people inside had been important. Harry considered the question. Yes. Were they rulers? No. Scientists? One of them would have insisted that technically she was many things. What did they do? They stayed. The technician waited for more. Harry looked at Ron leaning toward Hermione, Hermione pushing him away, Ginny laughing, Harry turning toward a phoenix cry. That was enough, he said. The central vault received the longest version of their story Harry could still tell. He included Ron's jealousy, Hermione's certainty, Ginny's anger, his own failures. He refused to turn love into perfection. That was the final duty memory demanded, truthful affection. Not worship. The settlement declined after a genetic disorder appeared among its youngest generation. Their medicine slowed it. It did not stop it. The population fell below 1,000. Then 100. Harry watched the final families live in rooms built for thousands. He did not promise rescue. There was nowhere to evacuate them. Other signals had gone silent centuries earlier. The last children grew without believing they were the last. The adults knew. They allowed the children ordinary days anyway. Lessons, games, complaints about meals, celebrations no future generation would repeat. Harry helped maintain the lights. He told stories. Not about war, about food at the burrow, about a game played on broomsticks, about a school ceiling that reflected the sky. The children considered the moving staircases ridiculous. Harry agreed. When the final human being died, Harry sat beside the bed. They were very old. There had been no one else for 11 years. Harry had remained. The room contained one lamp, a chair, and a wall covered in handprints left by generations of children. The old person looked toward Harry. No one after me. I've found no one. That isn't the same as none. No, hope deserved accuracy. They breathed slowly. Will you keep looking? Yes. Forever. Harry touched the photograph inside his coat. I don't know how to do anything forever. The answer seemed to satisfy them. Will you remember us? Harry looked at the handprints. I will record you. That wasn't the question. Harry had lived long enough to recognize Hermione's influence even in someone who had never heard her name. I will remember what I can, he said, and I will record what I lose. The final human smiled. Good. Their eyes closed. The last breath was quiet. No phoenix cried outside. No machine announced the moment. No cosmic sign marked the end of humanity. Harry sat beside the body until the lamp failed. Then he buried the last human beneath the cavern gardens. He placed no statue above the grave, only a stone carrying one sentence. They were here. The same words he had written inside Hogwarts after Ginny's death. Harry stood before the grave for a long time. He waited for despair. It came. He waited for the desire to die. That came too. Neither feeling surprised him, neither controlled what happened next. Harry returned to the memory vault. He repaired the failing power system. He copied the final handprints. He recorded the final conversation. Then he opened a new file. For thousands of years, Harry had written as though someone else would eventually read his words. Now he did not know whether anyone would. The work remained worth doing. Witness did not require an audience to be honest. Harry began. Humanity ended gradually. Anyone who tells you otherwise is simplifying us. He wrote until the power cells dimmed. Harry traveled across the empty earth. Forests covered some cities. Deserts covered others. Oceans occupied unfamiliar places. The machines that remained continued tasks no one required. A door opened each morning. A beacon transmitted weather reports. The cleaning machine in the northern city swept its street until one wheel finally broke. Harry found it lying beside the faded pedestrian crossing. He stood over the machine. For more than 3 centuries after the city emptied, it had continued, not because it understood duty, because continuation had been built into it. Harry once believed his immortality made him similar. A mechanism obeying an instruction. End, return. End, return. But Harry could stop sweeping. He could choose where to walk. That difference was small. It was everything. He repaired the machine's wheel, then disconnected its cleaning program. The machine remained still. Harry placed one hand on its metal shell. Finished, he said. The word no longer sounded like failure. He left it beneath the open sky. At the coordinates where Godric's Hollow had once stood, Harry found a field of black stone. No cottage, no village, no carved question. The ground had folded, flooded, dried, and risen again. Harry verified the location through ancient maps. He knelt. This had been his birthplace, then memorial. Ruin. Dust. Now even the dust had become something else. Harry placed his palm against the stone. He felt no magic, no echo of his mother, no ghost of Voldemort, only pressure beneath his hand. For most of his life, Harry had returned here to measure time. There was nothing left to measure against. He removed the photograph. The 4 children moved. Harry could not see the red in Ron's hair. He could not see the red in Ginny's. He could not hear Ron's laugh. He could not see Ginny's final face, yet they remained more than his losses. Ron had lived. Hermione had lived. Ginny had lived. Harry had lived beside them. The universe did not require perfect memory for those facts to remain true. Harry placed the photograph on the black stone. He considered leaving it. The thought no longer felt like betrayal. The photograph was a door, not a room. Tomas had understood. Mara had understood. Hermione had warned him. Ginny had told him to arrive. Harry picked it up again, not because he could not release the past, because his journey was not over. He placed it against his chest. However much the fire takes, he whispered, I will come back to you. The promise had once meant Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. Then it had meant the living people waiting after every burning day. Now there was no one waiting. The word you changed. It meant the stories, the worlds, the temporary lives that had existed without needing eternity to justify them. Harry would return carrying whatever the fire left, not to resurrect the dead, not to preserve them unchanged, to testify that they had been real. Fawkes cried inside his chest. The sound no longer meant horror. It no longer meant duty. It was simply there, a second heartbeat. Harry looked toward the empty horizon. For the first time, he was not searching for a way to die. He was not searching for anyone to save. He was not guarding the ruins. He was carrying them forward. The distinction did not make him happy. Happiness belonged to moments, and Harry had learned not to demand that moments become permanent. But the distinction gave him direction. He began walking. Behind him, black stone covered the place where Godric's Hollow had once stood. Ahead waited an empty earth, silent machines, the memory vaults, and a sky slowly changing above a world that no longer knew magic had existed. Harry walked beneath it with one photograph, one impossible fire, and the accumulated memory of a species. He was no longer the boy who lived. No longer the Phoenix King, no longer the last guardian. He had become something smaller than a savior and larger than a survivor, a witness, a keeper, the last person left who could say they were here. Chapter 10. The Eternal Return. The sun took 8 billion years to reach Harry. Humanity had known it would happen long before humanity ended. Old models had predicted the swelling star, the boiling oceans, the stripping atmosphere, and the final expansion that would consume the inner planets. Those predictions had been preserved in the memory vault. Harry read them while the sky changed. Earth had survived longer than many expected. The planet's orbit shifted as the sun lost mass. The final oceans retreated beneath stone. The atmosphere thinned until the wind no longer carried sound. Harry remained on the surface until remaining became pointless. He stood where the northern memory vault had once occupied a mountain. The mountain was gone, so was the vault. The last surviving copy of humanity's record traveled with Harry aboard an orbital station assembled from machines built by people whose names had vanished from every other archive. The station was called the Hearth. Harry had not named it. A technician from the final settlement had chosen the word because it suggested warmth without promising permanence. The hearth circled the dying earth. Its walls contained histories, languages, images, biological records, and billions of ordinary moments. A child complaining about school. A family's final dinner before leaving the coast. Instructions for fixing a water filter. The archivist's handwritten account, Hermione's manuscripts. Ron's testimony, Ginny's Quidditch histories. Harry had copied the photograph into every possible format. The original remained inside his coat. It was the only object aboard the station that did not require maintenance. Everything else failed eventually. The Hearth's machines repaired one another, then repaired the machines that repaired them. When the automated systems could no longer understand their own replacements, Harry learned the work by hand. He tightened bolts, rebuilt wires, carried components through passages where gravity flickered. He had once wielded a wand. Now he spent centuries repairing pumps. Harry preferred the pumps. No one turned their operation into a legend. The sun filled more of the sky every year. Its light changed. Harry knew it had become red. He could not see the color. To him, the star expanded in shades of gold, white, and gray. The missing color no longer caused fresh pain each time he looked. Absence had become part of vision. That frightened him. People could adapt to almost anything, including losing pieces of themselves. He wondered how much adaptation could occur before it became transformation. The answer waited inside the fire. Earth died quietly at first. The final surface machines stopped transmitting. Mountains softened. Stone became molten. The old continents lost their shape. No monuments remained, no grave, no castle. No sign that life had occupied the planet for billions of years. The Hearth's orbit moved outward, guided by machines that had performed the calculation before their builders died. Harry stood before the viewing wall. The glass darkened automatically. The sun swallowed Mercury, then Venus. Earth followed. Harry watched the planet enter the star. He tried to identify the point where Godric's Hollow might have been. There was no land left to recognize. No black field, no ruined cottage, only a sphere of fire consuming another sphere that had once contained everything Harry understood as home. He placed one hand against the glass. "My name is Harry James Potter," he said. The station recorded his voice. "I was born into a world where magic was real." The opening line had begun every archive Harry built. He continued, "Earth is ending today." The words sounded inaccurate. Earth had ended many times when the statute failed. When magic vanished, when the last human died, when the oceans disappeared. Endings did not replace one another, they accumulated. Harry touched the photograph inside his coat. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. The boy in the middle turned toward a cry. "Earth carried them," Harry said. The recording system displayed a warning. The station's outer shielding had begun failing. Heat entered the forward sections. Harry could retreat deeper into the hearth. The remaining systems could preserve him and the central archive for several centuries longer. Centuries no longer felt long. He remained by the glass. A flare rose from the sun. The station's viewing wall turned white. The first impact tore through the outer hull. Harry heard metal bend. The second ruptured the archive wing. The hearth rotated violently. Gravity vanished. Harry struck the ceiling. Emergency doors closed between him and the central records. The station systems began announcing evacuation instructions for a population of 1. Harry pulled himself along the wall. Another solar eruption crossed the station. Metal became liquid. The corridor filled with light. Harry reached the central archive door. The lock had fused. He placed both hands against it. Golden fire answered. For the first time in millions of years, Harry used the binding deliberately, not to attack, not to return from death, to hold one door together. The phoenix flame moved through the metal. The archive remained sealed. Harry's hands blackened. The solar heat consumed his coat. The photograph remained against his chest, untouched. Harry's eyes burned, his lungs filled with air hot enough to destroy them. He felt everything. Repetition had never made dying easier. The body still panicked. The mind still searched for escape. Harry forced one final instruction into the station. Release the archives. The hearth opened its external chambers. Thousands of small memory capsules launched away from the sun. Most would fail. Some might drift between stars. Perhaps no one would ever find them. Preservation did not require certainty. Harry watched the last capsule disappear. Then the corridor became fire. His heart stopped. Death opened. The chain tightened. The phoenix fire rose. Fawkes cried inside him. The sound remained clear after everything else that had been lost. Harry reached for the anchors, the photograph. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, his parents, Sirius, Dumbledore's voice, Mara beside the sea. The archivist beneath the broken bridge, humanity's final handprints. The fire moved around them. It searched. Harry waited. The burning day had become familiar enough for him to recognize the moment before the cost was chosen. He could not control it. He could only protect what he had anchored and witness what disappeared. The flame found rain, not water, not storms. The sound. Rain against the windows of the cottage while Ginny died. Rain across the glass at the burrow. Rain striking the tents during the Horcrux hunt. Rain falling on Privet Drive while Harry listened from the cupboard. Thousands of memories shared one sound. The fire touched them. Harry fought. He had already lost cold. He had already lost red. Without the sound of rain, the final evening with Ginny would become quieter. He could preserve her words, her hand, the wireless, the pauses between breaths. The rain began to vanish. Harry listened while he still could, soft against glass, heavy on leaves, sharp against metal roofs, a storm above Hogwarts, a summer shower outside the bookshop called Ember and Ink. Then silence. Fawkes cried. Harry returned. His body formed inside the dying station. Ash gathered in a corridor open to space. Bone, blood, skin, breath. There was no air to breathe. Harry died again before his eyes fully opened. The fire rose immediately. This return required less. The body had been complete for only seconds. It took a name from a student Harry had taught during the Fracture Wars. Harry remembered the boy's face. He remembered teaching him the shield charm. The name disappeared. Fawkes cried. Harry returned again. The station had rotated. A sealed compartment surrounded him. Air entered from an emergency tank. Harry gasped. His body curled against the floor. The fire faded beneath his skin. He lay still while the sun destroyed the hearth around him. He could no longer hear the rain. The station's alarms sounded sharp and mechanical. Harry understood each warning. The sun had not finished dying. It had only completed one stage. The hearth could no longer remain near it. Harry entered the control chamber. The main systems were gone. The archive core remained protected behind the door he had held. Most external capsules had launched successfully. Harry separated the surviving chamber from the station. The small vessel drifted outward. Behind him, the hearth broke apart. The sun burned where Earth had once moved. Harry watched until the final piece of the station disappeared. He did not call the planet home again. Home was not the object that lasted longest. Home had been Ron offering a seat, Hermione correcting an archive, Ginny telling him to look at who she had become. The Burrow's kitchen, Hogwarts before it became a shrine, moments, all temporary, all real. Harry turned away from the sun. The dead star became small, then cold, then dark. Harry remained in the solar system because there was nowhere more meaningful to go. The surviving vessel used the final fragments of human technology to move between the outer worlds. Jupiter had changed. Saturn's rings had dispersed. Pluto's orbit had been disturbed long before the sun's death. Harry visited no planet for nostalgia. The places he remembered no longer existed. He traveled to maintain the archive capsules captured by the solar beacons. Most had been damaged. Some were empty. One contained the family photograph from the abandoned northern city. Another contained only a shopping list. Harry preserved both. The white remains of the sun dimmed through the ages. Other stars disappeared from the sky. Some collapsed violently, others faded. Galaxies moved beyond visible distance. The universe became darker. Harry measured time through machines until the machines failed, then through the motions of dead worlds, then through changes too slow for any human body to recognize. He stopped numbering years. Numbers implied a destination. There was only continuation. Harry did not die again for an age beyond calculation. He became careful, not because he feared pain, not because he feared loss, because every burning day now risked destroying the few sensory paths remaining between him and the humanity he remembered. He no longer saw red. He no longer felt cold. He could not hear rain. He did not remember Lily's song or Ron's laugh. Dumbledore had no face. Ginny's final face remained light around brown eyes. Harry could not afford carelessness. He lived inside the final capsule station. He repaired its walls with metal taken from dead moons. The photograph rested beside him while he worked. The moving figures never slowed. Their world had ended. Their small afternoon continued. Harry sometimes spoke to them, not because he believed they could hear, because language weakened when unused. Ron Weasley. The red-haired boy leaned toward Hermione, though Harry saw only gray. Hermione Granger. She pushed him away. Ginny Weasley. She laughed without sound. Harry Potter. The figure in the center turned. Harry repeated the names. One day, he realized he no longer remembered how long they had been dead. The thought did not frighten him. Time could not measure their value. The last archive machine failed before the last star. Its central reader produced a single tone and went dark. Harry opened it by hand. The storage material inside had decayed. Humanity's recorded languages collapsed into patterns no surviving device could interpret. Harry had memorized portions. Not everything. No mind, immortal or otherwise, could contain an entire species. He took what remained. The archivist's metal box, Hermione's final note, one fragment of Ron's testimony, a page from Ginny's Quidditch history, the names of as many cultures as he could preserve, the photograph. He left the rest inside the station. For millions of years, Harry had maintained the archive because maintenance was useful. Now repairing it would only postpone unreadability. He remembered the cleaning machine sweeping an empty street, continuation was not always duty. Sometimes it was only instruction. Harry placed one hand against the dead archive. "Finished," he said. The word remained gentle. He left the station. A small vessel carried him toward the final source of energy in the solar system. A black hole formed when a wandering star had crossed too close to the dead sun's remains. The encounter had shattered the outer planets and scattered the final debris of Earth's system. The black hole now held nearly everything that remained. Harry built a shelter in orbit around it. There he waited, not for rescue, not for death, for the universe to continue doing what it had always done, changing temporary things into other temporary things. The final stars died. Harry saw no grand ceremony. One point of light disappeared, then another. The sky became black. There were objects beyond sight, dead stars, cold worlds, drifting particles, but no light reached Harry from them. The solar system lost its meaning. There was no sun. No planets in stable paths, only debris around darkness. Harry became the final sentient being he could find. Perhaps others existed beyond the visible universe. Perhaps minds survived inside machines or forms he could not recognize. Harry continued transmitting. No answer returned. He did not declare himself the last. Accuracy mattered even when no one remained to correct him. He said only, "I have found no one." The black hole consumed the remaining debris. Harry's shelter moved closer as its fuel diminished. He could have attempted escape. There were engines. A small amount of stored energy, enough to delay the inevitable, not enough to find another star. The universe contained no destination. Harry looked at the darkness. For nearly his entire life, he had resisted endings. He had carried people from collapsing buildings, broken prisons, held corridors, evacuated cities, preserved schools, repaired archives. He had fought because something remained to protect. Now only Harry remained. The photograph rested in his hand. He did not need to save himself from the end of everything. That was different from seeking death, different from surrendering to despair. The black hole would take him whether he fled today or after another age. Harry chose not to spend the final energy running from a conclusion he had already accepted. He turned off the engines. The shelter began to fall. Time changed near the black hole. The darkness ahead occupied more of the sky. Light from the shelter curved around it. Harry sat before the final recording device. It could transmit for only a few minutes. No receiver remained. He activated it anyway. "Humanity ended gradually," he said. "Anyone who tells you otherwise is simplifying us." His own words returned from the oldest archive. Harry continued, "We were not one people. We did not agree on what mattered. We hurt one another. We repaired some of what we broke. We left much of it broken." The shelter trembled. Metal stretched. "My name is Harry James Potter." The chain around his soul tightened. Harry felt it before death. The Ashen interdict had required a true name, blood willingly given, ash from a completed cycle, silence between death and return. Harry looked down at his hands. His blood moved beneath the skin, freely carried into the darkness. The shelter contained traces of ash from previous burning days, gathered over ages no one had recorded. He had spoken his true name. And beyond the walls waited the deepest silence the universe had ever known. Harry understood. The black hole was not enchanted. It had no intention. But the binding did not care about intention in the world around it. Conditions mattered. Voldemort had constructed a vessel to trap Harry between death and rebirth. The dying universe had constructed one by accident. No pylon waited to be broken. No army stood outside. No Ginny carried the photograph toward the seal. Harry could attempt to escape. The remaining engine might move the shelter far enough to delay the crossing. Perhaps, possibly, the old word returned. Harry looked at the photograph. Ron leaned toward Hermione. Hermione pushed him away. Ginny laughed. Harry turned toward Fawkes. The promise moved through him. "However much the fire takes, I will come back to you." There was no one left to hear it. That no longer made it meaningless. Harry completed the recording. They were here. The device transmitted the sentence into darkness. The shelter crossed the horizon. Harry died without an impact. his body stretched beyond its ability to remain a body. Nerves fired, bones separated, the heart stopped, death opened, the chain tightened. The fire rose, Fawkes cried, no answer returned from outside. The black hole held light, matter, time, and ash inside the same boundary. Harry tried to return. There was no place for a body to form, no stable matter, no direction. The fire opened his memories and waited for a path that did not exist. Harry remained between death and rebirth. The cosmic interdict closed. He knew the horror. He had experienced it inside Voldemort's black glass vessel. No breath, no pain after the pain, no forward motion, no end. Silence pressed against him. Harry repeated the promise, however much the fire takes, I will come back to you. The words remained clear. Time passed outside. Inside, time had no shape. The black hole consumed debris. Then nothing. Harry held the photograph in memory. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Harry. The physical photograph existed somewhere inside the same darkness, tied to his soul strongly enough that even the black hole could not separate it from him. Harry repeated the promise again. The words began to erode, not from fire, from duration without experience. However much, he held Ron's name. Hermione's, Ginny's, his own. I will come back. He held the meaning when grammar began to fail, return, not backward, not to the dead, to existence, to whatever came next. The black hole grew smaller. Across ages without stars, it released its mass as faint radiation. Harry did not see it. He felt the prison weaken. The fire stirred. There was still nowhere to return. The universe had expanded into darkness so complete that particles rarely met. Matter itself began to fail. Perhaps the old theories had been right. Perhaps they had been wrong. There was no scientist left to update the models. The final black hole disappeared. The vessel broke. Silence remained. Harry's chain opened into an empty universe. The fire moved outward. It could not rebuild him. No planet waited, no air, no ground, no structure capable of holding a human body. For the first time, the cycle reached return without finding a form. The phoenix flame turned inward. Harry understood what it would do. It would preserve the pattern, not the body, not yet. To survive the emptiness, the binding required fuel greater than any previous burning day. Everything Harry had carried opened before the fire. The cupboard, Hogwarts, the chamber, Voldemort, the burrow, the war, Ron's death, Hermione's archive, Ginny beside the rain-dark window, the fracture wars, Hogwarts falling, Mara by the sea, Fawkes becoming ash, the final human, the empty earth, the dying sun, the names, languages, faces. Every surviving piece of humanity within Harry became available. Harry fought instinctively, then stopped. He could not preserve all of it. He had never been able to. The fire was not asking which memories deserved to exist. It was asking what had to remain for Harry to still be Harry. He reached for the photograph, not the image, the meaning. Someone had sat beside him. Someone had corrected him. Someone had told him to arrive. Harry protected those truths. The fire consumed language first. English vanished. Then every language Harry had learned. Words collapsed into intention. He could no longer phrase the promise. He kept its direction, return. The fire consumed places. Hogwarts lost its shape. Godric's Hollow became no more than beginning. The burrow became belonging without rooms. Earth became home without a planet. The fire consumed names. Harry held Ron, the name burned. He held Hermione, the name burned. He held Ginny, the name burned. He held Harry, the name remained longer. Then it too entered the flame. Harry felt grief without words. He protected the knowledge that the people in the photograph had mattered, that they had lived, that he had loved them, that they had loved him without requiring his eternity as repayment. The fire accepted everything else. Humanity burned inside the last ember of its final witness, not destroyed. Changed beyond recovery, compressed into a pattern too small to be called memory, a preference for connection. A refusal to treat survival as victory, a longing to return to others. The phoenix cry remained. Fawkes's voice had existed before language entered the binding. It passed through the fire untouched. The universe grew quiet enough that change itself seemed finished. Harry waited without a body. He was no longer certain whether he was a person. Yet something inside the ember still chose not death, not life as he had known it, continuation with direction. Toward, that was all. The new light did not begin because of Harry. He did not create it. He did not summon a universe from grief. Whatever happened belonged to laws older than magic and larger than intention. Perhaps the old universe contracted beyond the emptiness. Perhaps another existed beside it. Perhaps time curved until beginning and ending touched. Perhaps there had never been only one cosmos. Harry did not know. He had finally outlived the need to pretend ignorance could be conquered. There was pressure. Then energy. Then light. The emptiness broke. A new universe opened. The phoenix ember entered it. There was still no body. The fire moved through expanding matter, carrying its pattern without changing the course of stars. Harry did not guide galaxies. He did not command creation. He endured. The universe cooled, particles joined, stars formed, some died. New elements spread. Worlds gathered around younger suns. None resembled Earth. That did not make them failures. The fire waited. It had learned patience from eternity on one small world. Stone cooled beneath an unfamiliar sky. An ocean formed, rain fell. Harry could not hear it. He no longer remembered what rain was. The fire found matter capable of holding its pattern. The burning day resumed. Ash appeared on black sand. There had been no ash in the new universe until that moment. It gathered around a spark. A spine formed, ribs, lungs, a heart. The body rebuilt itself according to an instruction fixed before the old universe died. 17 years old, thin, black hair, a scar on the forehead whose history no mind could fully recover. Skin formed over muscle, hands pressed against wet stone. Harry opened his eyes. He did not know his name. He did not know what a name was. Air entered his lungs. The first breath hurt. Every first breath did. He curled against the shore while water moved around him. The sky contained colors he could perceive and one he could not. He felt pressure from the rain but heard no sound. Cold touched nothing inside him. The world was strange. The body remembered standing. Harry rose. Something lay on the sand beside him. A small square object bordered by ash. The photograph. It had returned with him. Its surface remained warm. Harry picked it up. 4 young figures moved inside. A tall boy leaned toward a girl holding a book. She pushed him away. A smaller girl laughed. The boy in the center turned toward a sound. Harry did not know their names. He did not remember the school behind them. He did not know why the sight caused pain beneath his ribs. But he understood one thing: they were not strangers. The knowledge existed beneath language, beneath memory. Beneath the human identity the final burning day had consumed. Harry touched the laughing girl's face. The photograph warmed against his fingers. Somewhere inside his chest, a phoenix cried. The sound was no longer horror, no longer ritual, no longer duty, no longer even memory. It was a heartbeat answering another heartbeat. Harry held the photograph against himself. He could not repeat the promise. The words were gone. The meaning remained. He had returned. Not to resurrect the world that ended. Not to rebuild the people he lost. Not to deny that everything temporary had passed. He returned because once, in another universe, people had taught him that existence was more than surviving alone. Above him, the new sun rose. Harry did not look at it. He looked at the human-sized image in his hands. 4 children, 1 moment, a warmth no dying star had extinguished. The girl laughed again in perfect silence. And the last ember of the old universe remembered how to love. Thanks for watching, guys.